was always underrated. Now I'm in the top 10, making big plays. I was grown for the big stage. Suited up, about to take it over. I'm going hard on a rampage. I'm back up on my grind. Y'all be on the grind, watching from the sideline while I'm steady getting mine. Yeah. Even on the road, we've been on the winning streak. Every day and every week, I'm performing at my peak. You should know it's nothing sweet when I walk into the game. Broken face on, trying to get another ring. With my back against the wall, I'ma show up in the clutch. Y'all ain't doing nothing much. Hold my team up like a crush. We gon' eat them up for lunch. Check my appetite. I'm the perfect prototype. Even with the odds stacked against me, I'ma win the fight. Ready for whatever. My skin tougher than leather. I'm bigger and never. My game plan is too clever. Came to win. Never will I lose. Long as I'm breathing, I'ma have something to prove. Y'all can sink or swim. What it takes, I'ma always pay my dues. I just came to win. Never will I lose. Long as I'm breathing, I'ma have something to prove. Y'all can sink or swim, but I'ma make a move. What it takes, I just came to win.
Watch out! Bro, how did we lose that, bro? Oh, you should have waited one more second, bro. Oh my God, Kyle.
I'm incredibly happy that you came in today. As you know, I'm a therapist, doctor extraordinaire. This is a very, very big weekend for you, yeah? And how have you been doing so far? Hey, listen, you're giving me thumbs up, but there was an incident the other night with Scrap.
Here comes Scrap!
How you feeling? I know it's been a very difficult time for you, but a big match today. You're playing Optic. If you had anything to say to Scrap, what would it be? F***ing shit on them. I like that. That is progress. Go out there and kill them today.
The time has finally arrived. Major 3 coming to you live from Toronto.
The best Call of Duty players in the world, all here under one roof. Attach is lining them up. Taking over.
Here come the flood! Skies by himself could do nothing!
Aussie wins a big one. Go see. Can he get two as well? What a round! Thieves finally equalize. Are going to be red. Oh boy, oh my God! Accuracy of the run around flames! No way!
Even one player left. Gio takes 2 1 versus 1. I don't know how he's alive. 15 seconds to go. He's on the hunt, trying to scramble away. Still gonna work the play. He's hearing all this. I'm gonna push. What's up, boys? Takes out 2. Diamond, Lumen, 1v3. Oh my God!
Fame. Glitch is one shot.
Okay, that was Fame.
Glitch absolute. Glitch absolute.
Glitch dead. There's 2 mid guys. Soda. They're hitting Soda.
It's not red.
I'm dead by
one shot.
Soda. 3. Missing Flames or Escher.
No, just
nice. Missing Flames. We win. Missing Flames. One could spawn behind us. I spawn Coops.
Yeah, watch our back pinch.
I'm a god. Go, baby.
God. I might be a god, bro.
You just needed some marksman.
I might be a god.
You just need a little bit of marksman gloves, boy.
Yo, I don't know where I put my water.
The COD deities are among us here in Toronto. Welcome back. It is Major 3 of the Call of Duty League season for the 2024 year. We got Chris Puckett, Alley Cat, and Nameless here alongside all kinds of fans who lined up as early as 12:15 a.m. for the games today. Alley, people are pumped up, and for good reason. Let's talk about what's on the line today.
A lot of money, but a lot of elimination as well. We have a couple teams that still have to go home before we make it to Championship Sunday.
That's right, Nameless, and of course, everyone is excited because the Big Four are all here to play, and we got a lot of rematches from what we just saw in Miami.
Yeah, the same 2 matchups at the last tournament. We know they delivered some bangers, some Game 5s. It was incredible, but we also got some teams making some miracle runs. You're talking about Miami Heretics and some special plays yesterday.
Yeah, for me, the biggest highlight definitely had to be Lucky's 1v2. He had a clutch in round 10 as well, but this round 11 was really the solidifier. You talk about crushing the hopes and dreams of the Los Angeles Thieves. It was in this map too. You do all the hard work, you push through mid, you get the kills, but it is Lucky with the nice shots onto both players to push them up 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, they just look so good, especially in those hard points as well. Some big plays across the board. The Miami, that Vamos energy, we're feeling it on the stage.
Miami is alive coming into day 3, and a bit surprising for me is Minnesota's out. They have been able to finish top 8. They've been able to finish top 4. They are no longer in the event, despite Standy having my moment of the day, Nameless, which is dropping 17 kills in a search and destroy. The young man hasn't quite figured it out with the rest of the team in Respawn, but his individual performance was ridiculous. 17 kills against Seattle Surge. How was he able to pull it off?
I mean, yeah, like he had an AR in his hands. Majority of it was hitting some incredible shots, and you know, you thought Standy would be able to breathe some momentum into the squad. Just wasn't able to do so, but he did have a hell of a performance, setting the land record for search and destroy kills, and you know, he picks up a streak as well. The kid was going nuts.
Seattle drops that game, but they go on to win the series, and today they'll face off against the Royal Ravens. Speaking of Seattle, Nameless.
Yeah, another special moment in this series for me. You know, I really love seeing rookies, you know, sort of find their way on that stage. And in 04, the first series obviously didn't go his way, but in this one, he put his stamp on it. Wins the huge 1v1 against Gunless, and then uses that momentum for the rest of this map. Goes nuts. I think he goes 26 and 14, so he dies 2 more times the rest of this game. Picks up a cruise missile, slams it down and finds 2, and was just playing with sheer confidence, taking every chow that he saw. That's what you want to see if you're a Surge fan.
0-4 in his first CDL land, dropping numbers and living on to a day 3. He now plays for the top 6 in our first matchup on the day. But Alleycat, he's going up against a fan favorite. I don't think this crowd was any louder than this play from Clayster.
I mean, it was insane. This 1v2, the COD timing that he got beforehand when he was pushing through mid side, and both Diamondcon and are making their way through red and fire. They didn't catch him on the cross. He gets the bomb down and he plays it perfectly. A player lands on his head. He assumes that they're running as a pack to play for the trade and still is able to get the second.
A convincing victory, 6-0 search and destroy. Royal Ravens taking a control game off of Optic as well, and today they kind of control their own destiny. They're in that AC. They would currently go to champs if the event was tomorrow. They play Surge, who's right behind them, and with a win today, they could really jump up that leaderboard, Allie.
I mean, one of those teams are going to. Minnesota Rocker and LA Thieves are going to be jumped today by one of these teams, and that's terrifying as we head to closer and closer to champs and that top 8 that's going to make it.
You can see it's our number 8 and number 9 in action, but so are our top 5. The Heretics victory so far, putting them back into the top 5, and they're waiting to find out who is going to drop down. Is it going to be Toronto Ultra? Will it be Optic Texas on the other side of that winner's bracket? You got FaZe, our number 1 seed, going up against New York Subliners, the world champions from last year. This is always a fantastic matchup, but I want to start with Atlanta today. Alleycat, what are you looking for from our number 1 squad in the game?
I'm looking for the S&D that they showed us during Major 3 qualifiers. It's actually the only one that they dropped yesterday versus Miami Heretics, which was really shocking. But a flashback from the past, this is a matchup that we've already seen versus the New York Subliners, right? The biggest difference, though, is one team has gone tremendously better and one has been on a slippery slope. FaZe is on a historic pace to set the record once again that they already had been holding from Cold War.
Yeah, it's a 13 streak, right? And they're going for it. And we had this match and went to a game 5. Obviously, some maps got removed, like Terminal Search and Destroy and Invasion. Hardpoint, we won't be seeing those again, so it'll be a completely different series. But when you talk about this year specifically, the submachine gun duo on New York has not had a good time, specifically in Hardpoint up against Atlanta FaZe. Hydra and Kismet are who I'm looking at from the New York side of things to step it up today if they're to get this job done, Bruce.
They split the hard points last time they met, and you can see it was Atlanta taking the search and destroys. But let's take a look at the lineup and some of the numbers that we're expected to be dropped from this squad. Subliners on a slight decline, but Skies is back on land. The Bulldogs alongside his teammates in search and destroy, and Hydra has been frying.
Yeah, he has been. That first series, I mean, he was going nuts. But they still do drop a hardpoint. And when you look at it, like, there's 6-8 hardpoint throughout this stage. So of the big 4, the worst hardpoint team for sure. Still trying to figure it out. It's just like, if you do get those performances from Hydra, you're going to win. But it's tough to do that up against Atlanta FaZe.
Hydra is going to be in action today, as will Optic Texas. If you're looking for stellar SMGs, look no further than the team from down south, Pred and Shotzi. So fun to watch, but Shotzi's numbers ridiculous in his day 1 performance.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's been unreal, right? And in this matchup specifically, Chris, they've loved it. Optic Texas, 6-3 map count, 2-0 up against the Toronto Ultra. And this time it might be a little bit different because they're in front of that home crowd, Allie.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. My biggest thing right now is I can't stop talking about how much better this team has looked since Preds had a really good stage. And even in their match versus Carolina yesterday, shockingly enough, they fell short in the control. But again, we talk about an Optic Texas team where their overall goal right now is to try and beat Atlanta FaZe. And where they're falling short is in that search and destroy, and they had a insane invasion S&D the other day. Ken was a first blood demon. They had 8 first bloods overall. Maybe clean up that conversion a little bit, because obviously you only need 6 to win, but if you're a Greenwall fan, they are easily looking like one of the favorites to make it to Sunday.
And I feel like Toronto, they have a chip on their shoulder in this matchup because we were robbed of a game 5 in that series. That was the Skid Row Hardpoint where Shotzi went nuts, made that massive play on P2. That's no longer in the map pool. We will not be seeing that. So I'm anticipating a game 5 grueler, a banger, and Envoy is back. So we could see it.
In the hometown, could rival Optics fan base here. We'll see who is back in the Ultra, who had a phenomenal day #1 with the return of Envoy.
Yes.
He seems to be back on his game, and you can see a difference of the impact in those respawns, Allie.
Absolutely. That was kind of my biggest point when I was looking at that Optic Texas versus Toronto match way back during Major 2, because not only was it different maps, but Envoy was having a very tough time during Major 2. He had a .66 in that matchup, but that doesn't look like the Envoy that we're going to get today. Near the tail end of those qualifiers, it looks like the talent that Toronto Ultra was hoping to pick and add to their roster from the beginning of the season that has decided to spawn in on these maps. So I'm expecting a much longer of a banger than we got last time.
Nameless, this is our Major 1 champions. A lot of people forgot this was our #1 team for the first 7 weeks of the season. Toronto trying to prove that they belong back on top of the throne, and Scrap, he's leading the way statistically.
Yeah, I mean, the guy is always getting it done. He's dropping bombs. I mean, just look at your screen right now, right? Where other players have a different performance, like throughout this stage, Insight and Envoy, you can count on Scrap, and that's why their respawn has still been unbelievable, like world-class 16-4 from the start of this stage until now. Their hardpoint has really never shaken. It's just this matchup versus Optic has been tough. I can't wait, honestly. It's the best match of the day for me.
We got the kindest fans in gaming up here in Canada, and we've got some stellar matches coming your way. If you're looking for trash talk, look no further than that 4:30 battle between Scrap and Pred. But we're kicking things off with the elimination fight. Who powers into the top 6? It's either Seattle Surge or Carolina Royal Ravens when we return.
Time is running out to make your picks. Choose your winners now by scanning the QR code you see on the screen. Hurry, it closes at 3:15 Eastern. The Cataclysm Pack is available now. This bundle includes the Cataclysm Operator Skin, Dystopia Weapon Blueprint, Iron Lung Charm, Vroom Animated Calling Card, Alpha Vinyl Guiding Light Emblem, and Scratch Tally Weapon Sticker. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
Never miss a match of your favorite teams with the Call of Duty League Calendar Sync. Here's the fun part. When you add a calendar, you'll also receive a Squad Up calling card you can use in-game. Welcome into day 3 as we head down to the elimination bracket to find out who powers into our top 6. It's the Seattle Surge taking on the Carolina Royal Ravens, and this is a rematch of a qualifier battle that happened just about 4 weeks ago. So Nameless, I want to start with maps and modes because the players are ready to go at it. What happened last time, and how do you see this time working out?
Yeah, so the last series was a Game 5 victory by the Seattle Surge. They won both Search and Destroys, but for Carolina, since then, they've been 8-2 in that game most specifically, completely turned it around. This was that tipping point. 6-star was also maps 1 and 5, which Seattle won both of those, so they feel very comfortable in the first and last map of the series.
It's time to get our Scuff Pick'ems in, and Allie, I want you to start. You were 6-6 to start the weekend. Today, we're getting back to our winning ways. Who do you got taking the first one?
I'm going to go with Carolina Royal Ravens in this one.
Carolina Royal Ravens. Nameless?
I think Carolina's improved so much. That energy from yesterday, if that AR duel goes off again, it ain't no way they're losing. I got Carolina in this one.
27-year-old Felony hits different right now. I'm siding with the old crew. It's Carolina and Gwyn with the win today. Blaze, let's find out where the fans are going as we send it down live to the stage.
You know what, Chris? I'm excited to see where the fans are going as well. Toronto, do you want to see Seattle win? Do you want to see the Ravens win? Well, the first squad coming to the stage, don't care what y'all got to say. Ready to drown out the competition? Get ready for Seattle. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the Seattle Surge! We got Ofo, Hook, Abuza, and Brezzy. You can love them or you can hate them, but Seattle Surge ready to play.
It has been a successful stage up until this point, but they're going up against their direct competition to make it into champs. They cannot be satisfied just yet. We saw 04 go absolutely nuts on that stage yesterday. He's going to have to do it once again. They already beat Carolina, so you know they can do it. Let's bring them out, Blaze.
Yeah, they definitely got the leg up on them, Ant. But Carolina, they've been ready to soar to this stage for a minute. Toronto, get ready to make some noise, because here come those Ravens.
Right now lining them up for Ravens. They win the majority of them.
Clayster with 2. This one is done. See you later, New York. Fly on home.
Felony rallying up the side.
Flying to the stage, it's the Carolina Royal Ravens. Here comes Clayster, Felony, Teej, and Gwyn. The Ravens ready to pick apart the competition.
The Carolina Royal Ravens flying through their competition yesterday in a swift 3-1 versus LAG, and it was off of the veterans back on this squad and on this stage. The crowd is behind them, and they are ready to make another push heading into champs, but they got to get through the storm first. It's the first match of Super Saturday. Let's go, Blaze.
Yes, it is, Allie, and what a storm it is. It's electric in the venue here for Saturday. It's day number 3, and I'm ready to kick it off. So So shift steady. Let's get the ball rolling.
Woo, it's rolling already, my guy. We've got a full day of Saturday matches, and they all look like they're primed to be absolutely marquee. This one in particular, not just a rematch from the first day of qualifiers for Major 3, but they're so tight together in the overall season standings. Placement is everything for both these two
They're right
squads.
next to each other, 8th and 9th spot, a difference of 5 CDL points. So obviously, whoever wins this series is going to give themselves a little bit of a lead going forward. But we're in for one hell of a start to our Super Saturday, like Ali said, because this team, both of these squads are trying to figure out how the hell they're going to get into that top 6, because you know they did have a previous matchup. Seattle Surge got the better of them in a game 5, but that was online. Carolina are way different in this LAN environment.
Yeah, it was online, and it was also while 3 of the 4 members and for the Charlotte guys were moving to Charlotte. Didn't get a lot of rehearsal reps before that matchup, but still, it's a bit of a grudge match, and we're going to a 6-star hardpoint where Seattle, they've really stepped up their respawn game. Their hold percentage, their break percentage has been great. On the other foot, though, Carolina, which is finding so much success with respawn, all of a sudden, it has not been all that great for them here in the qualifier.
Yeah, and it definitely versus this team, because they struggled the first time around that they had to play 6-star versus Seattle. It's a very close game, but Seattle Surge, what they did great was find a lot of success on their holds and also hella success on their breaking. They had to put a lot of focus today on those fundamentals in the rotation, but Carolina, we saw what they were able to do yesterday in Hardpoint. Let's see if they can do it again today.
We got Ravens, we got Surge. Let's get it on here on 6-star. Clayster already locking things down over through U-Haul side. Again, the patience from Carolina yesterday, exquisite, and already executing on that early, but the difference maker for Seattle has been 0-4. So both teams finding success in both of their appropriate venues here on the opener.
So far, Carolina coming out swinging on this V1. They know that they do not have the preferred spawns over towards the next hill, so they want to kind of try to contest this all the way to the very end. But again, the routes being hit by Clayster. He did this all day yesterday. He's trying to make those fundamental plays for this roster, and even with the break coming in for Seattle for the final 15, Clayster's just thinking a step ahead.
It's just that proactivity. That's what we really saw, not just first optic, but especially yesterday versus LAG. And it's one of those things that it's not just proactive and getting aggressive as, oh, I can't go any further. So they're drawing the line in the sand nicely. As Clayster finds the opener. Follow up here for Carolina. They're into the pool early, but here comes Seattle with the proximal spawns.
Yeah, they have the back spawns. They're trying to set up the proper pinch to attack this as a complete unit, and Abuza gets it done with the rival and the MCW in the end. But now it turns into a one-on-one, and Hook is at least able to come out on top in that engagement. So Seattle still in current control of this HP, but Clayster hits a route, only able to take down one. It's going to at least allow a little bit of more time for his teammates to still work for this break.
Yeah, 0-4 though, off of his off spawn, hits the cutoff. That, again, provides a little bit of time and space for Seattle to get back into the hard point. Next hit attempt here for Carolina, just going to be 3 members strong. You got a player in Gwyn already on rotation. That was the big thing yesterday we noticed. He had a ton of hill time, but Carolina from the front, finding a couple eliminations. Brezzy, the last one standing though, will secure the scrap.
Yeah, this is exactly what you need to do if you're Carolina, because you know you already have the spawns off the rotation at P3. So if you can try to trap them on the backside of this pool hill, that's exactly what you want to do to keep them as far away as you possibly can from that next HP. But right now, Seattle taking a lot of mid-map control. They're going to chow onto TJ, not able to find the kill, but the trade is effective.
And you got the crossfire set up here for Carolina as well. Reading this hit over the middle of the map. Oh, Brezzy, 3 in a row. Impressive shots over towards Gwyn, but a Semtex from Clayster cleans up the hitter on the back. All 4 dead. Carolina reset up.
And that's the difference so far in this game. The last time that they matched up, Clayster sat at a 0.8 overall in that series. An 8-3 start on 5 in a row cannot pick up that cruise missile, but Carolina have taken the lead by a little bit. With only 30 seconds left, Seattle are rallying the troops, trying to hit up the water steps, but this is another young man who had himself one hell of a day yesterday. Felony trying to continue that pace.
The patience is just so good for Carolina. TJ pushes the envelope forward, and that results in what will be essentially a 1v1 for scrap time. Gwyn going to take on Hook for it. There's the contest, and then Gwyn turns, finds the kill. So now the focus purely over here towards security, and once again, old man Clay got his Nikes on. He's here first, but can't tally up 0-4. Seattle win the rotation.
Yeah, Seattle are going to have more bodies off the rotation, but I don't know if they're going to be
pardon me?
ready for this aggressive play coming in from Fellow. He's able to find one, and now you keep this play very mixy. Not able to get the kill, though, but it leads to the break for Carolina.
Wow. I mean, Fellow just slips right by that Seattle setup, and all of a sudden what looked to be a very clear-cut hard point favoring Seattle to start goes the way of the Ravens. Lead starting to grow. Seattle trying to set up their break. These doors are bulletproof, nade-proof, everything-proof. Gwyn holding it down, just trying to see who's going to challenge first. Who gives his offer? Not able to find the lineup, but still, Carolina hold the numbers, and the final kill goes their way.
Yeah, they get all 4 kills. Now the final 30 potentially going to be theirs, and if you are Seattle Surge, we talked about
about it all throughout the Major 3 qualifiers. They are always in the game, but the thing that they struggle with is simply the sling in Hardpoint. You have to try to figure out how to get a couple kills because Carolina are completely different from when they're online to on land because everyone is shooting so damn straight. They now find themselves up by 60 points. They're going to be late off the rotation the next, but Felony finds himself on 4.
Yeah, that's the big news. The 1v1 for scrap time goes the way of Carolina, while the 1v1 for new goes the way of Seattle. So 6 of one, half a dozen of another. But Clayster opens things up as 0-4, cannot get to the bottom of the pool. Hoop trying to do what he can over toward the bench's side, and with support from Brezzy, Seattle will get themselves a little bit early time.
Yeah, they're in the hill. Hooks is trying to swim as fast as he possibly can with that Renetti in hand. But they have withstood the pressure early on from Carolina. The spawn's now flipped, and they have to work their way back into this HP. TJ with that double, and a pinch coming in from Gwyn. This is the opportunity.
And he has got a really solid read, just waiting for contact from his teammates first before he makes his presence known, and there it goes. Gwyn gets 2 on the cutoff. 0-4, last one left. Wants to go for it, and he does clear a little bit of space. Maybe a chance to contest this back 20, but Seattle also has to worry about rotation into Carolina stepping a little bit further ahead.
And the route right there from Gwyn, he's able to get a free double with that Renetti in hand. Goes to that deep pinch through mid connector, and he prefers this weapon instead of the MCW. That's now 5 in a row, trying to make it 6. But the team finds right there from Seattle too strong. But the rotation even better now for Carolina, as they're the team initially in it. But a couple gunfights going mixed either opposing way. At least Carolina have more bodies around this side of the map.
And these last 4 lives for Gwyn, he has come off of a weird spawn and absolutely hit the perfect route as Carolina now getting it right around about double the points at a perfect time as we set up P1 to jump to Illicit with the Carolina Royal Ravens.
One shot in the corner. I hear you, teacher. Good. He's in blue. In blue, left side, one shot. One open, one blue. Open. You guys want B2? I just want B2. Two blue. I'm losing weak. One more VIP. Let's go, Isaiah.
Spawning P3.
I hear you.
I'll help you, DJ. DJ, I have your open.
I needed your mid. No. I'm on new.
No, behind us, blue.
I have your blue push, dead.
Right,
I'm on new right now.
DJ. You don't have to. I spawn P4.
Blue and DJ, both sides, guys.
I'm playing this over.
One open. Nice, good job. That was open.
I'm playing old.
One shot on time. I'm rapping deeply, cat.
One shot on time. No, behind me, lobby. 0-4 at old. We're missing 2. Brezzy and
I'm making sure they don't hit our blue.
One's
probably
new.
We're spawning P3.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit old and go around open, bro.
Yeah, nothing's hit our blue yet. I'm helping you at old. I don't know where he was at.
One open. He went down open.
Shallow.
He's curved open.
Don't shot shallow. Shallow stun.
4 stun open. There's only 2 on you guys.
I didn't shot shallow.
He's curved. 0-4 hit curve, guys.
I'm trying to nading shallow.
And obvious.
I'm shallow. Last two.
Go, let's get open.
Keep shot this.
Right side, one shot.
Okay, nice. I have a choke.
I have
shallow. I have off shallow. One's open the front.
I have mid. I have shallow. Okay,
I have shallow. No, we're good. Just team shot.
I'm keep shotting.
Damn! Behind us, you. And front, there's you. All good. Flip this huge chair. Nice, bro. Nice job, bro.
Push you out.
I'll get mid. I'll get our mid.
I'm gonna go deep right now.
I'm playing this, bro. One's blue. One is blue. You got blue. The other guy's red.
You can hear it, the chemistry for Carolina. They're calling every single player. But a moment there where Seattle do kind of catch them a little bit off guard. The scrap time going their way, but the Surge have to win this rotation.
Oh, yeah, you have to, but you're already going to be late to the party because Carolina have cut their losses. You can hear the communication, though, from Clayster. The route he was able to put himself in, taking control of that middle map, just giving all the comms that this is the only angle they can apply that pressure from, and they were able to find all those kills to lead us to some good time there at that P2, but 3 kills in favor of the Seattle Surge right up through the little map. That is one hell of a break to keep your hopes and dreams alive.
All 4 dead. You have a chance to zone out the front while also keeping your eyes on mid-map. A chance here for Seattle to dig into this lead and possibly get as close to about a tie game. Brezzy not sure what to look at, though, at the moment, as there is an off-spawn for Seattle. Here comes the next break attempt for Carolina, but the kills are not fully there. Clayster around the back, good for the first. Trying to tally up the second, waiting for TJ to come through, and the teamwork is perfect. Over 200 points, Carolina looking to close the map out on rotation.
Oh, and Clayster's able to find another. If you're asking for the vet to make some plays, he's hitting the routes, winning some insane gunfights. And that's why Carolina fanned themselves up by currently 60 points. But now all they need is 46 to close out this map number 1. They are already blessed with the rotation over towards P4. Routes now have to be hit out of the Seattle Surge. You see 0-4 right up through the middle side, trying to catch the timing, but Felony gets a read on it. Just can't let this guy finesse a little bit more.
Absolutely the case against Seattle. They've played this map a ton in this qualification stage. Their breaking percentage has been great, even versus some of the top teams. And when they need it the most, they secure breakthrough security very cleanly on top of that. So 40 seconds to fight for. Carolina spawning close. Here comes the next hit.
Yeah, they need to find a break, and they need to find it quickly. Wow. And with that double coming in from Felon, that might be just enough. Numbers advantage in favor of Carolina. They can no longer win it at this HP, but this final 25, Seattle are not going to try to give this one up for free. They're going to go for one more break attempt.
And you have to find a way to contest at least some of this time. You cannot allow Carolina to get to that 240 mark. Teammate may help out, but it doesn't make a difference. TJ holds the front line, and Clayster cleans up the rest. It's going to get to 240 for Carolina. Seattle trying to get over towards New, but Gwyn here to meet him.
And not Gwyn, the only player here now off the rotation, at least finds one, but now the troops are here to assist them. It's going to turn into a 3v3 battle for this rotation to try to execute a break to close out this map number 1. Kills going back and forth. You still have to locate where the hell the swimmer is in this pool hill. And Gwyn's just finessing with that. Renetti finds another kill. It's only 8 seconds till they take map 1.
But Seattle able to get the reinforcements here quickly. 3 players now surround the hard point. TJ, the rest of Carolina trying to work through the backside at Tiki. Booza, long-range shots good for the first, but Felony able to follow up. Not enough to confirm the trades they need, though. Clayster still just trying to find Uku. Pops himself up, and Booza the last one left, and Gwyn finds the kill. Now it's just down to 0-4, the new guy in. If the nade will take him out of the hard point, and maybe a chance to see another hill, but you have to still commit here for Seattle.
Yeah, you have to, because Carolina only need 5 seconds. You have to put all your reinforcements on this side of the map, and so far it's working out in their favor. As now with only 10 seconds remaining here at P5, it's all about this rotation over towards next. Gwyn is going to lose that initial fight, but it's all about this one wave of kills. Whoever comes out on top will be able to execute it, and it looks like it's Carolina.
Absolutely the case. Fellow gets 2. Clayster finds Hook for the 3rd and final, and no one for Seattle able to get back a huge map win for the side of the Carolina Ravens to get the opener done.
And that's how you keep that hardpoint streak going. That's now 3 in a row for Carolina. They were struggling all of online, but this is something different about when they hit that main stage. Players get activated. Felony again with an insane map at 32 and 20. Gwyn doing what he does best. 31 and 19. Not a slow start to today, but everybody from Carolina go positive.
Yeah.
Seattle on their side, everyone is negative, and you only lose this game by 40 points. When we talked to Rambo yesterday, he said we're always in the game, but if we can get a couple more kills, we be a lot more dominant than what we actually are.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they fall short in that map number 1. Carolina get the redemption and off that old series that they played.
Yeah, and that is the big point, right? I mean, for Seattle, their hard point has really turned a corner in this stage, but a lot of it has simply been off the fact that their objective focus has been better. But rotationally, they're still the last ones there almost every single time, and this map pool really does showcase the bad side of those stats. 11th and 12th in rotation percentage for both of these 2 hard points that we have. But with that told, again, their ability to get into the hill, hold, or find breaks has been very successful, and that's the reason they stay in the game throughout the large majority of map 1.
And if you think about Seattle Surge in the beginning of the season, they were perfect off the rotations. They just couldn't find any success on holds and any success on breaks. So you make a little roster change. Now we're not getting any rotations, but we're successful on the holds, and we find a lot of success also on the break percentage. But versus teams like Carolina, who play those fundamental situations correctly every single time, Clayster knows, like, I might not get the most engagements on the map, but I'm hitting the proper routes. I'm going to be at that hill nice and early to make the game a lot easier for my team. And as long as he continues to play like that, Carolina are going to find a lot of success in HP.
And they're just vibing. I mean, you could just tell the patience that comes through of, oh, I'm in a 1v2 situation. Let me get the first, stay away from the second, wait for my teammate to get here so we can teamwork something. Saw it from Clayster's POV a number of times. Gwyn was the guy often there second, and he was right there to pick up on where exactly the Seattle Surge members were, and that's what we did not see from Gwyn yesterday. So if he's playing like this, wow, watch out for these boys today.
And it's good that Gwyn has all these veterans around him, because usually when you're a player coming up from challenges, you always want to go for those challenges, those one-shot gunfights. But the more you get reps with your team, you got to understand how much of a value your life is in certain situations. So today, the difference from yesterday is that he was going out there challenging, not really getting those gunfight wins, but he was getting everybody one shot. That was setting up all the other players. But today, playing your life, allowing your ARs to simply shoot over you, it's exactly how you want to play HP.
And really, all the way throughout, you see it in the game flow. Outside of the mix in the first 2 hills, it was pretty much Carolina holding control of this map from start to finish. And here's where the better news comes out for Royal Ravens fans. You're going to a Rio Search and Destroy. You've played it a ton. And on top of that, it's looked real good. Their dual percentage is great. Their conversion percentage is is great. Their retake percentage is great. I mean, they're just doing it all.
Yeah, they're 4-0 on this map, undefeated. The only undefeated Search and Destroy that they have on the bottom of their belts. And you are feeling super confident going into this Rio Search and Destroy with everything that your team does well. On the opposing side for Seattle, they have yet to play this map. It's been two stages that Rio has been in the map pool, and they have yet to even test the water. So hopefully the practice has been on their back end, because you're going to need it versus one of the top teams on the map.
Yeah, and on the other side of things, this is where things have been really baffling for this Seattle team, which we often regarded as the best Search and Destroy team in the game throughout kind of the first two stages, but that has not been the case, and a lot of it has come off of the lack of objective focus. Yeah. You saw the stats there. Retake percentage not high, and on top of that, their post-plant win percentage is also very low, which is so baffling considering that that was one of their main sources of success when they were playing with players like Illy.
And now they just have to figure it out. And at least the good thing for us is that we had the ability to cast all throughout challengers at Major 2. And we were able to spot 0-4 a lot on Rio. He loves himself that map. He can switch between the MCW, the Rival 9, the smoke retakes on the defensive side. You have to be prepared for it if you are Carolina, because even though Seattle have yet to play it, they have two of the fastest players in the entire league. So they're going to try to set that pace early on.
Exactly the case. It's interesting, just a little inside information. I was talking to Fellow about how they play this map, and he said, we don't actually have a playbook. We just say, hey, do you want to just like three-man hit outside bridge?
All right.
Sure, sounds good. But the thing about it is, even if they're not finding the opening duel win, they're quickly trading it because they're playing 3v2s on the map almost every single time. So we'll see if that creativity and those mid-round adaptations continue to stay strong, or can Seattle find a way to get their first Search win on the weekend. They'll start off on offense, and there's all eyes and nades set up towards this A hit.
And Gwyn already puts himself in a great position. No attacks are going to hit him, so he's going to be able to find that free first blood. Potentially going to find the second, but he runs out of bullets. But the reinforcements are here. It's still Carolina in the man advantage.
Hook does get out of dodge, though. Gives him a chance to try to reset into a 1v2. And he has the information that, yep, both Ravens that are still alive have rotated in towards A. That late smoke, maybe a bit of doubt in terms of if the Ravens knew that Hook had gotten out or not. So now it's just down to team working him together. No utility here. Hook trying to play this one out, and TJ, you sneaky devil. Does Hook even get a chance to take a look at it? Nope, sure won't. TJ just sticks it, and there's that post-point win percentage that Seattle's been struggling with.
And that's just knowing personnel. Like Clayster and Hook have won a world championship together. You know that Hook is most likely not going to check that instant bomb defuse. So you send TJ to complete. Bomb site to keep their teammate alive, and that leads to Carolina taking the first.
Clean stuff so far, without question. And an aggressive hit, though. That's the thing, is this Seattle team, they've been playing with some speed in Surge. Just doesn't quite work out. And I think a lot of that is, again, benefit to TJ, just kind of spamming through the smoke, getting a couple hit markers, alerts Gwyn that there is some danger nearby. Seattle setting up a bit of a 3-1 split. Lots of focus over the middle of the map for them, and they are giving a lot of space here at A. Hook will watch it from the cross, but for the Ravens, they've got nades set up for this already.
Yeah, this is a fill-out defensive setup right here from the Surge, but with Hook getting back down from that position, you're now going to put all of Seattle Surge in the mind games where they're thinking that that pressure is going to be over towards A, and you can see it on your mini-map. Carolina have taken top mid. The bomb is going down. It's a 4v4 now on the retake.
You got 0-4 going to be the first contest towards bridge side. Gwyn not expecting him so quickly. Shots are good. Kills are in. 4v3 situation now for the retake. TJ trying to hold topside Eskies. Flank on the way, though, from Clayster at the same rate. They clear everything from the back, but they don't expect that Seattle's playing this largely through mid. Pinstripe goes to kill feed, just down to Clay. 1v2 situation, and Hook beats him to the top of Eskies. Retake successful for Seattle.
Yeah, that's good stuff right there from Seattle. To be late to the party, but hit the proper routes, win some clutch one-on-one gunfights to successfully retake over towards that B site. Carolina are unbelievable in the post plants. They are second overall on this map, but first repetition on first Seattle, they find success there.
Yeah, and again, like you mentioned, the mind games looked like it was about to work out for Carolina, but there's a moment of second guessing where Seattle don't fully commit to getting onto A, and maybe that late call was enough to get them a little bit closer towards being able to contest that post-plant setup. So, wow, I mean, quick aggression coming out for both teams so far. Seattle next look. Something a little bit more standard. All four members immediately over towards this B setup. Trophy system trying to get up the top of Eskies. 0-4 going quickly, but nade stuns, locking him in place, cooking one up. Gwyn in the corner just pre-fires him out. And first blood tallied for the Ravens. Hook trying to follow, but can't get out. Numbers still with Ravens.
Yeah, big play right there out of Clayster to put himself in a position to find that trade. Now you keep the numbers in favor of Carolina, and now you're just going to take the pace right to him. Everyone right aggressive up through the middle of the map. They're trying to isolate onto Abuza, and I don't know if he's going to get a read on this.
This is, again, that situation where the Ravens are just playing, we got numbers, let's just use that. Isolate, play the 2v1. And now it's even better, a 1v3. Brezzy, bomb in hand, has a chance to maybe extend the play if he can find a way to plant, but there's so much question in terms of where did that push through go? He has no idea where the Ravens are.
The fellow was able to at least spot him, so he gives the comms to his teammates, and they all set themselves up for the chow. But on the back of another first blood right there out of Gwyn, you shut down your most aggressive player in 0-4. You trade effectively onto Hook as well. So the last two players in Brezzy and Abuza, you know they're not going to really be setting that pace because they both run the ARs. So you just isolate one by one, able to secure the round for Carolina.
And it's just so unpredictable. Sometimes it's three-man hit quickly on the defense. First, let's see if we can push through that. It's all worked out so far for this Carolina defense. Same can be said, though, for Seattle on their last retake. 1-2-1 split off the get-go here for Seattle. Very normal, very default. Carolina looking to go quickly. Trophy system down, nades out. Brezzy does get tagged by a stun, but doesn't make a difference. Hook is there for the support, and with that, they can tally not just first, but also second blood.
Oh, that's big plays right there from Hook, and he's not slowing down. He's able to find 3 through top mid. Trying to locate where the last player is in TJ to potentially pick up an ace, but TJ's able to find Brezzy. Potentially he's going to take down Hook, but that's where you have the numbers advantage in favor of the Surge. It's been all-out defenses for both of these squads. 2 first bloods for both of these squads, and that's where we're all tied up at 2.
Yeah, really good stuff from Seattle. Perfect response put together. That quick aggression working out for both sides at the moment. So what do you find a way to kind of get the offense going here? I mean, we've had 2 plants. Retakes have been successful both different times. Numbers have also been good at different moments in time as well. It's just not really finding the control around the map, it feels like. It just feels like everything is kind of very one-dimensional as a starter.
Yeah, I feel like both of these teams trying to find some success over at that A site because on their attacking side, they have been shut down 2 times now at B. But now Seattle sure is showing a little bit of a different look. All out aggression over towards that bridge side. Gwyn is going to get a lot of info, and he potentially might give the call to TJ. You can start to work that flank.
Well, there's a question mark here, though, because that's an offensive smoke that gets tossed. So Gwyn maybe not confirm how many players are here. That's a bit of reinforcement, though, knowing that Brezzy's playing bridge side. Clayster also sees that the plant is on towards B, so the quick rotation from the Ravens defense is here.
You have one player in Abuza watching the super deep pinch, but TJ's not going to attack that angle. 0-4 is able to take down Clay for the first blood. So now if you're Carolina, with only 30 seconds left, you have to get a move on it. But 0-4 with the route just makes plays happen, is able to take down one, and it turns somehow into a 1v1.
Hook tries to get through smoke, 20 seconds on the clock. Gwyn, has he been seen? Oh! What a set of shots from Hook. He was second to the gunfight, but snaps. Takes care of Gwyn, and there's our first offensive round win.
And this is why Seattle would love to play a little bit of real, because you have players who always set pace. 0-4 finds a double. Hook closes out the round on 2 in a row. Just great plays out of the Rival 9 players for the Surge. Securing the first attacking round of this entire map. But this one-on-one gunfight, how much HP does Hook have left? 53. He was just cleaner off the shots. Seattle in the advantage.
Wow. I mean, that looked like it was about to go awry very quickly. Hook saves the day. What a masterclass he's had, 8 and 3. And they've needed every bit of that to this point. Abuza opening shots towards Fellow. I don't know if he confirms that there are more Ravens players here, but it may not make a difference. 0-4 sees the shadow up and over. Oh! And into a double. Not able to get away with his life, but numbers still hold with Seattle.
Now Felony and Clayster left to try to clutch on up. Clay's going to work his way back through that mid doorway. Hook is waiting right in the perfect position. Now it's Felony left in a 1v3. Just too many players to account for. Seattle Surge now with a couple rounds in a row, really applying pressure out of their Rival 9 players. The fact that 0-4 is able to take 2 down, that's chef's kiss. But then you also allowed your other playmaker in Hook to take a lot of mid-map control, give the info to his teammates that they have to be trapped over towards that A side. And it works out to perfection, as now they find themselves with a 2-round lead.
And for a team that hasn't played this map yet, wow, they're looking pretty clean on it.
Yep.
Like you mentioned, and it's coming in the form of not only defensively are they finding a good resistance on one of the 2 bomb sites, but they're taking away space wherever the hit is not. So can they find a way to turn this into 3 in a row, take a 5-2 advantage here in the Surge? Carolina, no more nonsense. All 4 members looking at force the gunfight up top. But Hook is just not losing gunfights. 4 in a row, 10 and 3. First blood to Seattle.
Oh my God, it's another first blood. It's now 5 on the map for Seattle. Trying to execute in this 3v4. You're able to get Placer absolutely one shot, but the route being hit by 04 actually does get read by Gwyn. Now it's all a lot of pressure in towards boxes as a 1v2.
Oh, and who just wants it? Give me it. Oh, goodness. Easy work for Kyler. 7 in a row, 3 in the round, and now the cruise missile and a 5-2 tally.
Hoog is just popping takeover so far in the search and destroy. Had a couple clutch rounds. Multiple rounds where he's just finding first blood with that rival 9. But that now puts Seattle Surge at game point as we take a replay look at all the mixiness over towards the boxes area. He's able to find 2 and finds the final kill. That's actually the ace on the round. Great plays out of Hook. Cruise missile earned, and this is basically a bow on the top of this one because Seattle Surge have everything in their back pocket.
I think if you're Carolina, you're forced to hit with some tempo here. You just do not want to allow a chance for Hook to get this cruise missile off and just put the series away here. But a moment of reprieve as both teams will kind of get themselves set up around the middle of the map. Opening nades not showing too much, and the more silence there is, maybe the more doubt Seattle have in terms of where is this hit actually coming from. But looks very different. So, I don't know. Interesting stuff.
It's kind of scary, though, if you're Carolina there, because this was a strong map for you. This was your map pick in that map number 2. Now, we are guaranteed going to that map number 4, but when you get to that 6-star, if we potentially get all the way to the game 5, Seattle already gotten the better you there. So, even though this was a turnaround series for them online in their search and destroy, because last time they played, they lost both S&Ds, overall 8-2, but that's one that you were definitely expecting to go underneath your belt.
100%. So it kind of feels like shoes on the opposite foot. Carolina steal away map number 1. Seattle take control of map number 2. And the interesting point, Highrise Control did not look particularly great for Carolina yesterday. So have to find some immediate corrections. And of course, with that, we also have the map 4 Hardpoint, which really feels like anyone's game. So we'll step away, come back with the control and an even series to start off our Super Saturday. Don't go far. More CDL after this.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to COD Champs this year. The giveaway includes 2 VIP tickets, travel expenses, and more. To enter, scan the QR code on the page or go to scuff.co/CDL and enter your email. Terms and conditions apply.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
In Toronto, they turn it into a miracle. Unbelievable.
Lins goes back to the bomb plant. I love it. Is Felony going to get hit fast enough? Oh my goodness, Renetti at the ready. Do it. Do it.
Love it.
Goodbye, Lins. The round is over.
It doesn't get better. Like, your eyes light up when you catch him as he's running away from it. That's the instant call to hop the bomb. Nasty gonna get that trade, but a 3v2 for Surge, and they are still smooth.
Oh, Nasty wins a big one. Go see, can he get 2 as well? What a round. Thieves find the equalizer.
You are dealing with players that are running you down.
Toronto have to reset up again.
This is their last hurrah.
Only 2 defenders inside the zone. The others for New York. Worried about the overextension.
Oh my God.
Drop. Here comes the flood. Skies by himself could do nothing. Trophy system this time gets placed safely. On top of that, at the 12v2, Toronto looking clear here at A, unless maybe some desperate nades land and popcorn them out of the zone. Hydra tries to step up, and Toronto takes the round 5 offensive win.
Oh my God, Ultra.
Nero on 3 straight. He'll be holding. Get the plant down. You lost the man early. This time you're able to get the first blood. Nero going big. 5 in a row. Looking for 6. Able to keep on eating. Maybe the ace. But I love this. It's all 4. Nero
a monster in that round, and he's on 7 in a row.
I mean, with the score the way it is.
Scrap with the double through the hill. Still keeps the opportunity alive for Ultra. They get all 4 dead in the feed. They are potentially going to steal map 1 right now.
But the last 8 seconds are coming through. Kleenex over the middle of the map. Oh! It works out. One more hit coming out of Savins. Kleenex doing his namesake. Wipes up the floor on the front side of the Hardpoint in Toronto. Turn it into a miracle. Unbelievable. Welcome back to Toronto on our Super Saturday between Seattle and Carolina to get us kicked off. Puck has dropped, and well, I'll tell you, we have had a fiery start to this series. A very tight hard point, and then Hook took over in map number 2, leading us to a high-rise control, Jake.
Yeah, and this high-rise control is everything for both of these squads. Obviously, if you're Carolina, you played it yesterday versus the Gorillas. It was not good. You got blown out on that map in 6 to 7 minutes. That's how fast it was. And it was due to the fact that they couldn't find any success in that slaying department. And then for Seattle Surge yesterday versus Minnesota, wow, they played lights out. Abuza has really been surprising me all throughout this event because online, he was sitting around a 0.8. He's also their main AR player. He wasn't really having a lot of success, but he has been the shining light all weekend long. And then you get plays from 0-4 with that MCW in hand, who had that takeover moment as well yesterday. So this map number 3 is simply who can outslay the opposing team.
And for now, it doesn't really feel like we can really say for certain one side or the other, especially based on the control statistics. It's not easy to find shining moments for Seattle outside of yesterday. So it's all down to, I think you're right, can Abuza lock down this map, make life a little bit easier for 0-4 and Hook. On the other side, what has Carolina been able to learn? Because they've played this map a ton, but when they lose it, it feels like they're just getting absolutely smoked from start to finish.
It's the same thing every single time we watch Carolina on this map. Just zero success on the attacking side. So hopefully they're able to get a better break off the rip. So all the players don't fall, then you're put into that trap early on, but you can see already in the feed, Seattle find 3. Gwyn now simply has to play his life, but he is at least able to find 1 kill onto Abuza, cannot make it the second, and now Carolina have to work out of their base.
Oh goodness, L4 just right through the metal piping, able to find another onto Felony in his safe, what should be his safe to hide windows. Brezzy also through mid-map, just again, no routes available at all for Carolina, and that was, I think, the worry, I think, for a lot of Carolina fans, is like, hey, we really only have one good control map. That gets vetoed against you. What do we do?
And it's difficult because you played Seattle 4 weeks ago. You were able to play Karachi in that series, and you blew them out the water. So Seattle Surge, they didn't want to test their map pool and play an invasion. They said, no, we're going to get rid of Karachi. You're going to put the plays in Carolina's hands. And now they have to try to find some success on High-Rise. 3 kills do go in favor of them, so they're able to work out of their base, but there's only 35 seconds left. You have to earn some segments.
This hit has to find success for Carolina. The life count really isn't as bad as you would think, and Felony taking care of Brezzy now gives an opportunity for the Ravens to possibly even stack over this direction. 0-4 caught with the pistol out on sprint, so first tick gone, second on the way. Hook just trying to watch over the top of this zone, but he doesn't have a look at anybody, and this 3-man stack is likely to get them an extra 60 seconds.
The time is going to get extended. This has been a great play from Carolina. The start off wasn't the best, but the mid-game adjustments worked out to perfection to at least put them in a position to extend the game clock Now you have a minute and 25 to work with.
There you go.
And you find 3 kills in the feed. This is where that transition is going to come quick.
And Brezzy really can't do much besides just stay alive here. Backside Shack, you got 3 members already on the A zone. Brezzy tries to force some sort of an engagement. The timing isn't in his name, and all the nades will come out of spawn and land for Seattle. Clears off every single Raven, leaving Gwyn on 5 in the middle of the map, looking for his 6 and a cruise missile, and doesn't get it versus Abuza. Seattle back into the control of the map.
That's tough right there. Carolina had a couple trophy systems. Definitely going to help them in that situation, but the nades hit for Seattle to reinforce their way back out of their base. And now Carolina now forced to work out of their spawn once again. All the kills in the feed currently in favor of the Surge, but 49 seconds left. You completed 4 segments. You can work your way out to give yourself one more opportunity.
Yeah.
That might be it.
We also have a 12v8 situation, so lives are starting to dwindle on both sides. Obviously more comfortable, though, for Seattle, with especially the ability for 04 to stay super close up towards the window. 7 in a row. Cruise missile had already been tallied. Looking for number 8. Not quite able to finish off Gwyn. So maybe one more chance here for the Ravens to step on towards A.
Yeah, 20 seconds remaining on the game clock. It's still 10-6 in lives remaining. But you do have a couple players from Seattle Surge still contesting behind enemy lines. Brezzy just being a nuisance, at least able to find 1 kill, but with only 10 seconds left, final push here for Carolina.
And 04 just holds that front door at blue. Abuza waiting for someone to cross into his line of sight. Hook tested over at mid, though. That may turn the focus here for Seattle as the hit from Carolina starts to come from behind, but no one can get onto the zone in time. So 4 ticks of progress. Not the worst news for Carolina, but the cruise missile, the better news for Seattle.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing right there. If you're Carolina, successful on those segments when it looked to be dire, as they walk away with 4 in that first attacking round. But you said it perfectly, my friend. They now have to put a lot of focus on that cruise missile, as we're going to take a look at the nades being bombarded over towards this propane area. Thankfully that the propane didn't play any of an ounce there in that situation. It was just all the nades hitting. No trophy system for Carolina, for Seattle to take the first round.
A tally of 4 is where the bar is set in terms of tick progression. And really, outside of the fact that 04 is 13-4, I mean, the rest of Seattle, I would say happy to see him dominating early. Brezzy, propane tank explosion onto TJ. Follow-up elimination good from Hook. That will get them a look over towards the B zone. Fellow trying to hold on to the alley, but shut down as Hook now steps forward into mid, taking 3 in a row. And with that, Seattle making progress on B.
And you could just see the teamwork right there on full display for Surge. Abuza putting down a couple shots. He's sending Hook to close out that kill. And then they're always having crossfires around the middle of the map. First segment already complete at that B point. All of Carolina trying to attack at least through the middle of the map and through bottom blue. Abuza, he doesn't get any info on that side of the map, so 3 kills in the feed for Carolina. They retake the map.
That's a bold call for the defensive retake for Carolina, but Seattle not stacking. They really get away with murder here, do the Ravens. 3 in a row, and now you've all of a sudden got Clayster all the way into office. Brezzy just has to sit here and wait. You can see Carolina already preparing for this. They say, hey, you can hang out back here all you want. We've got the forward defenders we need. The shutdown is good towards the spawn, but the same can be said as Seattle have an exit from theirs as well.
Yeah, they were able to find those couple of kills of the players on Carolina, push into their spawn, and now have an avenue of attack over towards that B Street side. But with only 30 seconds left, you have to make this push count. You cannot allow Carolina to slay you all the way to the very end, especially with this cruise missile getting invested. It's able to get 1 kill, but you still have to work that objective.
Yeah, that's an expensive cost to be sure, but you can feel the pressure if you're Seattle saying, we need to get more than just this 1 second. We want to have a chance, and TJ over the top, make sure the clock continues to tick away. 13 seconds left to play. Hook, backside alley, not a clean look over towards Clayster. Numbers are still decent, though. Seattle can stay on the zone thanks to 04. Second tick of progress about to be locked. Here comes TJ from behind, though, able to find the first cleanly, but 04 takes him out of commission, and there's going to be an extra 60 seconds unless nades can land immediately. 1 will land, but not the second needed, so we get an extra minute of gameplay.
Yeah, you did not want that right there if you are Carolina. He played it picture perfect all the way to the final 20 seconds. But 04, again, making a play happen for his team. Able to complete 3 segments so far, extending the time, but you still have 1 more to make up for. And look at the route being hit by Hook. Not a single player from Carolina are going to have a read on him.
And Abuza finding 2 from the front means that Carolina's eyes are all focused forward. There's 4 dead. Hook trying to guard off the spawn. Gwyn the next one up. Hook is starting to feel it again. 4 to Still ammunition if he wants to. 6, but Fellow finds the kill. But meantime, there's still a 3-man stack over towards A. 3rd tick of progress about to be worked on, and there is a trophy system to keep them safe. Seattle take the offense, go up 2-0.
And that's beautiful play. It's right there out of the Surge. I guess the cruise missile got something done, because they were able to work their way back into that B point with 20 seconds remaining. And then Once they find all the kills in sync, they rotate completely over through the middle of the map, put themselves on that position at A. But then the play right there, the hook, the route right there at a hook to work through that underground. And Carolina just simply not accounting for him. He finds 5 in a row, keeps them in a trap by himself, and that leads to Seattle Surge walking away with the attack.
And another couple of moments where, again, it's 0-4, the new guy up. That really allowed Seattle to stay alive offensively as long as they did. And now all of a sudden, Carolina can definitely feel the sweat. After what was a pretty decent opening offense, you think you have the defense locked. Now you got to win 3 rounds in a row. First blood good for Abuza. Hook already top heli. Has fellow trapped in a corner. Follow-up. Clayster can't quite lock down Hook on the route back through, but the trades are decent. Not a full spawn trap, but still Seattle putting out a bit of punish over to the windows of Carolina.
And it's very difficult to work out of your spawn. At least you do have one player in Gwyn trying to finesse through bottom pit. Finds a kill onto Abuza. Now is setting up that pinch over towards the B Street side, but the rest of the teammates still having a hard time and working out of their spawn.
It's just these solo missions that we're starting to see from Carolina are not creating the easy exits that they want. Hook, backside alley. I mean, he is shooting, and he is shooting straight, my friends. Pistol out for now. Help is on the way. Carolina just don't have much to work with. They got a player to aim, that's about it.
I feel like this is the same thing every single time we watch Carolina on this map. But now with your backs against the wall with only 29 seconds remaining, Fellow with a big one-on-one gunfight to keep the game clock paused. It at least stalls time for his teammates to work over towards that B point. First segment already going to be complete, but here come the attacks from Seattle.
Gwyn mid-map, make sure that Hook can't find the contest. Second to progress, looking to be locked. 0-4 also traded out. Ragdoll effect had Gwyn tweaking for a moment, but everything's all good as he finds the kill needed at mid. And now an extra 60 going to get likely added again. Brezzy gave it one more contest, but doesn't find much. And then 0-4 sacrifices his life. So here we go again. Hook the only one standing, but does find the transition kill into Gwyn. 17 plays 15.
Yeah, it's a big one-on-one gunfight. He's able to find a second as well onto TJ. So Clayster on 5 in a row. Has to be super patient in this moment, because a cruise missile can be the difference maker, especially on an attacking round. But Seattle aren't giving up anything for free. They're not giving him a free kill.
And they've gotten through heli. Yeah, Hook is back in your spawn again. This is taking too much time for Clay to find kill number 6. Obviously the resources needed one. 0-4, heli stairs, lots of hit markers, no kills. Off the reload, no one looking to trade out Clay for now. But with a couple of kills for Carolina through blue, they can get back onto the zone to pause the clock at 49.
Yeah, we pause the game clock, but Clayster does fall. He's playing so damn hard for that streak, is not able to earn it. But at least the teammates are shooting a little bit different at this A point. That's now 3 dead in the feed. You do have one player already contesting at that B point in Hook. He's at least able to find one. That first segment being done, second segment already complete as well.
2 trophy systems on as well, so these nades are not going to land this time. 3 players fall. Abuza would have to run and run quickly if he wants to try to contest this. He does get there in the nick of time. The rest of Seattle start to flood forward. Gwyn for 1, but they can't get the player off the zone. 7v6, and Seattle, thanks to the heroics and the slide from Abuza, will get the contest and now the depletion.
That's just great plays right there out of Abuza. He was absolutely one shot, but playing his life was more valuable in that situation. Now the time is starting to dwindle down. They have all of the map control in their favor. Only 5 lives remaining. Final push here for Carolina.
Clay getting one down low. Plin follows up to find Brezzy. 5v4, 24.5 on the clock. Hook trying to hit her out, but shut down by TJ. Stack now looking good. 0-4 the next man up. No trophies down here for Seattle, but he's got to find the kills and find them quickly. Pistol works out. 2v2. 20 seconds on the clock. Have to find a way to get in. Brezzy tagged. Hook tried to 0-4, tries to push, not going to work. Carolina find the kills and stay alive.
That's big plays right there from Carolina to stay alive in this map. Usually do not find any success on the attacking side, but they always keep the kills pretty close. And that's the way that they were able to find success here in this round. You're in 4 segments your first go around. You had 5 on that one.
Yep.
So you find yourself up by 3. If you are Carolina, potential shutout here is going to guarantee you defense in that round 5.
And the thing about it was, you got to remember their defense was so close to locking in that first round until a couple, again, late heroics come out of Seattle. Can they find a way to put the map away here and avoid that round 5? 2-2 split off for the Surge on this offensive look. 0-4 trying to play from heli. Quick contest from Hoop though over towards the A zone, but he only finds 1. And meanwhile, you still have TJ locking down B alley.
But it's good trades around the middle of the map, and Gwyn simply playing his life in that scenario. keeps Carolina in the man advantage. Now it's a one player from Seattle Surge on this B point. Stuns and nades are hitting over towards that right street. You're able to eliminate Abuza from that scenario. And now Seattle Surge just have to rally the team together to work one of these objectives.
And Quinn's on 5, looking for kill number 6, but Brezzy, bottom side blue, shuts it down. The quick rotation back over towards it. A couple of crossfire shots also in play here for Surge. TJ, this route could potentially blow up this play wide open. First one good, second one easy. Last player left is Brezzy on the zone. Pistol will work out for TJ as Brezzy had too much to look at.
Yeah, what was he looking at right there? Because TJ just works his way out through bottom blue. Single-handedly shuts down that pressure over at that A point. And now you're just trying to be up in their face, making it way more difficult for them to work their way out of spawn. And that time is starting to get away from Seattle. You look like you were dominating in this map, but Carolina have found a new life.
It's been mixy. It's been tight in the first 3 rounds. Carolina starting to get a little bit further forward. Abuza shut down window side. Clay also trying to build up a little bit more success through this B lane. Hook tries to hit that same route. This time it does get shut down. 18 seconds on the clock. Seattle have to go.
It's their final push. That final push, and they're trying to rally the troops to take a little bit of that B Street control. You do have a crossfire set up here from the Carolina Ravens, making sure that they cannot work their way into the objective. But here goes the Chow, TJ, and Clay combined for 2. And I don't know if it's going to be enough time for them to even get to one of these points. Carolina have brought this one all the way back, only allowing one segment to get away from them. They got defense in round 5.
Wow. I mean, talk about trust the process right now if you're a Carolina Royal Raven, because it looked like it was starting to get a little out of hand. A couple of really tight moments go the way of Seattle, but you trust the fact that our offense is fine, our defense is fine. One mistake, that's all that was, boys. Trust it. And now you got a round 5 where, again, advantage technically goes their way based on the defensive stats for both these two teams. But you just don't want to rule out the Surge. Not out from how their offense had looked in the first round.
Definitely not. You're going to make sure you stand strong even to the final 20 seconds, because that's all it took for Seattle Surge to find an opportunity on that side of the map. But this is such a huge round for both of these teams. A big map for both of these teams to take advantage in this series. Seattle Surge rallying all the troops over towards the B Street. They find that opening kill, so now they can work their way up that side of the map.
Yeah, Quinn able to at least take down one more. Information for Clay. Easy 4th elimination in a row for him. Hook also may have been scouted bottom side pit, looking for the door to be popped. Oh, tough gunfight. Hook able to win it. Follow up from the pistol from TJ. Eliminates the threat, and everything goes back to neutral.
Now you have to put your focus on Abuza, who did find a kill over towards that helipad side, but TJ gets the info, not able to find that kill though. And now Seattle Surge and all B Street Control have worked their way up to that B point. A route being hit by Gwyn to potentially take down Abuza, but he's going to fall. Now all of Carolina stuck in the back of their base.
Starting to get staggered as well. That's the issue here. Second tick of progress is going to be good. You've got Brezzy and 04 stacked. Abuza, meanwhile, over on the A zone. Changing the focus for Carolina to have to take care of them. Hook able to turn that into an opportunity to play to the middle of the map. Pistol good. Maybe a chance to jump back on over towards A. Depletion is already getting resets.
Yeah, it's a big kill right there from Carolina, because they knew we take care of Hook. Everyone else is off the respawn. Unfortunately, right there for TJ, he wasn't planning on jumping off of the map, so a free first blood there for Brezzy. As now they work their way over towards that A objective. You do have a route being hit by Gwyn, but you eventually got to get in that play. First segment about to be done.
Oh, but Brezzy gets a little bit spun around. TJ extends his life. Able to shut down the play through spawn, but the problem is you've got a member on in the form of Hook, plus now 04 stacking. Second tick of progress looking decent. Abuza, naded, stunned. Doesn't make much of a difference. He still keeps his life. 04 still alive on the point. Brezzy trying to get there to help out. Trades are decent, though. Carolina reestablished control on the zone, but 2 ticks are already gone. There's still a minute 30 on the clock.
Just got to hold strong. You're currently down by 3 lives. You don't have a lot of map control to try to keep Seattle Surge in that trap in the back of their base. But you do have a couple power positions. Just got to clutch up in a bunch of these fights. Fellow's able to find one. TJ cannot find that kill through the middle of the map. So still Seattle Surge just finessing with their life, creating opportunities.
Frag comes out. That's enough to help 04 secure the gunfight win. Gwyn trying to hold on towards bottom side at blue, but you have to worry about Abuza watching this cross from top propane. Shots are decent, but the hit from now Seattle makes its way over towards the zone. Gwyn's dealing a million bits of damage, but can't find the kills. Nade does land. It keeps the clock ticking, but Seattle are coming away with the favor of the kills. 2 players on. 04 sticks him in the spawn, and that's going to be round 5 going to Seattle.
And that was 04 in that final round. Just pushing right up the middle of the map, and he's able to find 3 in the feed. It's the same exact way he was able to get it done versus Minnesota. Just pop-off moment after pop-off moment. Carolina started to show some life, but you could tell once they went 4 dead, it was very difficult for them to work out of their spawn. Like, because at that point, you're going 1 by 1. Seattle have a lot of map control. They were slowly picking you apart. Hook was winning some insane gunfights with that MCW in hand. And you could just not allow Carolina any breathing room to try to set up properly on that defensive side.
Wow. Seattle's offense continues to find ways to impress. Hook goes 28 and 31 with 6K damage essentially, but it's 0-4, 35 and 30, 14 assists, 68, 100 damage. No one even holding the candle to that in the server. Another stellar performance from one of the fastest come-ups we've ever seen from a new guy turning 18 to being on the CDL main stage.
That guy is so fun to watch, man.
Yeah, he
gets it done in Search and Destroy. He can run either weapon. He's super confident in his own gameplay. But he's always putting himself in a position to make the right play or to make the best play possible. And whenever he's able to shoot with the mindset that he's had, that's what makes him such a difficult play to shut down, because he had such a great start off the rip. You get into this defensive round where Boozer is able to slip right in and at least finesse a little bit longer, but Carolina still walk away on top in this round. It's just a slow start for the Ravens. Potentially a couple players were on 5 streaks here and there. Could never earn that cruise missile. You saw Clayster pay for it for about 30 seconds and wasn't able to pick it up. It's just Seattle Surge. We always talk about how fast they are on the map. When Hook's using that AR, he still plays with like it's a Rival 9 in hand. And it's the same thing with 0-4. They're just always in your face. And that was very difficult for Carolina to handle.
Yeah, that tempo switch has really allowed the Seattle team to find so much more effort and success on respawn, whether it's Hardpoint or Control. So again, you've got an opportunity here if you're Seattle, try to put this series away. Not that, you know, the map 5 doesn't look too bad for you if we eventually get to the 6-star, but this Rio coming up, that's where we can really, again, continue to put the spotlight onto players like 0-4 and Hook. You expect them to be all over the place all the time.
Yeah, and I expect them to have a good time as well, because they've only played that map 1 time as a roster. They lost by 3 points versus LAT when they were in the lead a majority of that entire map. It just came down to the final moments, that P5 to P1 chain, where they were just going 1 by 1 by 1. You cannot allow that to happen today if you want to close out this series in 4. And if you're Carolina playing some Rio, obviously they like Rio Search and Destroy, but Rio Hardpoint has not treated them well all season long.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that, again, rotationally they've gotten a lot better from what they were, but some of those stats get watered down off of this map pool in particular. So, yeah, it does feel like a lot of the focus here is going to go towards who can control the tempo, who can control the pace. Can those SMGs just take over completely, or do we need the ARs to lock things down, open up routes for those SMGs to really over-embellish their ability to take over?
I would think that the ARs have to play well, because you're going to know what you're going to get out of Quinn, and you know what you're going to get out of TJ. They're always going to be able to set that tone. But the difference for this Carolina roster, everything in Hardpoint has been through Felony and Clayster. So you take a look at the difference between online to LAN. Obviously for Carolina, it's worked wonders. 13 and 23 online, 6 and 6 on LAN. They are playing a lot better in this environment. And for Seattle Surge, they're kind of up in the air in both categories.
Yeah, and you know, the thing that's, you know, doesn't really show itself in these metrics is the fact that Carolina, again, their most improved mode this stage has been their hard point.
Yeah.
And it's come by way largely, you would think, off of their ability to now have a chance to play in person in Charlotte. So that, you know, again, is getting better. It's getting better, but there is still a bit of a disparity, especially for the Seattle camp, in terms of making sure this is a lockdown mode to get you into a position to fight for at least a top 6 spot. Lots on the line here in terms of the overall season standings as well. Both these two teams right next to each other with not much separating them. So again, a grudge match here in terms of who can hold the edge over the other, and more importantly, who can still fight for more points.
And if you are Seattle Surge, you can see it right there. The biggest thing they have to focus on is their rotations. You have to be the team early on to a lot of the money hills on this map, because that's how Carolina were able to find success in that map number 1. But here we go. Carolina backs against the wall. Have to win this map right here to force a game 5.
Opening kills will go the way of Carolina. Team kill forced out as Abusa's damage is very significant. Gunfight towards Squid, not going to work out as Clayster pushes forward, and the teamwork is decent. Brezzy working on an early route here. May get a bit behind Carolina. First one good, transfer better, and now it's just down to finding where the last one is in the form of Fella.
Yeah, that's great plays right there from Brezzy to catch that timing on the pinch. He also does it with the Rival 9 in hand. So, yeah, so Seattle Surge are trying to get all those SMGs up close and personal through top mid, but all the kills in the feed in favor of Carolina, even when they spawned out. They find all the kills at the right time to take the spawns right on back for that B2. Final 10 potentially going to be theirs, but Seattle giving it one more push.
And that was something we saw in map number 1 as well. Carolina just taking advantage of the split spawn situation. Hold your lives, wait for us to get to you. And the collapse is great. Gwyn, another double just as soon as Seattle tries to open things up from this backside patio. Abuza deals with one, but can't do anything further, has to wait for the regen, and more importantly, needs to wait for help.
Yeah, he's just got to wait for the teammates to help him in this situation, and unfortunately, he's not able to win that gunfight versus Gwyn, but it allows your teammates to potentially work their way up through the front, but Clayster, the vet, is able to cut down too. That first push gets shut down, and now with only 40 seconds left, Seattle Surge know that they cannot give up all of this time, and already a step ahead is Gwyn. Here comes that pinch.
It's getting slowed down, not just by Gwyn on the pinch, but also the players from the front, although Clayster's now the last one left, and Seattle dealt with that absolutely perfectly. So again, their break statistics continue to bail them out of what looked to be great setups with their opponents in control, but it's Hook, the main muse for how this all comes through. 4 in a row, make it 5 for Hook after an 0-4 start.
You can see Clayster already cutting his losses, hitting the super deep route over through the bridge side to potentially win a couple gunfights off the rotation. He's able to find Abuza, and his teammates are still applying pressure towards O, but that route is enough for Clay to spawn a couple players from Seattle Surge out. They were looking to try to chain this P2 to P3 together, but Carolina do the fundamental part correctly, and they're here first.
0-4. Did that glass break signal to TJ that there's someone nearby? He's on the hunt looking for it. First shots are good, and the hit from the front also gets completely canceled out. Brezzy, last one left over towards bridge side, gets one, but really it's kind of a moot point. Carolina looking good in firm control of this hold.
Yeah, it's just another situation where the final player gets one kill, but you have to wait for the rest of the troops because you cannot try to Superman your way into the HP, and that's all the kills in the feed in favor of Carolina. Felony is usually having a lot of success with that MCW, but he can also shoot the Rival 9 pretty well. That's 5 in a row for him.
Scrap time also looking decent. Seattle working on trying to play for garage control. TJ in trouble, and although the damage is decent, he's not able to tally any kills. Fellow, knowing the pressure's on, steps away, gets kill number 6 before being traded. So Cruz now tallied, but Carolina going to be late to rotation here to 4.
Yeah, it's going to be a one-on-one, though, between Clay and Brezzy, and Clayster's able to win it. Now the reinforcements are here to at least effectively trade onto Hook. Great shots from TJ, able to find the kill. And now it's a successful break early on for Carolina. Even though Seattle Surge have those back spawns, you got to think with Felony having that cruise missile might be a potential hit to invest it here.
Yeah, you can definitely think about it, because with 40 seconds still to fight for, that would give Seattle a chance to turn the edge. 0-4 try to hit her out. That gets shut down. Now the awareness in terms of where the rest of the Surge are positioned will be known. TJ MCW in hand, able to take down both through garage side, but Abuza cancels that with the play over through the side at boxes. He almost finds all 4. Fellow stays alive, but the quick recovery from the Surge looking decent, and that will be enough to, again, flip the hard point back into their name.
Oh, and that's difficult to swallow right there if you are Carolina, because you invest the cruise missile, you find a couple kills early on, but Abuza gives Seattle another opportunity on working their break back over towards that B4. So they're still neck and neck in this game, going to put themselves down by 20. But off the rotation again, Carolina are going to be here first. Just got to be prepared for the pressure that Seattle Surge bring to you.
And a lot of it coming from the front, but there is a hit through mid. Clayster can only find one. Gwyn, last one standing. Knows he's got Brezzy low in front of him. Oh, the pistol for Brezzy works out beautifully. TJ trying to follow up and force this trade. Brezzy steps away for just maybe long enough to give Hook a chance, but the follow-up kills from Carolina are great. Hardpoint will go neutral, and we're still in a pretty tight game.
Still a very close game. 0-4 at least finds one. Just trying to keep Carolina as much as they possibly can off of this P5 HP. Abuza with the double, trying to make it a triple with great shots onto Fellow. At least it's going to put him in a position to back down. Now you can soak up this final 25 of your Surge.
Gwyn may think about this. Pistol out. Abuza sees him initially through the window, and the Renetti will put him absolutely down. So now, again, tie game essentially coming through. Clay's double allows a little bit more time to be earned here for Carolina. 0-4 also falls, so not only is the scrap time looking good, but with these numbers and these kills, Carolina will hold a little bit of an edge trying to rotate over to New, but Hoop quick to change that, opens things up for Seattle.
The fact that he's just able to walk his way up through the Eskies and win an insane gunfight like that. Great plays from Hook, but better plays out of Carolina, finding all the following kills as they get 3, make it 4 in the feed in a row. Now TJ on 5 in a row, potentially going to earn himself a cruise missile, and you have to try to pick it up in this situation. Unfortunately, not ready for that gunfight out of Brezzy, and here come the Surge.
The flank does get stalled out, though, so Seattle will have to find the break from the front. Abuza, again, the catalyst for success for the Surge. Not often you see the main AR rip it apart on Rio, but so far so good. 18 and 13. The SMGs trying to get themselves back into the game here if you're Seattle, but largely this has been the two former Robobobs members that are carrying Seattle.
And you will take that, though, because you know it's only a matter of time before 0-4 and who get activated, especially on a map like Rio. It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And at least with them playing not the best performance so far, they are still neck and neck in this game. And now you have Brezzy, so Soul Man here off the rotation. At the same time, Hook trying to work that pitch. Brezzy at least finds one. Now you keep it scrappy here at P2.
Now Seattle can have the numbers to get onto the hardpoint here first, and with a chance for them to take the lead, a perfect time to go to a Seattle surge. Listen in.
Above me. You're on there. Above me. I'm near above you. I need you long. Long. Watch out short. TJ. Pedal long. Watch your back. We're good. One more. Close. You don't time. No choke. Yo, weak. Watch out. One guys. I'm taking me long. Watch out. Yeah, give me a second. Watch out. Hop on short. To keep the shit on there. Outside. Please go. One more. Nice. We have left. Get time. On the back. Gotta be back. One short. One's bridge already full up. On the back dead. I'm watching bridge. One more. Yeah. I don't know where bridge went. Yo, listen. I'm pitching right. Out the left now. One out there, wait. He's back left. Back left, wait. He's 1 HP, okay? On me, guys. I'm needing this guy. He's gonna be on left. Can you help me? Yeah, I'm here. Maybe one on the left. Could be top mid. Could be top mid. Yeah, watch boxes. Yeah, I'm going right. I'm gonna hold that shit. I will continue. Top mid, watch it, quick. You wait, especially. No, fella. He's long. I'm playing up. That one. Nice. Axis, watch out. Axis, that's nice. I have a shirt. Yeah. No, let me use mine. I'm using mine right now. Ready. One in you, one garage, one 2p2. Okay, one each off. I'm gonna kill the guy.
What a stretch from the Seattle Surge. 13 kills across the team in a row. Carolina backs up against the wall, but they do survive through the cruise missile. But Abusa just stopped 5 in a row. Shut down from the cruise missile, but wow, has he taken over?
He's been taking over since the beginning of this map. You're finally getting a little bit of life out of your SMGs, but Carolina now on the back foot. You already had the cruise missile get invested, but none of the gunfights going in their favor. They have not had the preferred spawns for the last 3 hills, and that's why the scoreboard is looking the way that it is. Seattle Surge only need 35 to close out this series.
And you have to just hit everything right now for Carolina. Fellow, a decent double, gives them a look at it, but Abusa is still alive, and that may be all you need. Clay eventually able to take him off, but doesn't make much of a difference. Brezzy right there, and the numbers continue to dominate for the Surge. Now you look over towards Bridge, and Seattle's going to get there first.
They already have players off the rotation. You also have players contesting through the top middle side of the map. Just right now, Carolina are on the back foot. They cannot find any breathing room. Seattle Surge holding on to the HP. The spawn's so damn far for Carolina. Tax got a hit. You have to work your way in. It's going to be all over.
Hook on the pinch, though, cutting down a lot of this Carolina reinforcement. The last kill's good. Brezzy trying to finish off on DeGuin, but he's got to go. He's got to find this kill. Not going to happen. And Seattle, behind the powerhouse performance from Abusa, will take it in 4, eliminating the Carolina Royal Ravens.
And the way that Carolina came out to play yesterday, they were picture perfect in the hard point, stellar in that search and destroy. But they're going to look back at this series and say that game 2 was everything for us. We had opportunities in the control. We forced it all the way to a round 5. We were on the defensive side. We choked in that situation. But when you get to a Rio and you allow Seattle Surge to just build momentum as the series goes on. 0-4 had his moments in the control alongside Abusa, but Abusa really being that player for Surge, keeping them close in this game while the SMGs had such a slow start. It was only a matter of time for they'd start to step up, and then the entire team was just a lot better off the rotations. That was the biggest thing.
Yes.
They played so well with that teamwork, and they led to kills, and that leads to them being victorious at the end of this one.
I mean, when Abusa's holding down scrap time in 1v3 in Carolina, yeah, rotational routes are going to be real easy for the Seattle SMGs. So he'll finish things off 31 and 18, 21 non-traded, 5,400 damage, plus a minute 27 in the hill. That is the equivalent of the COD hat trick here in the former Ice Arena. That is the Mattamy Athletic Center. So with that in mind, you take a look over the game flow and see the explosion that happens in the second set of hills. And I will say again, Seattle, now all of a sudden you start to find rotational success to match when you've got the hold and break percentages, plus now extra killing potential. These guys are looking for real.
That's all it comes down to. They usually play stellar when you talk about the teamwork aspect, always thinking about that objective, always trying to figure out how they can be victorious at the end of the map. But if you can find kills with that, it's going to make it very difficult for this team because you cannot understand what they like to play. They're great at hardpoint. They figured out what control map they like to play, and search and destroy, they're just catching you off guard every time.
Well, maybe there's just something in the water here in Toronto because Abuza was a Challengers champion here last year, and now he's on stage with Blaze as the post-game interview is ready to go.
Thank you so much, Study. Toronto, give it up for the Seattle Surge as the storm continues to brew, building up momentum throughout the day. Abuza, how does it feel to get this win here?
I mean, it feels good, of course. Like, it's a good feeling to be on the stage and playing good. So, yeah, it's good.
Definitely are playing good. And, you know, one thing I noticed about you guys, you've been more consistent. What is contributing to that consistency that I'm seeing here on the Seattle Surge for you to pull out these big maps?
I mean, it's pretty simple. We just, like, work so hard, like, every day. So there is no secret, you know.
And you know what? Maybe one of the secrets is you. You played absolutely phenomenal in this series, Abuza. But talk to me about your teammates, and what do you want to say about their performances here?
I mean, they're all gross. Like, my team is insane. And especially for like, it's his like first event, and he's still playing good, so it's insane for him. Yeah.
All right, and then lastly, Abuza, what do you want to say to the fans that supporting you?
I mean, thank you, everyone. Thank you, especially this guy. He's always here, so thank you.
All right, yo, that's gonna do it for me and Abuza on the stage, you guys. Chris, let's take it away and break it down.
First ever professional tournament, and he's already into the top 6, 0-4, making a name for himself in the second half of this season, and he's only in his first qualifier now major. Nameless, I want to start with you. We were all wrong in predictions. No one saw the surge coming. They pulled out the win, and it didn't even go to that game 5.
Yeah, I mean, unbelievable performance once again by Abuza. He's been putting up damage throughout this event, but talking about 0-4, like you said, control on Highrise, like, listen, this guy, just veto it against him if you see that, because he is taking over on that map. But I want to talk about this Hardpoint. Okay. It was 120 to 80, right? Carolina were leading. It ended 250 to 134. They went on a 170 to 20-point run. It
170 to what?
20. It was ridiculous on the side of the Seattle Surge, and you saw exactly how they did it. You know, they break inside of that P2, force Carolina to spawn in the back, and then just steamroll them. You know how P3 to P4 goes. Perfectly executed by these guys. You get Hook going. He finds himself like a 5 or 6 streak, and it was pretty much curtains from there. Shout out to Surge.
Ali, who was the MVP of the Surge? Because I felt like Hook was putting the team on his back during the Surge. She was popping off in the Hardpoint game 1, and then Abuza dropping the bombs in that game 4.
I mean, I feel like you kind of already said it, Chris. There really isn't one player that took over the entirety of this series. In the map 2, it was Hook. It was a continuation of Hook in 04 in that map number 3. And then it was Abuza. When the SMGs were struggling to get going, it was Abuza getting the Miracle 2 pieces to at least keep them inside of the game. And then by the later half of it, Hook and 04 wake up, Abuza goes 31 and 18, and they hold Carolina. It's not getting a single another point at the later half of that hard point.
Yeah, and you know Hook wanted redemption from yesterday. He went 1 in 10 versus the Rocker in that Search and Destroy. Today he said, that ain't happening. I'm gonna make some better decisions, and absolutely went off. Yeah, man, this Seattle Surge team, really surprising.
Let's take a look here at the numbers. This is Surge versus Carolina this season. It is a matchup that they love, at least for Search and Destroy. 6-0. While they split the map count, they always walk away with the dub, at least 3 out of 4 times, Nameless.
Yeah, that's 2 times in this stage alone, right? And you thought Carolina had massively improved, and even when we started this series on that 6-star, it looked like they couldn't be stopped, right? But that's Seattle Surge throughout the season. They've remained so consistent in that Search and Destroy game mode. In most series, they can count on it to turn the tides back in their favor.
People forget Hook is a world champion, a multi-game champion, and he is playing with some studs on his lineup.
lineup. Today, though, he earns our Scuff play of the game for his search and destroy dominance. Ali, it just seemed like he was starting to catch momentum, and it kept growing and growing and growing.
He would not die during this map. And what's crazy is like the rest of his teammates didn't have to do anything. He was getting the first bloods. He was applying the pressure in the middle of the map. He ends up going on like a 7 or 8 streak to close this out. He doesn't even get to use his crews. If he knew a player was weak, he was sprinting at them. And that is the hook that we hope that we get a little bit more consistently, right? Like we forget that he can do this sometimes.
You know what's wild? That's the first time they played Rio S&D on the season. And
No
they
way.
went toe-to-toe with Carolina, who are 4-0 on that throughout this. So Seattle, they got to feel like they got another map in their repertoire now.
We're waiting to find out when their online performance was going to transfer to LAN. Well, it looks like they are well practiced and ready to go far. They're now locked into the top 6, and we'll find out who they will play when we come back. We go back to the winners bracket. Atlanta versus New York for the first spot in our top 3. Don't go anywhere.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator, weapon blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
The Cataclysm pack is available now. This bundle includes the Cataclysm Operator skin, Dystopia Weapon Blueprint, Iron Lung Charm, Vroom Animated Calling Card, Alpha Vinyl Guiding Light Emblem, and Scratch Tally Weapon Sticker. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
Oh yeah. It's going on CDL TV, baby.
What do you think of my shirt today?
It is a choice. It's a choice.
Listen, guys, I put this shirt on. I felt pretty sexy, to be honest. Yeah, I looked in the mirror and thought, God damn. And then I got into the green room and everyone said, your shirt's too tight, you look like an idiot. And I was like,
it's just a little too small, but it works.
With 25 seconds left. Now there could be a timing here if they rotate off of this. They might, but RC's just watching the cross.
Wow! The headshot, RC's absolutely deleted. Now the shoulder in the spot.
Yeah, they spotted him.
They spotted him. Oh my God! Fancy again! Let him know!
Do you think you could beat Kenny in a dance-off?
Yeah.
Oh, he's lying.
Wait, did I? Really?
Yeah.
In my head, I'm thinking he's unstable on his feet.
He's lying.
No, this is broken because I'm dead at my line. I could smoke him. I'm just thinking about his front door porch where he was like trying to control his legs and he crippled on the floor. That's like the first thing I got. Damn, I'm lying on that? That's bullshit. What?
I mean,
I'd smoke him. Where is he?
What is this
9
little
and 4.
spot? What?
Oh, that looks very uncomfortable. Very, very uncomfortable.
No, it does, yeah.
You're basically balancing your nipples on a metal pole.
For something that's a talent.
Yeah?
there's more than just the game on the line. It's like, you know, a lot more bragging rights.
I think the very first map is the most important map. If you go down that first map to Optic, chances are you're not going to win the series. I think they have like an over 90% win rate after they win the first map, so it just really comes down to that first map, I think.
When you go up 2-0, it's really hard to come back, and we're really good at sealing the deal and just closing the...
We've been practicing pretty hard and, you know, watching a lot of film and stuff like that, so I'm just fully confident we're going to walk away with the W.
It plays a little different. It's nice to have like a map you love back in it, but it doesn't have to be exactly the same. As Droz, a nice little angle through the statue. Rips one for the opening kill.
Yeah. Down to 3 for either side. This is going to be it. Last ditch attempt. Flying on the point. Joe Deceives gets his. But 3 seconds to go. You've got to get on the zone, lad. Fresh mag. Send it. Wins it. Oh my God. It's a 2v1. Diamond Con. Can you do it? The boys are on the capture. It's now a 1v1. What a round of control. Diamond Con, if you win this. God damn, what a round.
Difficult spot for Heretics. Trading well, though, are they? So only one player on the point for now. That's going to be Snoopy. Now he has some help from his teammates, but the close spawns are there for Miami. But Snoopy is snapping with the MCW. Finds the triple. How is he alive? I do not know.
Share your life. They actually went for the challenges and gave us an opportunity, which is just something I hate seeing. And what the hell was that? Then he just got
That's the best gun in the game. That is the best gun in the game.
That's what
Now all of a sudden, half of that third tick has been depleted. 10v4, 25 seconds on the clock. Draws is still holding on to bottom blue. Does Atlanta still have this in them? They need to find a way to get them off. He's been seen by Cell. Atlanta continue to find the kills. Last chance to try to break your way in, and Atlanta continue to reap at the kill feed. Kenny has to jump off the top. He's not going to be able to, and FaZe is going to hold on to the round.
A pivotal moment for Atlanta FaZe as they reclaim the throne. Our Major 2 champions have been flawless throughout our Major 3 qualifiers. They got the job done on day number 1 against Miami, and now they have their toughest opponent yet. You're running into Subliners on LAN, a team that won the 2023 World Championship.
Pre this season, though, this has been a really good matchup, except the fact that Atlanta FaZe has been literally untouchable the entirety of this qualifier.
Nameless, we got some new maps, and it looks like FaZe is very comfortable. Let's talk about why as we take a look at this roster.
Yeah, I mean, Atlanta FaZe, they've been unbelievable. You know, they're strong with their SMGs. We had some new maps, and they're going to be dominant. 3-0 on Vista, which we will see map 1. But as you take a look here at our bracket, the top 4 teams have advanced at back-to-back tournaments. It's going to create some great games. And this is a storied one, man. You think about the last major, it went all the way to that Game 5, Chris.
Absolutely. As you saw, this is Atlanta taking on New York. New York was able to power through LA Thieves, but it's Atlanta who's been putting on a show, especially Abizi in that SMG role.
I mean, they're just looking to continue to break records, right? We just saw the Hardpoint LAN record get broken by Eamon. On the flip side of things, like, they're going for the series win record that they already hold from Cold War, and they're going on a Hardpoint win record as well, as it has been literally untouchable.
Nameless, this team was looking for some extra firepower, not only in-game, but also confidence out-of-game. Draza has brought that for Atlanta FaZe, and he is gunning for another World Championship title. Look at his numbers so far.
Yeah, the kid's an absolute monster, and it's just been a different phase, right? Like playing with more confidence, shooting bodies with every single match, and you could hear the crowd already letting their boos out. They don't like Draza, and you know why? Because he wins.
Are they angry at his numbers? I don't understand what's going on here, Toronto. Let's talk about our Monster Energy pregame for Atlanta to continue their amazing run. How do they get the job done tonight?
I mean, it's in the control. That's been kind of their saving grace, because weirdly enough, their search and destroy hasn't been great. They're on a 3-loss spree currently in that game mode, but that's honestly because they've been playing Invasion, and I don't know why. It's a map that costed them during Major 3 qualifiers when they did drop a map, and they're continuing to let it in some of these series. And New York will absolutely want to capitalize on that, because they've been struggling in the Hardpoint, so they're going to have to take that battle in the game 2 and 5.
Speaking of New York, if they're going to find success, you got to think you got to steal at least one of the S&Ds. And if a guy is going to lead this team,
Kismet was once the best player in this game for Search and Destroy.
Yeah.
Is he still in that position right now?
Not in that position right now. Him and Hydra have had a tough stage when it comes to Search and Destroy. They just haven't been able to win it. They put so much work into their Hardpoint. And when you think about the series these guys had at the last major, they lost both the Search and Destroys. Super uncharacteristic out of a team like the New York Subliners. And as Ali mentioned, in that Invasion Search where Atlanta has struggled, they still bopped New York in that Invasion S&D. So versus them, they feel pretty strong.
Let's take a look at our Monster Energy pregame for the Subliners. They entered the tournament with the 5th seed. They dispatched of the LA Thieves. Now to take down our #1 squad. How do they get the job done, Nameless?
Yeah, you see like the control statistic here. We just saw how Atlanta has been unbelievable in control. Well, New York in their last 2 controls has smoked them, right? So they feel comfortable there. Their control attacking has been fantastic. And they also have Invasion, where New York is 8-4.
Yeah, but on the flip side, the bad, it's the Hardpoint like I touched on. You know, you look on the side of Atlanta FaZe, they're the #1 Hardpoint team in the game right now, where for New York, they're 12th right now in Hardpoint points per break. They're 11th, they're 12th, they're 10th. They're in the bottom half of the league right now when it comes to this game mode, which isn't something I ever thought I would say about New York. So we talked to Kismet a couple weeks ago. They talked about, you know, we just don't know what's going on with Hardpoint. They have to fix it against a team like Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, to make it simple, like they're 3-7 in their last 10 HPs. This is clearly the worst of the big 4 when it comes to the Hardpoint game mode. Nobody's been able to figure it out on this squad. Unless somebody goes on some crazy streak, it has been a struggle.
Miami won a map against Atlanta. Anything can happen here on land. This is a special event, and we got some special new maps coming your way for games 1 and 2. Vista Hardpoint, 6-star Search and Destroy before we get to that Invasion for Control.
Yeah, you know, when you think about Vista Hardpoint, like New York, they're 1-2 on it. But when they were playing Toronto, they were smoking them. It was just that wild comeback that happened. In terms of rotation percentage, they've been great there. So they're happy with that start. And we get all the way to game 5, Invasion, Search and Destroy. You've seen some special matches out of both these teams in that. I think New York feel comfortable with the map set.
All right, Ali, I have a feeling we're all leaning the same way. But I'm going to let you do it first, so you look the smartest. It's time for our Scuff Pick'em. Who do you got winning this winner's bracket semi?
I'm going to go with Atlanta FaZe. I think it'll still be a close battle. But, like, I'm looking at the stat sheet. You got Atlanta in, like, 10 first categories, and it's like, worst team stats. They're still top 5 in literally everything. So, FaZe up.
Nameless, has Study blown your mind? Has he won you over for the New York side?
I'm going with Atlanta FaZe. They've been unbelievable. Best team in the league, and I don't expect it to stop now.
Toronto has won an event. Atlanta has won an event. It's New York's turn to win up here in Toronto again, right? Let's find out as we send it down to the stage with Blaze.
All right, Chris, we know you love New York, but will they be able to do it here on the main stage? Folks, we're back on the winner's side of the bracket with 2 powerhouse squads, and this is a big money matchup. The first team coming to the stage from the Big Apple, stand clear and get your voices ready, because here comes the Subliners. Toronto, show some love again to the New York Subliners. We got Skies, Sid, Kismet, and Hydra. The dog pound is loose, and the Subliners ready to go.
Oh, I can see it in their eyes. I know exactly what they're thinking. LAN, this is my home. Why is everybody talking about online? Their first match on LAN, Hydra went crazy, 17,000 damage, and Sib had his best series of the stage. They look to continue their way through this bracket. Let's bring out their opponents.
Yeah, let's bring out their opponents. New York looking to maul these boys, but are they going to be able to do it? The boys from the South, from the ATL, get ready, because here comes FaZe.
stacks like I'm Kesha. I get to the paper, boy. Extra, extra. Walk with me, you know that I got it. Come with me, let's take a trip to the islands. We up on the jet, we'll do more than just fly on it. Stand on that hill, you gon' die on it. Boom, boom. Back with a vengeance, I show you the ropes. Beast in my town, I can show you the coast. Up in the shots if they wanted to smoke. If you know, then you know. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever.
Here come the bad boys of the league. It's Atlanta FaZe. We got Celium, Sam, Abizi, and Draza. Atlanta FaZe looking to crush the competition.
Love them or hate them, they are still the best team in the league. Atlanta FaZe, when they take the stage at this point, I'm just asking what record is going to be broken this time. This is a matchup they're used to and a matchup they're comfortable with. It's match 2 on the day. Take it away, Blaze.
Yeah, Allie, it's a matchup they comfortable in, but on this stage, I'm getting kind of uncomfortable because it's super hot and I'm ready to get this series started. So, Miles, Chance, let's get it going.
I think we're all ready to get this one going. The crowd getting ready. Everyone at home's getting ready. I know Twitter's popping off at X.com maybe one day. But right now, we've got ourselves one hell of a winners matchup. This is going to be a treat. FaZe coming in exceptionally hot form. Subliners coming with a lot to prove, Chance. And I'm going to steal your joke. They don't want to play against 04. Well, Sid doesn't want to play against 04.
It could be Sid Legacy Series time against Atlanta FaZe. But this is the first true test these guys have had in this tournament. And it is going to be a scary sight. Just going to be an interesting look to see how good Atlanta FaZe are going to be because they have been demonic. Their stats are insane. They are first in the league in basically every single category at this point. We're just interested to see if anybody can stop them. Obviously, Subliners, top of the list of teams that are capable. Obviously, they won in this venue just last year. You got MVPs like Hydra on your team who are going to have to play at their Sunday best.
Sunday best here on a Saturday. This superb Saturday so far. We said goodbye to the Ravens. With these teams, one of them will be going to the lower bracket. We're almost ready to go. Vista to start the series off. The fist bumps are out. We'll find out what our teams, how they're feeling coming into this matchup. An incredibly important one as well. First map, Vista on its way. As the temperature of the fans red hot, the temperature of our players should be red hot too. Here we go into map number 1.
And an interesting note about this series, Atlanta FaZe had a higher seed, but they also picked Team B. That means this is Subliners' pick for the first map, Hardpoint, where FaZe are still scary on it. They have a perfect 3-0 record, but this is what the New York Subliners wanted to see. I just know guys like Celium, they want to shut them down straight away because, well, FaZe talked about how they're number 1 in so many categories. They have a 24-7 record on map 1s. They want to beat Subliners on their best map first.
As the opening hit, you see the perfect lands, the concussions over the rooftop here of the cafe. In towards our first hard point we go, and so far, so good for the New York Subliners. Can Simp change that? Usual spot to find behind the bar. Oh my god, he checks the close pair as well. Whoa, he makes the case for the kill on Kismet. Nice workload from FaZe. They get a couple of kills, they get the break, so now they're in.
And Simp obviously hyper aware. I love the timing of it. Waits for his teammates to get back in the mix before he goes for the chow. So he just opens up the door for everybody in Abizi, the player that's going to try to close things shut. Good trades out and about, and a sizable little lead here for Atlanta, handling the P1 incredibly well. New York Subliners chalking up and rotating straight into the hands of Draza. He might get booed, but I assure you, this man does not care.
Hey, yeah, not exactly worried. And also Kismet as we're fighting towards the second hard point, that low courtyard area where you find the Subliners players now, where you find that nade from Abizi that seemingly comes from the heavens above. Nice shots. Tyler Farris finding his next set of kills into the second hard point. Marketplace now here on Vista, and here come the Subliners right into Abizi. Can they get both? No.
It is too tough and well trades out and about. Draza there to seal the deal, and Hydra, well, the next man looking his strike. But you get the one-shot call out. Draza gonna deliver. Trades all over the place, but for the moment, Subliners unable to get basically any time. 5 single seconds. They are being bullied on Vista. Again, FaZe, one of the best teams in the game in the map 1s, and they're making that statement early.
So far, brilliant. Plenty of time still to play for here on Vista. This is New York Subliners map picks what they wanted. Less than 20 seconds remaining on our second point. We go over towards the third. Not too far away. That bar on the top left-hand side of the minimap. Sim keeping Sib at bay. That's a bit of a mouthful there as a suppression. With that concussion, it's going to help out. Hydra cuts the middle of the map wide open, and this could be an opportunity here, Chance, for the Subliners to get back in. We're going to test the brakes of FaZe.
Well, you say to get back in, they could full 60, and they're still going to be behind. That was two just devastating hills from Atlanta FaZe, who now get to take their time and go for the break. All four players grouped up together, and they could just hit through the front. And BZ just sniffs it out, says, I guess if nobody's challenging me, I'll go to time, but doesn't win the gunfight. The full stack there from FaZe hasn't panned out.
Draws it down low, the only member up for FaZe right now. Sim's going to be in the back line, taken care of. Good work, okay, from aBeZy as he cuts down a few more on the way forward. Stuns, not going to help too much. No trophies here for the Subliners either. Kismet, diligent attempt there on the defense, but it's the top side of the map. That's where they're coming from. Cleanups down low. Stellium wins the trade. You've still got New York in control, so it has been a good point. Will it be enough?
Dude, Stellium just backing these players down, even with the pistol and FaZe eventually get the break. So it's been a halfway decent hill, you'd say, for the New York Subliners. But Atlanta FaZe, not only do they cut their losses, look at how they've been able to flip those spawns. So setting themselves up long term. Maybe Kismet and Sky's trying to work together to fly on through, but both get cut down, and FaZe officially back in control of this game.
Didn't take long, did it? A brand new hardpoint. Low left-hand side of the minimap. FaZe are in. Big damage from Sim. That's huge work. Will he get the second? Sky's on the run. Bad timing, though. Pays off. Hardpoint still in the hands of FaZe. Not able to get too close. Look at that bottom side of the minimap as well. Kismet on the approach. aBeZy keeping him at bay. That's a 4 spree there for him as well.
Stellium, well, doing his very best just to stay alive. Needs to trade out Hydra, and well, he's one shot, so able to get it done. An easy read by Stellium, who is already letting him know.
FaZe already getting things started here in the body shot category. We're going to go for a quick listen in with Atlanta FaZe.
Top burger dead. Zach, I'm one shot. Yeah, you watch out. Is he Steve, bud? I don't know. Bounce him. Call me up. Yep. Head back. Maybe door. Fine ticket. Fine ticket. Caesar one shot. He's still there. He's really weak. He's behind the ticket wall banking. Take it dead. Top bridge out there. Yo, let's find out these still. Two. Top shot. Yo, let's go P1. He went deepest right, okay? I'm down to just go front. Low P. I got time to play. I'll help you P1. I'll play myself. He's top of heading. Stunning P1. Top of heading. Just ironing it. He's stunned. P1. That guy's weak. Iron. Okay, good. Take your time. Let's go front. Okay. I'll help you P1. Hurt. Alright. You play got it? I'm waiting. I'm holding bottom art waiting. Let's go. And P1 again. I'm in. We're on the fucking. Two dead. One more cow. Yeah, kids can. Play right. Nade time. Along that. He trolled. I'm heading front with you. I'm trying to nade this. You're trying to nade him on time. 1 minute. I'm in field. There's no hill right now. I'll see him their side. Open top. Ticket. I'm top shot. Yeah. Watch out. He naded me. High draw. Ticket.
Well, New York Subliners are trying to stave off the pressure, but, well, you go down by 60 at the start of the game, and that is certainly still the hole they are still in, and it is the dagger early P1 rotation. You get here first, and this is where you can call game.
I was trying to say how even the kills department looks for FaZe here. Everyone pulling their weight magnificently. Sprees now developing for a few of them. aBeZy. Oh, goodness.
All four.
The terrors terrorize once again. During the listening chance, we had a 12 spree there collectively from Atlanta FaZe. We saw that it happened to the Ravens as Surge went on their tear. The same thing might be happening here. aBeZy, can he finally get his streak? Sims one away from it. My gosh, it is so hard to deal with these players. That's the cruise. That's 180 scored.
This is just destructive, and I think this is exactly why Atlanta FaZe picked Team B. They just wanted to get the, well, Subliners map pick out of the way, and I think they were confident to come off to the harder start. 100-point lead already as we go in towards a P2. I mean, you're getting the entry kills, you're getting the setup, and you have both sides pushed out. So it's good news for the Subliners, but they're getting picked apart just a little bit. Sim has to back down just to collect the time.
Time is what they're going to be getting now, though. Watch out for the hit. Oh, no. FaZe are all over the place, and this cruise is going to certainly hurt. It might leave a mark. Sim. He stays alive on the inside of the point. Skies loses his life on the top side of the map, and his teammates are gone. Here come FaZe. How many can you take with you, Sim? The answer 2. So far, not bad whatsoever. He might be able to get streaks. Celium cuts him down. That's that. New York, though, back in the hill.
Hey, nice moment from Sid. Last player alive. He does his job to set his teammates up. So 30 seconds. That Subliner still desperate to get Hydra, the man collecting, and well, Sim, the man leading the charge, and Sim gets the first kill, baits out Hydra, and the hill just collapses. FaZe break it down whenever they want, however they want.
15 to go here on the second hard point on our second set of rotations. Top left-hand side as we're going after this. As we saw before, New York may have had the time early, and once again, they seem to be winning the fights. Can they hold on, though? The breaks from FaZe, immaculate so far, and Sim just making sure Skies is dead.
Yeah, it's not just Celium. Everybody's sort of gotten bit by that bug on Atlanta FaZe, and they are playing with some confidence, and we get to test Sim's maybe movement skills, and off the map, there he goes, survives as well, and a pinch like that delivers you a free kill, and for Sim, maybe make it more than that. Everybody's one shot, but hey, he gets traded. Subliners still barely holding on.
Hey, they're still holding on. As far as I'm concerned, it's still nearly anyone's game. And Beezy now, his turn to hit the outside. Uh-oh.
No hops.
No hops. He's done. A little mistake that might cost them. No. Can Sim and Draza find all these kills? They've got a long way to go across the map. They find a few. Celium, though, causing problems. Low left-hand side of the map. That's where we're going next. A long journey again to get through these members of FaZe.
Little mistake. Yeah, it's going to cost them. No, look at where Atlanta FaZe are spawning. Simp actually went out of his way to push towards the back to get the clearance kills. And look, Atlanta FaZe are doing the little things right. Simp, not only does he have 29 kills, he's making the high IQ plays. Hydra trying to pop off in the back spawn, but he's a man on a mission right now. Has to deal with the onslaught, but so far so good.
25 seconds for the victory here in map 1 for Atlanta FaZe. Here comes the hit towards a hard point. Another break would be good. New York, send it! They only managed to get one out of it. It's so costly trying to even bring down a single member of this red team. A BC, 20 and 20. Not just perfect vision, it's a perfect KD so far. Into the hard point. Nice work from Sim, leads the charge. His 30th kill of the map.
I mean, this man is just on a mission. Subliners, I mean, they did a pretty good job of keeping this hill mixy, but there's just nothing you can do. You're just praying that you can survive towards another hill, which that just means Subliners, they're going to have to flood it just for at least 2 seconds to contest time, and they're going to be successful. They bought themselves at least a rotation, and hey, they got players over there as well, so a few good things going, but it is still just such a big hole.
Sid winning his hard point still in the hands of New York. Rotation, though, done. Draz is going to be there. Kismet's got to sniff him out and deal with this. This is to stay alive here in the map. At 2:32, you're incredibly close to the win. FaZe are in the time. FaZe looking for the win.
I mean, this is going to be it. 14 seconds left. Subliners got a nice little flood on the point, but Atlanta FaZe, these guys, it is no secret. They are just too dominant, and they are happy to let everyone know.
Here we go. Final seconds. The Subliners suffocated here on Vista. Map number 1 goes to FaZe.
And that was the New York Subliners map pick. We will hammer that point home. Atlanta FaZe, they're not even making it look fun on the map for anyone to be involved. They are taking turns shooting bodies. And again, it is not just the fact that this is a squad that can skill diff teams, that can outslay you. They make the heads up plays, man. Simp is genuinely just godlike. Might currently have the crown of the best player in the game.
Well, it's a coveted crown, and he's had it for many players, I think, and many fans for quite some time. 0-1, though, to start things off. Search and Destroy on its way forward now. As we look across our stats here, Vista, blur, man, an absolute blur. Sim, huge damage, 34 kills, massive assists across the board there from FaZe as well. You name it, they did it all. Absolutely immaculate teamwork and a lethal start to the series.
And that is a bit of a difference maker, right? Hydra and Sid, 2 incredible slayers, but when you go against Atlanta FaZe, well, godlike players look a little bit normal, and their assist category not nearly as involved, so tougher to play when you're on an island against a squad like this, who again, even from the jump, I'm telling you, it's little moments like that from Simp where he knows where the 2 players on the hill are, just knows he's got to wait an extra 3 seconds so his teammates can follow up on the play. It is the heads up high IQ plays that is an endless onslaught from Atlanta, and if you don't play perfect, I mean, again, first 2 hills, they just started off the game down 80 points.
Yeah, it was like 76-8 at one point. I mean, there was no real easy way back into it. It takes a lot more than bullets and muscles to bring down Atlanta FaZe. again, highlights, the vast majority of it goes towards them. We saw some nice individual runs there from Sib, a 5 spree, not able to quite close out on streaks, some decent holds, but again, moments like this just goes to show how hard it is to contend with the pace FaZe set, with the way that they handle their trades. It is no easy feat whatsoever. A good start from FaZe. We'll see if they can keep it going in the S&D.
And it has to just be so incredibly tilting to have your bodies getting shot the entire way from multiple players. It's almost disorienting. You're used to it happening once, and then you're just like, all right, I'm coming back and I'm going to kill this guy. But it's just, I mean, it's endless. It's been more than an entire full stage now at this point of FaZe, keeping everybody on notice. These guys playing with incredible confidence, and that is just not even remotely close.
Now, whether you want to see them succeed or want to see them fail, watching FaZe is always a treat. S&D on its way. As we go through the stats one last time on the game flow there, it would never close at any moment in time. 6-star S&D though, Chance, this one could be interesting.
And the biggest stain right now you could really say is on Atlanta FaZe's record. They've actually lost 3 S&Ds in a row, and they've lost into some teams that have already been eliminated from the tournament, even on maps like 6-star. That being said, I feel like Atlanta FaZe just haven't been tipping their hand. We know New York Subliners has been a very creative team, especially in Search and Destroy. When we watched New York play on 6-star just the other day, we saw their game plan and their ideas. Even when they are in 3v1s, they are playing incredibly mistake-free Call of Duty. They are messing with the flow of the game, and they're really trying to disorient their opponents. I think Atlanta FaZe was able to kick back, watch it, and just go, okay, we know how you're going to play the game mode now. All good. We'll make the adjustments. So I think these stats might just be fooling us. Atlanta FaZe, that 3-loss streak, I doubt it.
Well, yeah, was this all to just lure the Subliners into a full sense of security? You've already lost your #1 map pick. You wanted that Vista. You lost it badly. And now in S&D, FaZe, they're not, I'm not saying they're throwing, but they've got themselves some, ample time to practice and start to condition their opponents.
They're playing ordinary. Like, again, there's a natural flow of the game. On a map like 6-star, if you're on offense, you make some noise at his sight. If you notice there's a defense, you wrap it out and try to hit it quick and go for the bomb plants quickly. New York Subliners, a team that are going to be messing with those timings. Atlanta FaZe are going to be very willing to play that game. So, honestly, it'll be an absolute battle on 6-star of just those mid-round adjustments. And of course, the adjustments are easier if you get the first bloods. The Des touched on it. Kismet online to land, a radically different story, and Hydra has been struggling in first bloods as well. And of course, for Atlanta FaZe, it's the literal first blood reaper.
This should be a very good test of the series. A little bit of love towards the A-bomb site. FaZe well aggressive there. Ebezy down low towards that secret catwalk. Kismet on his bulletproof glass here on the inside of security. He'll be safe, but he'll still be able to remain watchful over that A-bomb.
I think it's been a little bit too quiet on the map. Again, Subliners going to be playing with these timings, but when there's no noise at B at all, Selim is still rotating over just as that safety net. So right now, Kismet, he's distracting. These smokes are to try to mess with the timings of FaZe, who have not taken the bait. They're still playing for the swarm. It's going to be Selim and Simp working together to get the intel if this bomb goes down.
Now, you've done a great job, New York, here of combing your way through the map carefully. You've got a little bit of time left, 40 seconds to go. Onto the B-bomb site, you now have it. Selim, he's going to be the one man to cause a problem. He'll jump into this. Hydra finds a bit of concealment on the inside of that plant pot. Bomb down, here we go.
And now you get to watch FaZe just set up for the containment. And look at that patience. This is exactly what I'm saying, FaZe. They know what the game plan is going to be. They'll play the high IQ game as well. Hydra, interesting timing, though, in the middle of the map. An opportunity to make the play.
Oh, Skies, lovely shots. Levels it up. Hydra, flank pays off. Onto the bomb you now go. And that's a couple of players there from FaZe now making it happen. Sim guesses correctly. 20 seconds on it. Sim left alone. That is a great round from the New York Subliners.
And they got first blooded, and they still executed off those adjustments. It took some interesting timing in the middle of the map. Simp just not turning enough, and Hydra found the route through. But you see, this is the style that's going to be every single round. You're going to have to play nearly perfect. New York very happy to get that one on board, and I mean, credit to Skies. This guy is the best wall bangs we've seen in the league, but that just means he doesn't have to see you to kill you through a smoke. Doesn't matter. Skies is the finest at it.
He is that guy. He's been that guy since MW2. Attacking right now for FaZe. We'll see if the New York Subliners are willing to poke a little harder and faster. And see if they can't get that first blood. Selim, though, really helps out. That gives FaZe a massive advantage so early in the round.
Now, I mean, stun checking you, controlled the space, selling to watch the flank. It does not get better than this. Atlanta FaZe, a team that executes on these conversions. Kismet Skies, though, if you trade out of BZ, there will be hope.
They're going to try. BZ throwing him. Oh, dear, his toes. Tuck him away, man. Kismet trying to make his way forward. Sim backs him up, says you don't get to take on my friend without a little bit of help. A massive, massive advantage again here from FaZe in the round. 4v2. Draza through mid. Perfect tags, not enough for the kill. Sim's there on the cross. And this crossfire is going to sting, and that's the round. And it's another delightful showing here on 6-star.
That's absolutely brutal. No trophy there from Sib, so he just starts out getting naded, and FaZe not a team willing to waste any time. Get the bomb plan, get into position, and they know what the game plan is going to be. They might have 3 S&D losses in a row, but this is where they are going to button things up. And Abizi still doing his thing in the first blood front as well, or at least after the fact. Always in the right spots.
We're seeing the trophy usage as well towards the A-bomb site. You want to make sure the other team can't get that smoke down. The smoke retake strategy, I mean, from challenges all the way to the pro level, effective, at times random.
Not against these teams, I don't think.
But not against these teams.
You see throw smoke down, you're immediately getting made one shot. These players are different.
These teams are different indeed. Speaking of different, that guy right there, the Reaper, finds his first blood.
And I love how quickly he's out. A couple players stunned as well in towards you, and maybe Skies can even the odds. Draza trying to buy time for the Terrors to get in the mix, and well, here are the Terrors. At least it trades, and Kismet gets fried. Good luck to Sib. Playing against Simp in Selim and bombed down by the statue. He's gonna have to gun them from the power positions. Not an easy feat.
Couple of tags. Back up. Maybe take the fight from you. Sib is out. He has that bomb and he's long gone.
And he's playing for a kill, trying to catch a player off rotation first thing.
Will he be able to catch them out? FaZe in tandem now, running through the middle of the map.
The aggression, though, from Sib, perfect. Going over, clears out the space. So this would be a free bomb plan. So Sib, as far as the 1v2 goes, this is as good as it gets. He's making the perfect reads.
Question remains if he can give himself a fighting chance by being able to isolate. No way. FaZe are going to be holding hands. They are sacked to crack on the approach towards the bomb site. Here they go.
Just a test of instinct as well for the timings, and so far so good.
So far, absolutely outstanding. Sib, give him a little bit of love. Bomb check clear. Here comes the ring around. More damage. Which way will he go? Stun lands. My goodness, the time's still ticking away. Here comes the play. And that was a dangerous game of ring around a Rosie. Sim with a defuse and a 5 spree for Mr. MVP.
And that's simply how difficult it is to clutch against players like Simp and Selim in that moment. Sib makes every single read. The timings he had on, okay, the flank's not here, let's turn around. Maybe a small mistake of the trigger discipline or lack thereof, or the hesitation to go for the shots on Selim. But even then, after the fact, still making the perfect reads, has the good stuns. It just doesn't matter. So difficult against this team.
That was just one round, man. I mean, this is fantastic. And so far, though, perfect work. They're in the first blood category.
Yeah, 3 for 3 right now, Atlanta FaZe. First blood's the biggest struggle for the New York Subliners, and haven't made the adjustment just yet. Another A hit coming in from FaZe. They're taking their time.
2-3 in the middle of the map there for New York Subliners here on defense. Trying not to let anything get through. Bad news, though, you do manage to cause a lot of noise and disturbance there. The A-bomb site is wide open right now, but FaZe waiting for something to happen. The Subliners first go around here on the defensive round. They push forward quick. They ate the nades and they died out fast. This time, nothing of the sort.
Still, though, 52 seconds is plenty of time, so FaZe don't have much to work with, but still time to suss it out. And Abizi, yeah, taking space. I think this is just going to be a straight-up A hit. You know, Sib's in the back. You got the intel on Kismet. You're expecting pressure towards you. So 3 players, known location. It's only Hydra Atlanta FaZe haven't gotten eyes on.
Ooh. Get away with your life quick. Sib, perfect position to cause some problems. Abizi, though, keeping his life in his hands. 25 seconds, nobody to drop just yet. Here we go.
And now time is a massive problem. They still haven't seen Hydra.
Holding it together. Oh no, they come in pairs. Selim and Abizi find their respective kills. Sib, can you bring down Draz here? 15 seconds. Bomb being planted. It's falling to pieces. Hydra now in the 1v4. And this is for streaks. You get the streaks. You get the round.
And for so many, we've seen squads in that exact same situation of they start tweaking out, go back and forth. Do we plan? Do we not plan? It is so difficult with time that low to manage the clock. FaZe do it perfectly. Nobody dies. These guys, again, might have lost 3 S&Ds in a row. They've tightened things up against the New York Subliners, who still have not gotten a first blood. Perfect. 4 for 4 right now for Atlanta.
4 for 4. 4 deaths for Kismet so far. 0-4. This S&D woes continue there for the Bulldog. Bomb in his hand, though. Will he be able to now creep into the action? Over to the B-bomb site we go. Nobody home here. FaZe have guessed towards A, and they'll soon know that that's not where anyone is going to be, so they'll hit their way through mid.
Yeah, Sim picking a different corner, by the way, so no one actually sneaks through the middle of the map. He's going to be watching the front or calling in a bomb.
Uh-oh.
Sim's in an interesting spot. He actually could get hunted down by Hydra in this moment. No dice there, and there you go. Hydra finds the kill. New York Subliners finally get a first blood.
Into the Subliners maelstrom, and right now it's going to be Kismet still on that bomb. Draws now trying to clear out every possible corner. Sees Kiz, oh, but it's too late. Skies, perfect coverage. Abizi tries to level it up. It's 3v2, Subliners advantage.
Clutch potential. Abizi can't turn fast enough. Sib able to drop him in a 1v3 now for Selim with bomb down. High up on the list of players that could get this done, but Sid slams the door shut. No clutches coming through. And that is all just a bait. Simp calling a cruise missile in from a very delicate spot. Did not have any support from his teammates in the first big mistake so far of this search and destroy. And it's FaZe that make it.
Not too unhappy with the cruise usage. Kismet from inside bar there stays perfectly safe with his head down. The sort of hitbox from that cruise doesn't extend past it. He might be good for another cruise, you never know.
I'm not here to doubt Simp in any way, shape, or form.
Not at all. Trophies this time for Sib. He won't be getting dropped here on defense. Kiz trying to get on the board in the middle of the map.
They're going to be running it down as well. They're going to be attacking. They've left the bomb in spawn so they can play for the rotations. They want to be the first blood hungry. Sib, though, going to go for it. Does get traded.
Oh!
And Hydra couldn't get the trade. Draza, it'll be chirping.
The Phenom eradicated there by Draza. What a two-piece that was. Man advantage FaZe. Oh, dear. And that one from Skies is going to sting. Kismet, 1v3. At the very least, can he get one? He can indeed. Here come the rest of FaZe. Oh, he was lined up for the fight. He was feeling it, but Draz, 3 on the round for him. Disgusting work.
And again, they were willing to play with the aggression. Draza just makes the easy reads. Hydra not able to trade things out, and Draza gives you 3 in the round. Pretty on point in that moment. And, well, how do FaZe respond after a round where they make a pretty big mistake? Well, it's nearly perfect again.
4-2 for FaZe right now. No matter what the odds, no matter what the situation, you know the New York Subliners won't be down and out. They will still have the fight in them. Our current reigning world champions, they've yet to find the same success they had at MW2, but here in 3, we're at the halfway mark here. Nice nades, nice stuns, everything lands. FaZe are slowed down while the A-bomb site gets overrun.
That beautiful first blood. This is what you need. Simto's going to be working the flank, but Sib does have eyes on it. A very difficult retake. We saw Atlanta FaZe be in this spot on offense. They handled the round perfectly. New York's turn to do the exact same thing.
Such a hard gunfight to win. Simp, that nade is going to get in the position where those players once were, but they've already pushed to the end of the elbow. They've put their front line far forward right now, so FaZe is going to come around this corner. Into trouble. Here comes 2 for Hydra.
And that is exactly how you dominate the A-bomb site. You get the clearance, you use your stuns, you use your nades, and frankly, Subliners had all 4 players chucking their stuff, so even if there was a trophy, it would have been overwhelmed. That is the call, just to go for the domination, and again, the execution after the fact is absolutely perfect. Maybe Hydra, a little bit of momentum. There's kill number 1, and the next 2 just fall in his lap. Hydra looking to get the hot hand as Subliners still down around.
Can he get the cruise now for the Subliners? 3 more kills, so be it. Trophies are working overtime indeed. And Hydra, aggression. And that is another. Will he be able to get this? Surely not. Simp wins it. The Kismet there to try to get the trade. That's an awkward situation to be in. Sib, can he find it? He can. Superb round. The Subliners struck while the iron is hot.
And Sib read that pressure, left his teammate to die because he knew he wasn't going to be able to get those trades. So he's going to be able to take his time in 1v2. He has a minute to make something happen. But how good are his spidey senses? Kismet and Sib just around the corner.
Oh my. Hello, number 1. A straight 1v1 right now. And Kiz pumps the brakes with Deddy still. And Simp is long gone.
I would be terrified if I was Kismet.
And I hope he doesn't hit that corner. Simp's going to go back to it, to the scene of the crime. He wants to be found. He wants to fight. And Kismet, if you don't check this, this could get ugly real quick. Look at the patience from the Bulldog. This might be a tremendous error. Oh, no! It really was. There aren't a lot of words for it. It's map point FaZe. And Simp feels like that was a freebie.
The true psychopaths always return to the scene of the crime. Simp is built different at his double-digit kills. That is a 1v2, and he knew about this play so far in advance. When Abizi was by the statue, Simp said, "You're just dead, man. I'm sorry. I'll make the play later." And he delivers. Again, incredibly strong case for being the best player in the game. And you might be right. I mean, hey, he might get the cruise. He's going to win the game at the same time if he does, but here we go.
Let's find out. Pressure towards B. You've read it perfectly. The subliners are there as well. Cell, first blood, Hydra out of the equation. And here comes the next one for Simp. Kismet. Oh, I love the prone play. Oh dear, around the corner. A little bit too much shoulder. Gone, down and out, 3v3.
So I'm going to back down as well. So they played for the retakes. And this is such a tight setup as well from Atlanta FaZe. They're expecting maybe a flank to roll through, but 5 and 6, Straza and Abizi working together as this bomb absolutely going to this A site.
Able to creep in. And FaZe have got a pinch working out here. If the subliners can get done faster than, than currently set to get it complete, that bomb plant could be a problem. They've got to get set up for the fight as well.
Yeah, and FaZe caught completely unaware. And look at this positioning from Sib. He actually had the perfect timing to get in the back spawn. Celium checks it though. That might be the mistake. Now man advantage for FaZe.
Win from Skies. He's going to read the second player. He does. He takes it. Wow. Bueno. What a round. Celium now 1v2 for the map.
King Cobra. Not enough time. He's got to make something happen.
Trying to make it happen down low. No, good reads. The subliners stay alive, 4-5.
And Caesar, Skies Bueno, knows he has to go and make that play. Reed Childs, even when he's one shot, you got to mess with the timings. A big moment play, because as good as Sib's positioning was, Celium wrapping all the way back through spawn just to check it. Could have been a dagger. But Skies buying you the lifeline.
Still 10 and 5 for Sim. I mean, it's been one hell of a search and destroy for him. All of his kills non-traded so far. Map point again for FaZe. We'll see if the subliners can pull off another great one. Heavy hit towards the A bomb site now.
Deja vu all over again. Sid, the only defender down that long lane over towards A. And the number of stuns and nades that just landed, but everybody survives.
Subliners on a fast flank. Here they come. They're going to send it around this corner, and Sim, he's managed to stay out of the fight. The red dots all over the minimap. They are singing. Here comes Sim. He finds both. 3v2. FaZe with only a man up, and the subliners have abandoned A. They've gone back towards mid.
Yeah, they're gone. They're moving. Subliners, though, they're making the perfect reads. The Skies is going to be here, ready for the B pressure, but look at Atlanta FaZe. The second you think something, it's like these guys can see through walls.
Slowly over towards A once again. The foot race is on. Sib there fast. I'm not sure if Draza saw him. Here comes the attack, and it's a lot of aggression. Jump check lands. The bullets do as well. Sib trades. Not there yet. 2v2.
That's great help from Skies on the cross. They can get this done. Desperate to stay alive. Draza just picks them off, though, and Sib in a pinch can't get it done just like that. Atlanta FaZe called game.
They had numbers. They had the window of opportunity to attack. An outstanding bit of work in the early rounds there from FaZe. New York Subliners, good tenacity, lovely resolve. They don't get absolutely blown out of the water there on 6-star, but so far, smooth sailing for FaZe in the series. 6-4, the final score there on 6-star.
And again, you gotta love the looks from Atlanta as well. A 3-loss streak that was completely irrelevant to how they're gonna be playing this map. Literally from the first round, you get to see the adjustments FaZe were making specifically for the subliners on this map, but it is really just credit to Sim. 13 kills, obviously 5 first bloods across the board for FaZe, but that means in the later half of the game, FaZe wasn't picking up a lot of those first bloods and still clutching. And by clutching, I mean the 1v2 from Simp, where his instincts are just just perfect. Gets the first kill and jumps out the front window, knowing a flank might be coming through. Sim truly built different.
Well, Vista done, 6-star done, Invasion up next. This is going to be a lot of fun, folks. We've got 2 players with extremely high KDs in the mode on the map. We'll find out how that goes after this quick break. Our winners round 2 matchup continues on the other side of this one. Atlanta FaZe taking on the New York Subliners. Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to COD Champs this year. The giveaway includes 2 VIP tickets, travel expenses, and more. To enter, scan the QR code on the page or go to scuff.co/CDL and enter your email. Terms and conditions apply.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our winners round 2 matchup here at the Major. The New York Subliners taking on Atlanta FaZe, and if you've just joined us, FaZe are up 2-0 chance, and it's looking real good. And one of the real reasons why it's looking good is that man on your screen there, Celium, seemingly unkillable.
Yeah, he gets his own index. This is the number of series he's had where he just goes positive. Literally 30 out of his 31 series this year, he's gone positive. I know what you're thinking. When did he get absolutely tucked to bed and go negative? God, this kid is terrible. It was at the tournament in the champs, or not the champs finals, but the finals Major 2, which they still won.
Yeah.
So Cell can go negative and they still win, but he goes positive all the time. He is the toughest player in the league to kill. I mean, literally every single game mode. He is the least deaths per 10 minutes, and it is by a wide margin. If you hate him, it won't make a difference. You can't kill him anyway.
Well, we'll see if anyone can kill him here on this invasion game. We're going to play control. These are our records so far, and oh goodness, folks, what do you know? On the right-hand side, great stats for FaZe. Not terrible though chance there for the Subliners. That won the first place in attack rounds. What's going on there?
That is the entire story. They are the best team on the attack. Hydra is the exact reason why. A 1.7 KD overall is insane, but we keep bringing up how Simp, best player in the game. I believe there are 7 players that have a positive KD on attacking rounds on invasion, and that's 7 out of 60-something players. Simp has a 1.2. So he is God. Hydra has a 1.4. So that's the player that needs to pop off, and Celium, he's shooting his body already.
Yeah, bad news. B, first segment cleaned up. Only 3 segments to work with there before the zone goes, and you get an additional minute to attack with. So far, so good. A now being hit, and a BZ. Whoa, aggression there. Hydra stops him out in the twins.
Just an absolute nuisance, those A hits. It just drags so much pressure on the defensive end and forces you to respond. So FaZe, plenty of space we're able to take over towards this B zone. Not actually capturing it just yet, but a nice gunfight win. Draws a 2 HP, and again, you can hate him. I assure you, he does not care.
He's looking fine so far, 4-2. Just about a minute to go. A single segment has always been captured, but right now for the New York Subliners. Woo! There we go. Okay, Hydra. Looking to drain B. Skies tried to hit the old Halo 2 sword lunge there on a Celium.
There we go. It's a hit though. We lost the gunfight. Straza, we're calling him out, but he wins the big gunfight against Kismet. Now you can get 2 bodies on the zone.
We're going to get 2 bodies in there. Here comes that. Is it? Double A. And it's going to be a big battery hit now. Kismet flying in. Oh, they find at least 1. Draza stays alive. The capture still continuing. Celium finally goes down. Hydra looking for streaks, but you have to get A.
I don't even know what you want more. He's going to have to do both, and it just channels into instant death. That's the 5 spree. Quelch the flank rolling through, though, and Kismet times it perfectly, but that is still a very poor situation for Subliners to be in. As a BZ flirting with the idea of going towards this A site. New York Subliners, they want to clutch up and just shut you down at B as well, but look at where Celium's at. This is a painful spot to be in.
And he's just going to sit and wait. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's really annoying. And now he's on A as well. So B's getting captured. They managed to soften that up and make it safe. Now on A.
And it's just a 1v1, him versus Sib in this moment. Sib's got to find a way to get this done. Hitting through the front, right into the pre-aim, and there's Celium letting him know.
All Celium's really doing at this point, folks, is ruining his accuracy stat. Okay, folks, 1 more segment at B, and we say goodbye to this opening attacking round. And FaZe flying forward. Reinforcements from the Subliners, though, they're making it in, and the timing might be great for Skies.
I mean, this is desperation. You're trying to make something happen. Draza can't get killed. Able to shut down Sib, get you the B zone. And you might hate Draza, but he wins you that round. And honestly, it might have just won you the map. Opens up the A zone, sets up his teammates, and gets it done at B as well. Draza, a hyper-aggressive player. That is 10 kills on an attacking round.
An electrifying round from FaZe. And they're feeling very good. Again, the confidence rising, smiles, little giggles here or there, shooting bodies, causing problems. For the Subliners, they managed to deal with a couple of big attacks chance. It just wasn't enough.
And the insanity of the shooting bodies from Celium. They only had a tick on B. They're like getting spawn trapped, and he's still shooting your body. It's annoying, but hey, we mentioned it. Hydra has a 1.4 KD on this map on attacking rounds. This man has literally been God, and well, he's going to have to ascend, but it is, of course, Draza there to shut him down. Kismet though looking for the opening. The Bulldog trying to pounce, and well, he gets shut down as well.
So a close set of kills. Well, a single segment of B complete. And now for the Subliners all over the top side of the map. Skies, lovely awareness there, dealing with a BZ. The flank is safe. Draza managing to sniff out Sib and remove him. And somehow Sim gets that. So you managed to save the B zone at great range. Push up, try to take control of the map.
Yeah, Celium, by the way, busy spawn trapping in this moment. Gets an extra one before he falls as well. So a couple players going to end up back in Palace. And Sky's the front man for the team right now. Lead singer gets chopped down. There are no open avenues of attack. Number 2 trying to find some time to make something happen. Gets world starred by Sim. That's a pistol kill. And again, back in Palace.
No.
Demoralization is the experience now of the Subliners.
You're starting to see what is going to break first, the bodies of the Subliners or their minds, and Abizi driving them out of their mind. There is the crossfire from Draza. A 5 spree now as FaZe are starting to just become untouchable here in Invasion.
It's a terrifying sight. Right now, it's not even remotely close. And Subliners are grouping up kind of through the middle of the map, back Palace, and Draza on a 6 spree. It's just target practice.
Yeah, we're going to see that target hit. It's going to be the ground. It's got to cruise.
3 world champions on the side of New York Subliners, and they are currently target practice for Draza.
Around 2-0 FaZe. They attack successfully. They defend successfully. Can they do it again? And right now, the Subliners are beaten and bruised.
And I'm getting way ahead of myself on this, I'm aware, but like Cold War FaZe in the mix, top team of all time with the likes of Complexity and Optic Gaming, this version of them might be like the cream of the crop. We got a long way to go, but I assure you, we are just witnessing greatness in Subliners on the not so fun end of it. Kismet 5 and 16, Sib only has 5 kills as well. They are getting bullied as Draza, feeding off the hate, has 19 kills in 2 rounds.
It was a 13 uncontested. Here comes the Cruise. One more round in FaZe. They get to push forward their own record of series wins in a row. It has been a sensational set. Can Draz find any more than the 8? It's unbelievable work so far. Selim in, catches them out. Quick moves there from Sib. Back over to B we go.
That's how annoying it is. That's like 3 deaths there for FaZe. So you think they're in a tough spot. Well, here's Draza on a 10 spree, looking to set a record on a difficult map on attacking rounds. And it's Hydra almost scared to chow. Does take down Draza, so the spree is over. Now FaZe forced to work this B zone. They've yet to get a single tick.
And this is the same situation we saw previously. You get a decent amount of balance across the map. You deal with these big hits from FaZe, but you let one player sneak through. And this is what's happening at Abizi. He just finds the smallest of windows to work with. And now all of a sudden he's on A.
And he gets so much time to play with because it's only a single player capturing the B zone. So it is a very slow progress. Gives you all the time in the world to work with. But Sib and Hydra both win their ones. And now Subliners the opportunity to try to shut them down on a defensive round. They need this if there's hope of defense for round 5.
And that's absolutely huge. Big work from Kismet as well. Sib pushing them forward. 30 seconds remaining here. And now a taste of their own medicine. Sib posted up, causing damage. Draws, whoa, down and out. One more for the Cruise.
And that's 7 kills for Sib in this round as well. So he's been popping off. This could be exactly what the Subliners needed. The antidote on invasion control. In FaZe right now, it's identification of Sib. They just don't want to feed him this kill.
Yeah,
they know.
They know. They know. Final moments. If he gets a little keen, Kismet takes it. Gonna go into the next round. Still on that 5 spree. Subliners, a strong sign of life here. But they've got to pull off 2 rounds in a row. Not impossible, but far from easy.
I mean, all things considered, that is best case scenario for New York. You burn the cruise missile. That was only a single tick of progress that rolls through. That is a dominant round on defense. Still, though, the bigger problem, they got bullied on the first round. They need to find a way to win this attacking round. They are the best in the game on attacking rounds on invasion control. This is when they need it the most.
Here we go, New York. 2 through the middle of the map. 1 to B, 1 to A. Nades and lots of noise. Sib is still on the hunt for that cruise missile, and FaZe are reading this on the defense perfectly.
This is just an inches moment. Sib gets called out as well, so nice first blood. Gonna open up the map just a touch, and again for Subliners, they have a little bit of time to try to break this down. Draza challenge, Draza falling. Kismet's also on a 4, so 2 potential streak opportunities. Well, that one doesn't last long.
He gets a lot of damage in. The first segment of B, slowly but surely getting worked away. Now going to leave, push up, try to get some map control. Hydra, I'm going to finish that kill, so for now that's going to be an issue. Whoa, Selim gets gunned. And you have to finish him. Woo! Smooth moves from Hydra, not enough to stay alive, and Sib still silently sitting on that 5.
There it is. Got the cruise missile, so another small victory in this potentially long war for New York, and that B zone is going to fall as well. 2 minutes and 11 seconds to work with to capture the A zone. This is as good as it gets.
Yeah, they're on it. Skies win this, and you're sitting pretty. aBeZy is one tough customer to deal with.
Unreal.
That is a massive win, and that's A safe.
Abe over there just playing with his food, handful of shoulders being thrown and getting the tags in when he needs. Abe at his finest.
Uh-oh.
Kismet gets him tagged up. He's on the hunt. Bulldog prowling and able to get it as well. Opportunity to make some plays in the back of Atlanta FaZe's spawn.
He's still moving against the kill. He resets dead silence now, making his way in towards the back lines. It's easy reads here from aBeZy. He's on the zone. Oh, guns was up for a moment. Kismet, if you win that, you're in a sweet spot. The rest of his teammates trying to push up as well.
Hey, he's got Sib to work with as well. They could jump on this zone, reading the launcher pressure, but if nobody's challenging, go straight to the point. You know aBeZy is nearby, and you're able to shut him down. 2 in the feed for New York.
2 in the feed. Selim's going to have to make a big run through the middle of the street. Trophies now at the ready. This is a big moment. Are you going to get the stack, or are you going to go for the kills? You have to bring down Selim. Uh-oh, you've left the zone. Try to stay alive. Here comes Sib. Sib can't get the second. Subliners, a sign of life. They don't finish A.
Yeah, Sib moves a little bit away from his trophy, and the stun grenade ends up punishing him. Kismet keeping up the pressure. I mean, one gunfight to win it potentially. He could do some damage. It's just one guy on the zone. It's aBeZy, that lone defender.
A lot of time still. Nice shots from Kismet. Reinforcements showing up. Nice nade from Cell. Simp finds his also. Simp down. Sib back onto the point. Still has the cruise to go. Sky soften up the defending a team. On the attack they go, and back at it with Draza. Another huge 2.
These trades are on point right now for FaZe, and well, you've lost so much of that map pressure. Now laundry control, or past it rather, Cafe in the hands of Atlanta FaZe. aBeZy and Cell grouped up together. Draza watching the cross.
Investment. It feels like a necessity. Towards the backside of the map, and there we go. We clean up, Draza on the A map, on the A zone, but that's aBeZy finds 2 in the middle of the map. He cuts the play down entirely. 30 seconds. This could be game.
That is going to be a game, and it's not just the terrors. Draza, while that cruise missile is rolling through, he overchows, gets himself killed by the cruise missile, but it's to kill Kismet before he can get to the zone. Heads up plays. Draza on point this map.
Life count is low, time even lower. 15 seconds to go. Subliners have got a saw, send it across the map. Simp and a hail of gunfire alongside aBeZy, bringing them down. 2 members of the Subliners can't even get close to outside of their spawn. The writing firmly on the wall. FaZe, it's a stamp in the series. It's a 3-0 in winners round 2.
And I tell you, that looked absolutely hopeless from start to finish. We opened up this series on New York's map pick of Vista, where FaZe still have a perfect record and immediately jumped up to an 80-point lead. The S&D to kick things off right. 4 first bloods in a row. The 1v2 clutch from Simp. And even that control, Draza just popping off from start to finish. New York Subliners certainly showed some fight there in the final rounds of Invasion, but even Draza, again, when that cruise missile was coming in, makes the heads-up play, keeps Kismet off the point. FaZe, they literally do everything right.
More than enough fight there from the Subliners, but not enough to get a map win. FaZe march on happily in towards the remainder of the winners matchup. For the Subliners, man, we'll see how they go. They're going to be dropping down to the lower bracket. We'll see them play later on today for one more chance here in this tournament. Quick look at the stats, and it was very good for the boys of FaZe, their chance. I had a conversation with a FaZe fan recently who he said, hey, we're in such good form right now. Everything's working out so good. I almost want us to lose a tournament here, or maybe we should lose in the next major so that we're strong for champs, because you know we love a bounce back. And I thought, if that is the sort of temperament of the FaZe fan right now, how confident is, the vast majority?
Dude, yeah, no, incredibly confident. Maybe their favorite sound is the silence of the crowd after a dominant series like that. FaZe are looking good. We know they were spooky rolling into this tournament, and thus far they have provided a 3-0 against a dominant team as well. Things are looking good. They've leveled up their game.
They're looking real good indeed. Well, a man who has got no sort of shortage of fans here in the venue is on stage. Draza with Blaze.
Thank you so much, guys, for the awesome cast. I mean, wow, we love it here. We love it here. Toronto, show some love to Atlanta FaZe as they come out on top. Draza,
Subliners?
Yeah, it feels great. You know, we love the crowd's energy both ways. And yeah, we're just playing lights out. I love it.
Lights out indeed. Now, coming into this series, like I said, it's a 3-0, but you guys had lost a few S&Ds before this. What was the S&D game plan going into the series for you guys to get that win?
Honestly, just playing together. Online, we definitely lost a few, and we lost the one yesterday, but that wasn't us, in my opinion. We showed out today and did what we do.
Yep, and definitely did what you do. Now, my next question is, how awesome would it be to win back-to-back here in Toronto for these fans? Because it's been a while since we had a back-to-back champion.
Yeah, I mean, I did it in Vanguard. I'm trying to do it once more, and back-to-back would be amazing. I'm hoping to get Toronto next round.
Okay.
I want them here.
He wants you to wrestle.
I want them here. I want the chance. I want everything. I love this shit.
He loves it, okay? You know what? Draza, you said everything you had to say. You want to say anything else to these fans here before I let you go?
Shout out to the fans. I love you guys. FaZe the fuck up. Let's get it. Come on.
FaZe up, everybody.
3-0.
That's going to do it for us on the stage. Chris, let's break it down.
He loves this shit, and we love watching it. Draza taking on all of the haters in the venue and smiling while he drops 29 kills on the Subliners' heads for that game number 4. Alley Cat Nameless, let's break down the dominance from Atlanta. Miles and Chance touched on it, but they're now looking to break records. This ties what they did back in Cold War.
And it doesn't look like they're slowing down anytime soon, right? Because this is the first 3-0 that we have seen on this weekend. And Simp is simply God right now. 34-22 in that map number 1. And what's crazy is a lot of these maps kind of went the same way as it did last time. Rio was the opening map 1 versus New York a couple of weeks ago, and it was the same thing. Over an 100-point win for Atlanta, absolute dominance. And then again, you roll into that 6-star search and destroy. It was around 11 last time, but this time, again, it is Simp, an absolute takeover mode, going 13-5.
Just a historic run by Atlanta FaZe. I mean, up until this point, this is one of the best, teams of all time, if not the best. You could make a case for over the last few years, and what they're doing right now is just unreal. 12 straight Hardpoint wins, and the average differential is 90 points, so they're blowing everybody out. And then you talk about them like expanding their map pool for this point in time specifically, like the 6-star S&D. They're 2-1 on it, with their one loss being in round 11. They say, you know what? Let's just play it again. We'll get so much better. Simp goes takeover mode, and then when you talk about Control, they got 4 players in the top 10 in terms of overall KD, just thrashing their opponent, refining the small things, and when you got to call somebody's name like Draza, he will answer and drop a 30 bomb.
And you have to put it in perspective, right? Atlanta was on a 3 search and destroy loss and lose spree. On the flip side of things, New York was on a 4 win spree. They got the map that they preferred in 6-star. They end that streak for both sides, and then the invasion Control. Atlanta's a very strong defense team. Attack is where they are lacking. New York on the flip side, the best Control attacking team we have right now. What happens? Round number 1, opener. Atlanta FaZe win the attack and set themselves up for success.
Atlanta is looking like the team to beat here in Toronto, and the man to beat, well, he's still the top dog in my book for Atlanta FaZe. Let's take a look at your Scuff play of the game from Simp in Search and Destroy. Nameless, what was this young man doing?
I mean, Studdy was talking about it in the green room. He was talking about, their offensive pushes are just so good. It's like they can adapt so quick. You saw versus Miami, the retakes were coming in a lot. Well, they were just playing slow and waiting until that smoke blooms, and then they would start to make their plays. So almost playing reactive when needed, and Simp capitalizes in those types of environments. When he gets mixy and the trades are coming in, he can find a kill, get out with his life, and be the impact player, and it's exactly what happened throughout all of 6-star Search and Destroy.
Allie, we made an official request to the devs over there at Activision to include a new stat. We want to know how many style points you score, because Atlanta are the kings of putting in some extra bullets in those bodies.
I mean, every single body's getting an extra clip. And what is so funny is I wonder if they do this in scrims as well. I hope that's our next interview question, because at this point, it's ingrained in every single one of their play styles.
Nameless, this is our number 1 seed. They are looking like the juggernauts, but coming up next, we got Optic, we got Toronto. Can anyone keep up with this pace set by Atlanta in this first winter semis?
It doesn't seem like that right now. I mean, as Allie mentioned, our first 3-0 of the tournament, these guys are at the top of their game, fixing everything, and that's another top 4 team they just dismantled on that stage. But Toronto and Optic have given us some great matches in the past. We'll see if we get another.
It's been a great weekend so far, and we have our 3rd matchup of the day underway. When we return, you are going to see the hometown squad, Toronto Ultra, taking on the fan favorites, Optic Texas, looking for glory once again.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
The Cataclysm Pack is available now. This bundle includes the Cataclysm Operator Skin, Dystopia Weapon Blueprint, Iron Lung Charm, Vroom Animated Calling Card, Alpha Vinyl Guiding Light Emblem, and Scratch Tally Weapon Sticker. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
Take a sip of syrup now. Right?
Oh, do I need to? Okay, all right, I can.
Okay, here we go.
Can I open? Am I strong enough to open this?
Yeah.
You can open it for me? I'm not strong enough.
Are you serious?
I need you.
Well, we got to take this
You're
off.
my work husband.
We got to take this off.
Oh, that helped. Now can I do it?
Yeah, probably. Go. Come on.
I can't do it, dude. Twisted boy. I need to chug the syrup.
Is this guy serious right now?
Oh, you're very strong. Did you get it?
Not the headset, please. Yeah! Woo! Oh, God, what are you doing? Oh, my gosh. That was way too much.
We've got inside on stage. That's delicious.
Okay.
Would you rather stack a point and just get that extension? Because they don't even have 2 ticks done yet. Now they will, as Formal, he gets pushed up into wood, and they're just playing around these spawn kills. They're looking everywhere. Only 1 death in this round for Optic.
Oh, yeah, this has been a
they
clinic.
are
An
pigs.
absolute clinic.
They're playing it. They have to play it. They are both water, 3, one shot. There's two water. They were both. They went red, Clay. They? Yeah, they went red. Both red, both inside red, both inside red. They went front door,
He's hopping. Watch his
water. I have your water. Back door.
They
didn't see you yet. Nice! Let's go, Clay!
Yes, sir.
Shotzi, when he's in his bag, bro, it is so fun to watch. Like, there is a rhythm and a rhyme to his gameplay, and it's a blast.
And well, he's going to call it a cruise right away. Flies on down, hits the speed boost.
He may be the most entertaining player in the CDL, and he's dropping some of the biggest numbers.
He's got to be so happy. He finally doesn't have to worry about getting first blooded in round 11 on his team.
You're like an adamantium werewolf.
Oh no! Oh no!
He couldn't get out, but he can do front flips. Oh, Daddy's hungry! Oh my God! Finally takes him out. But it's dog-on-dog warfare! No! That was the most intense round of S&D that I've ever casted in my damn life.
What's your favorite COD of all time?
Come on, bro. Black Ops 2. AW.
Who do you think is the best SMG player, undeniable, all time?
Either Seth or Damon Karma. Of all time? Me. Oh, wait, Porter or Clay?
Porter or Clay,
yeah.
Very valid. You're trapped on an island. What 2 COD players are you bringing with you?
Okay, I'm bringing Grim. And then I don't know.
Let's make a vibey squad.
Let me give me Shotzi. Give me Ant.
You have both players from LA Thieves trying to attack this from the middle of the map, but this might play right into Shotzi's hand. They're going to get completely caught off guard, and the bomb is going to be able to go down at B.
LA Thieves, see how quick they do realize this. Dashy just fell off the map.
My best memory competing is probably last year with the Florida Mutineers, playing Optic in the main stage in the first event. We lost against them 3-2, but then we had the opportunity to play them again the day after, and beating them 3-2 was a really good memory for me.
Talk about aggression. Rocker, 4 players over towards A.
Zoinks! There's the second from Alex. Third for Alex. Oh!
4th from Alex too.
We missed it.
Welcome back to the biggest battle of the night. It's number 2 versus number 3 in our Major 3 qualifier rankings. Toronto Ultra, the hometown squad, taking on fan favorites Optic Texas, and we know this one is going to be a banger. There are always exciting matchups. The last time we saw this on LAN, it was pretty one-sided.
Yeah.
One player from Ultra had a very off series. That was Envoy, 0.5 in the Hardpoints for that series. Today, I think we're going to get the same Envoy we saw on day number 1. This should be a much closer series.
I have to agree with you in that stance because really you call it wasn't close, but it kind of was. It was only about a hill differential in the Hardpoints, and it was around 5 control. So with Envoy dropping a 0.6, I doubt we see that again today. Maybe we see a change in result.
Nameless, let's take a look at how it all broke down last time these two teams met up. Scrap had a pretty solid game, but it was Pred leading the lobby with 86 kills across these 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Pred had himself a great series. He loves this matchup. And when you talk about these HPs, as Ali mentioned, like they were extremely close. And when you look at the series layout, Toronto got outslayed by about 30 kills throughout this one, which is something that doesn't usually happen. You're talking about a team that's 37-8 in Hardpoint on the season and have only gotten better throughout this split, despite players like Insight and Envoy starting off slow in Hardpoint. Scrap has gotten even better.
Atlanta just locked in their 13th win in a row, but it was Toronto who started the season with an 11-match streak. Will they be able to get back to their winning ways like they were at Major 1? That's the question for a lot of people here in their hometown. As you take a look at their LAN performance, though, you gotta feel good about it. Can they replicate what they did a few majors ago?
The biggest problem right now for Toronto Ultra is they're pulling a card against Optic Texas that they have been seriously struggling in the search and destroy department. 0-3 overall in the season. They have not been able to beat Optic Texas in that game mode, and that's been their focus the entirety of this stage. All of the top 4 teams have been focusing on search and destroy, and it's been in the attack. They haven't been able to figure out. They are last when it comes to post plant. They're 10th when it comes to attack overall. Even last when it comes to the opening duel win rate. So that's going to be their main focus in the series.
Sum it up, they're the underdogs? Is that safe to say?
I don't know if they're technically the underdogs because they're the hometown team.
All right, let's take a look here at our Monster Energy pregame. The good Nameless Hardpoint.
Yeah, the good is Hardpoint. They've been great at it on the season, and as I mentioned, it doesn't even matter if individual players are dropping the ball because their teamwork is so good. You can see they're first in holding, second in breaking, which they will absolutely need going up against an Optic team who's also #1 in rotation percentage, right? So the fundamentals both these teams have refined and gotten better at throughout the stage.
Sometimes it all comes down to matchups, and Optic, well, they match up really well against everyone except Atlanta FaZe. Let's take a look at some of the numbers for the boys from Texas against the other 10 teams in the league. 24-2. 71% of the time they are going to win the game you are watching.
Yeah, Optic has just been disgusting, man. And I love what they've been doing. You know, we interviewed Karma on the show last weekend. He was talking about how it's just the small things in Respawn, but really the search and destroy is what we've been harping on and focusing on to get that championship. And they've made strides forward in terms of their map pool and individual play.
Ali, Optic is looking to be the 3rd team to win a major on the year. How do they take a step further today?
I mean, they're feeling great in their S&D defense. Again, they're going up against a team in Toronto Ultra that has been terrible on the attack, where this is where Optic Texas had shined. But on the flip side of things, we talk about them being a good Hardpoint team. What's funny is in the last 30 days, they're 11-1 in Hardpoint, but they aren't really top 5 in any category specifically, which is just a testament to how good the players on Optic Texas are and how clutch they can be in these moments and make these game-breaking plays.
It might come down to the maps. Let's see what the coaches decide to do. Your map bans, well, Vista is out. They don't want to play Optic on it. Optic says, we're not going to play you on Karachi.
Yep.
Smart moves in the Hardpoint. How do the rest of these maps break down for you, Nameless?
I'll tell you what, both these teams woke up today and said, I want a good old-fashioned bout. We're squaring up. We're talking about the 2 best sub-base Hardpoint teams in the game. 7-0 for both of them. We'll see who is actually the best. And then Search and Destroys, both of their best S&Ds that we have in this series. So truly, who's better will reign supreme.
Ali, you are leading this week when it comes to predictions, so it's time for your first Scuff Pick'em. Where are you going with?
No way I'm going against the purple crowd. I'm going to go with Toronto Ultra in this series.
Going Toronto Ultra. Didn't see that one coming. Nameless.
I'm going to go with Optic Texas. They love this matchup. They've been looking so much better. I think they take it here on the stage.
Draza wants Scrap. Scrap wants Draza. The world wants Toronto versus Atlanta. I'm going Toronto. Sounds like the fans may agree. It's split out there. Let's send it down to Guy Blaze to figure this one out once and for all.
Chris, we're about to figure this one out for sure, as this stage is about to be set ablaze for this electric matchup here. And I want to see you all at home blow it up in the chat. Toronto, I want to hear your voices throughout the whole intro, because this first squad coming from the south looking to get another win. Brick by brick, here comes Optic.
From a city, you hear signs when we sleep. Heaven sent, hands down, vibes so unique.
Toronto, make some noise for Optic Texas! We got Kenny, Shatsy, and Dashy, and no matter who they play, they ready for whatever.
This team has been battle-tested throughout this split. Some tough matches, but they still reign supreme. They're looking to get that championship, and players are improved. Pred has been frying. Dashy has been the clutchest player in the league statistically. Can they get it done against the hometown crowd? It seems like the crowd is split. Let's bring them out.
Let's bring them out. Toronto, when I say plus, you say ultra. Plus! Plus! Get ready, because here comes the hometown team.
I love when the good news coming in on a day-to-day. Already know what's happening, I don't gotta shake the hay. Big moves, big stepper in the right direction. The trick continues, every double use a psychedelic. I think they gon' need a minute. Look, I'm interested in making as opposed to making friends. Double bags, I've been paranoid, having a safe so take a check. Finishing this drink should only take a sec. But Mark just cut me off, he told me that I go on stage in 10. Walk out to my own shit on the main event. Vinci my cologne after the show, she told me that shit was a favorite sense. Sprint advantage spacious, we can take it friends. What happened next, you can take a guess.
Fans all around the world, make some noise for the Toronto Ultra! We got the Ice King Scrap, the mythical envoy, the magnificent insight, and the legend Kleenex. Toronto Ultra, ready to get it done.
The Squirrel got shafted to let room for the MVP so far for the hometown team in Scrap to make his way through the crowd. Rocking a 1.5 on the weekend right now. You can hear how electric the venue is. Arguably the most hype matchup of the day is about to go down. This is going to be the truest test for Toronto Ultra to make it into their own hometown championship Sunday. We're over halfway through the weekend and almost halfway through the day. Let's go, Blaze.
Oh, I am so ready to get this one started, Allie. In Toronto, one more time. Help me set the stage. Are you ready to go? Merc, Maven, the floor is yours.
Yeah, we got ourselves an old-fashioned square-up, a banger, a shootout, whatever you want to call it. When we saw the maps, we're like, all right, these guys are going to war. We're fired up and ready to go, and this is one of the first times or only times you're going to have Optic in the building and the crowd's going to sound like that. Both teams getting booed, cheered, whatever. It's a party.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it's 50-50 just shows you we're in Toronto, right? But yeah, obviously a big matchup here for Toronto Ultra. I mean, for Optic, we saw the stats. They have taken care of business with everyone outside of Atlanta FaZe. They have owned specifically this matchup, beating Ultra twice on the year. They just did it the last major, but really, they are owning in the Search and Destroys. 3-0 there. Respawns 50-50 across the board.
Listen, with the form that Atlanta FaZe has been in, the tear they went on during this qualifier, it's like the path to them for both these teams. But you have to go through the other squad. Ultra's got to get the win over Optic. Optic to win over Ultra. Yes, you can do it through the losers bracket, but you're trying to get every edge you can, get through winners. It's going to be such a tough task. These top 4 teams have been insane, but like, I don't know, what are the biggest stories for you coming into this when you think about Ultra? Has it been Envoy's improvement? Is that what you've got your eyes on the most? I know it was a match against Surge, but now they're top 6.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that helps, right? I think sooner or later we all just kind of knew Envoy was going to figure it out. This guy's a world champion. Yeah, he's going to talk about it. I just had to get my timings down with the team again. For me, if you look at their Major 1 victory, it's a Search and Destroy. I think that is the biggest difference. When we talk about square up, you see these records right here.
Undefeated.
Both teams undefeated, 14-0 between them. We will see one with a loss after this first map.
7-0, 7-0, and into the battle we go. Toronto Ultra, Optic, Texas, ready to fight. We kick it off on sub base, and we'll see if Big Ken and the boys can get it going, or will it be the sensation that is Kleenex? So far, so good. It's Kenny on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Kenny obviously lives for these matchups, but another man, potential MVP of the year. Scrap has been so consistent in the respawns. He looks forward to these matchups. He wants gunfights. He wants to take it to the best players in the world, and this is his opportunity.
So what both teams are trying to do on this map, and a map like sub base, a bit unique in our rotation, is there players maybe you're looking at on both sides that have to be super for these teams in this one?
Well, I think for me it's insight, right? On a map like Sub-Ace, you're controlling a lot of the top mids. You have to win some of these long-range gunfights. Insight at times has struggled, but if he plays consistent, it feels like that's when Ultra is at their best. On the other side, it's Ken. It's Ken for me. It feels like these are when he just goes nuclear. He looks forward to this.
Yeah, no, when you're playing against the big 4, it's when he is popping off. From the point, nobody for now yet. Early setup, maybe if you were Optic, Texas, 3 in a row there for Shotzi before he drops, but we'll see what Scrap and Insight can now do. Nice hipfire and tracking there from Scrap to get his 3rd. As he pops off the 6-2, gets control here now with 35 or so remaining, and you start to rally the troops, maybe look for a lead change here with a solid hold.
Yeah, now Shotzi's starting to work this pinch, but Scrap 5 in a row would love number 6 and the Cruise. Didn't have to take the gunfight versus Dashy with a big one. And now if you're Ultra, you want this time, but number 1 does spawn out in Scrap, so a big rotation here. 1 versus 5, Scrap versus Kenny. Envoy spawns up, so Ultra a little bit blessed. You get a little aggressive at this P2 if you are Optic. So Ultra gonna take that all day because you did not earn a lot of time with the spawns there at our second hill, but a chance here at P3.
Yeah, I thought you were to get something. You get 10 to show for, not a whole lot, but now can you get it rolling, get it rocking? As Inside Kleenex through with the headshots and looking to hold it down. Kleenex started 0-5, maybe now starting to get something going, but here comes the onslaught from Optic, Texas. 3 flying on forward. Pred, Shotzi with the openers. Kleenex going to be the one man here to likely deal with this. Eyes on one up top, some tags in, but into the hard point. Go Optic, Texas. It's another break and just disrupting any positive flow for Ultra, any positive momentum early in this game. And you've got what? Kleenex 3-7, Envoy 2-8. Look at both are struggling. Good luck. Granted, it's early.
Yeah, and again, we just saw this matchup versus Carolina for Optic. They run 4 MCWs. They want to play around map control and really around this P4. This is how they do it. This is how they got their run going versus the Ravens. It was sort of keeping them trapped on the right side of the map, winning this rotation over to P4, combining P4 and P5. They're setting it up here, but Ultra going to get this scrap time. Going to be a very close game, but you're going to need a break for Ultra.
Yeah, at least you get, what, 20, 25 there if you are Ultra. So something to write home about. After the 2 Kenny's able to get, he'll get stunned. He's got one more in front of him, though. The Simtex might be able to hit. Can he get the damage in through? He's just going to go up top for now. As Optic enjoy the setup, he'll be lurking on one side of the map. The movement there, the play there. 3 straight, the gunny, not quite enough. Maybe one more bullet, he got that.
But look where you're taking these gunfights, right? Yeah. It's nowhere near the hill. Now you're finally get there, but Optic's still owning the time. Here comes Ultra, though. 3 players pushing the hill. Couple of players spawning out in Pred and Dashy. Ultra have to go. They at least keep it white for now.
It turns out when you have multiple gunfights happening at Bulls, 20 seconds into the next hardpoint, probably good for the team that is in the hardpoint. But now as you push through and find some kills, you'll get into the back of the triple there from Big Brucey, though. As Dashy gets 3, they fight through the front, you get up inside, and in a moment that looks like maybe things fall apart, You at least disrupt some of this time. You've got only 40 on the board right now if you're Ultra. Still obviously in chomping distance.
Yeah, and again, Optic just playing patient, playing around map control. Now a chance here for them to earn time again. They set up this P5 hold. So there's putting pressure on Ultra with their slaying ability, controlling top snow, that bottom side of the map. Back over to Envoy. He's going to have to make a play, but a team shot is in out of Shotzi and Dashy.
I thought Dashy
No. Okay.
Yeah.
He got shot in the back.
I was about to lose my mind until I saw who came through on the kill feed, but more time accruing. We're racking up right now for Optic Texas. Balanced effort out of the squad. To Kenny's POV, we will go damage in, but he'll get swarmed. 3 will drop it. It's Dashy by himself in this moment. And a couple of these spots, he's been able to get big multi-kills. Not going to happen there as he's caught trying to mantle up. So you get a healthy chunk of time. And again, just enough to stay in the fight right now if you're Ultra. It's been a slow start for a couple of your players. Kleenex has picked it up. Envoy still sitting at double negative, but you're still like a hard point away.
Well, he was running a rival there for a bit too, so I imagine that Envoy switches out over towards that MCW. Shotzi, the teamwork there with Dashy once again on display. Only down 25 is Toronto Ultra. It was Scrap who got them out of a tough spot at that P5. They're going to need a play here, maybe from number 1 on the minimap to set them up on this push. Dashy just put his shots in, and there we go. There is Scrap and Envoy onto the hill.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of all over the map. The spawns came in for Optic Texas with a bit of a split when you had 2 by it. You had like a square set up around mid-map, and you're able to find an opening through the gut if you are Ultra. But keep an eye on number 6 now, and Shotzi maybe looking to make the play. We'll see if he's going to be able to disrupt this.
I think they start to turn, though. Insight picks it up. He gives the call out. They know, all right, we haven't seen Shotzi for a while. This is a map he can get lost on. So heads up play out of Insight to track him down. Now you're controlling the middle of the map. You're controlling the power positions. You can see this is going to set up Ultra for this P2.
Scrap lining him up once again to 18 and 13. He goes. A flurry of purple there on the kill feed. And with this remaining time, you're basically looking at an exactly tied game. Now, that was the case when we casted Optic Texas. When you talk about against Carolina, it was a tie game, then it wasn't. They ran away with it. But the hometown team trying to now make the run to Ultra. We go with a listen in.
He's not crossed yet, I don't think. He's still there. We can take them. He's not crossed, I don't think. Still there. Do you have mid?
Top side, one's looking.
Already outside door.
Top guy, weak.
Come to help you,
Top guy, absolutely, 1 tunnel. Top guy, 1 tunnel, 110.
Needs to be in the back.
Nice, top glass, 1 tunnel, 110.
Top,
nice.
More top. I'm staying down. I'm staying down. I'm 1 shot. And I'm cut. Love jumped in, yeah. Side door, weak. What's front of us?
Front, jumped it. Oh my gosh, my bad. Yo, run out, fast. Nice, man.
Weak front. He's gonna go side door. I can help you. Started now, Dashy in.
That's both.
Okay, yeah. 1 shot, absolute dash. I go left, bro. I'll be on time, I'll be on. Have a node. Just right here, bro.
Give it a sec, okay?
I want left. Watch out, alright? I'm trying to know.
Barrel.
They're gonna play.
Still on the barrel.
Look where you can barrels.
He's gonna play out, bro. He loves playing P2. Yeah, we definitely play the back push. Yeah.
100% we can. Yeah. I'm trying to grab P2 right now. He's gonna be here. Silas probably. In the back. I'm blocking him. Like that.
Top. That's time. They're still out. Only the other 1 time.
Yeah, 1 time. He went tunnel, bro. He top really.
Nice.
1 tunnel.
Yeah, office weak. Opposite once.
I'm after you. He's
challenge Starbucks. Starbucks weak.
2 tunnels.
Starbucks dead. That's 1 tunnel.
Office. 1 shot. Absolute time. Left. He went.
Nice. And 1 more tunnel. Last one.
Last one now. Just let
back in you still.
Okay, let's see him back.
No, let's one up. I just want back.
Oh, next week. Starbucks. Another one. Starbucks. He's just behind it now.
Stay to me.
Envoy with some absolute long-range beams in the middle of that, but cooler than a cucumber is the comms from Ultra. It has always been the case. They are vibing and frying up 40. Joe, what do you see going forward?
They're controlling the map, right? Scrap now. He's up to 24, but they are controlling the map so well. Kenny was the one player they had to find. Pred now in position, right? But you don't allow Optic to get into a clean setup here at this P4. You've controlled P2 into a P3 now. Great plays from Envoy. The power of the mullet is hitting with that rival, but Insight, you were waiting on him, staying patient. Now going to have the help of Scrap to break this setup here for Optic.
The power of the mullet, that is disgusting. But it's set up inside and trying to hold. Now is Texas working all the way around. Is he going to expect this though? Spawning right in behind him. No way you're reading that.
Wow.
The shots come in.
I'm disgusted.
He's going to drop. That is a painful one. You think you worked the whole way to the back. That one gets past him in the time. Rack it up now. Optic Texas looking for a lead change.
Yeah, I mean, great control, but because of that early lead that you have held on to, Optic, they're going to take the lead. There's going to be a lead change, but if all the skirmishes starting to go down low as that lead change is in, Kenny be to be the first man here, a bit of off angle, going to find Scrap.
I'll see if you can find any more behind this position. Giving up, gonna have to win some tough ones, and not gonna happen there. It's like comes popping on forward, I believe with a pistol, able to pop his head clean off. Into the point now, or Ultra. Their turn to try and hold. One out deep will be Scrap, who's going to be coming in behind enemy line. Spawning out wide right will be another one for Ultra. It's Shotzzy and Kin that break the point wide open. Also pick up the big kill towards mid. You are set up for success.
This was the moment they had versus Carolina, right? It was right around this score line. And now you are in this trap if you are Ultra. You were trying to get out. But this is what they do. Look at the top right. You are on 10 kills in a row if you are on Optic Texas. The pressure now over to Ultra to find a break.
Yeah, chance to get some streaks too. We'll see if they're able to do it if you're Optic Texas. Pred's POV here for a moment as he's hunting and lurking. Point man might be Kenny then on the other side of it. Shotzi's going to drop. Pred's going to get awkward timing. Kenny will fall as well. Is the entire team going big now for Ultra? But Dashy does get number 5. One away from a potential cruise. So the comm's got to be on for Ultra, trying to get that kill. Make sure no streak coming in. The one-on-one is looming. What will the timing be like? I think it's Insight that was wrapping the whole way around. This could be good or this could be great, but inside the point and looking to close this one out is Optic Texas. There's the cruise. You pick it up as Big Bruce able to go clutch.
And again, just the one kill that he did. You were in a 3 dead scenario. So much pressure now on Ultra again because the map has flipped. You're just trying to find any second that you can if you are Optic. That is going to be a 3 dead, but you do have that extra cruise now. That utility to work with is Pred hitting the headshots.
Lead around 50.
You're going to go for it right away.
Bruce. From the top row, from the sky, missile in, not able to hit, but Pred and Kenny able to get 2 though, and the comms will come through on player positions. Right over to a tough gunfight with Ken, able to take that first one, 20 away from the victory. Now our Optic Texas. Shotzzy loses his target, Ultra. Try to rally back. You don't have enough juice in the tank of this hardpoint to win it here, so we'll see another rotation, but you're just gonna be 5-6 points away.
Yeah, it's going to come down to it, right? Ultra know they need a clean P2. They're going to have to rotate over towards P3. Close spawns in the back for Optic. Ken didn't win the first one. Shotzzy waiting for his teammates. The nades, the stunts, starting to fly on in. Unfortunately, it's a team nade, but he's able to find the first. Now, if you're Ultra, you have to control top barrels, this power position.
The fact he even gets that kill with what 50 HP, whatever he had, is Pred trying it out, pop off in the tail end of this one as he dials up a triple and he's roaring on the cam. It's a victory in map 1 for Optic Texas. And Pred is on his feet.
Well, and everybody in the venue knows what that guy was saying. Just dead.
I think that is absolutely the case. But I think you highlighted the big moment, similar to their win versus Carolina, where they kind of turn on the Jets. They get the opposition on clamps and they run away with it. Take me through it one more time.
I mean, obviously it's that P5. I think you had the chance if you were Ultra. Unfortunately, this map is what it is, and that P4 spawn comes in.
Yeah, that was rough.
No, it's horrendous. Yeah, however, that sort of sets them up for a good scenario at P5. But Ultra were there, but then it was that break. A couple of more chances maybe to get out of that trap, but Dashy was able to find one more. He goes on that 6 spree. The fact that he gets one, because there was a chance it was a clean 4 dead for Optic.
True.
The map flips, but he finds one. He puts pressure on, hey, we have to find Dashy. While that happens, his teammates come off spawn.
Well, it feels like he is the last line of defense at times. I mean, just to play on his play style with this current team. And when he needs to get a big multi-kill, get one big gunfight win when he's last alive, he has been able to do it. Scrap, who was maybe shooting a little bit too much on the tail end of that one, is not able to walk away with the W, but he puts up, what, 6K damage, 34 kills. He was shooting.
And this is what you wanted, right? Right here in this game, you're controlling this P3. You've chained 2 hills together, starts to get this, lead building on up where you're controlling the map, but Kenny's able to win one on the other side. That is when that spawn comes in. Then just early in this P5, you have this setup if you were Ultra, but it's Shotzzy and Kenny with 3 in the feed that lead to the break. And now you have this decision if you are Ultra. How do we get out of this? If we go to the top side of the map, we're going to give up 30 to 40 seconds. If we flood down low, we might just enter the blender.
Well, that's the trouble when, a team needs 20 sub points and, you're back like 50. It changes your playstyle, changes your decision. You can't take long routes. You can't set things up maybe like you want to. You got to scramble. You got to fly at the hard point. You start getting caught. And that's what Team like Optic's going to punish you, right? When the game plan maybe unravels,
But that was something fierce there. The boys are up, roaring, fist bumps out and feeling good after the first. So look through the game flow now for our map 1 sub base, and dude, it feels so much like the Carolina one.
No, it does. I mean, but honestly, it's that second P4, right? Did you go from 126 to 174 behind that spawn? Behind that spawn, it is what it is. Have to deal with it, and then on that P5, they're able to get into a better position and find the early break. But as we said, this is a square up all the way through. Karachi, the map, both of these teams have played a ton in Search and Destroy.
Oh, listen, all of our maps, there are certain hills where you have those spawns where somebody's someone's spawning up right behind them. We see it all over the place. That particular one in that moment, though, yes, absolutely painful. You're not able to rebound if you are Ultra, and Optic Texas, they capitalize, they run through the rest of it, get the victory in map 1, and now take the edge. So you're probably a little flustered on the other side of the stage. Gonna need the Vinny to rally behind you and get going back into the Search and Destroy, but where the Search was so good early on in the year, when you talk about maybe having Skid Row in the rotation and what you're able to do on the map if you were this Ultra team, hasn't quite been the same level.
No, and then on the other side for Optic and Dashy, right, he has just gotten going. He has the most clutches. He's up by 4. The 1v1s, the 1v2s. The guy is just the Iceman right now.
Well, he's always, I think, had an instinct for Search and Destroy.
Yes.
His background, we know how good he was when he first came into the Optic organization ages ago. I was putting up numbers with TJ. Like, they had, like a 1.6 both their first event in Search, just frying. And they changed around an organization that had always struggled in Search and Destroy. That was usually the bane for, like, an Optic team for years. He came in, sort of changed what they were able to do there. But, like, listen, it's part the pedigree of the player in Search, and also he just hit shots he shouldn't. Like, some of the clutches, like the one that Asian the other day, like through the railing, he just makes it look so easy. It's like a 4-bullet headshot. Like, oh, okay.
No, his beams are insane. Yeah, he shoots real straight and
kills people faster than others do, I swear.
And then again, I mean, for Ultra, you know, 50-50 in respawns versus Optic, but you were 0-3 in Search and Destroy. When you won that major, it was through the Search versus FaZe in the final. Like, they did not lose a Search to FaZe throughout Major 1, but you'd see Scrap what he's done. Well, what he did on Thursday, the man popped off.
Yeah, and some of the stats will show throughout that you're talking just about the major. You know, some Thursday action.
They got one match.
So, yeah, you have one match. Maybe it's a lesser team. You're putting up some absolute stats. What matters is what they're able to do in this particular matchup. What they can do the rest of the way. Is Scrap is done. He's got 2 people, 1 bullet. Not able to finish either, but the damage surely in. But we'll still be sitting at a 4 versus 4. As the Optic Texas guys will get back to full HP and look for the next fight. But it's offense for Ultra, and they are looking for the opening. To Kleenex's POV for now is...
It's really on the Pred.
Back over and see how they set up towards B.
Yeah, there's really 2 lurkers here. It's Kleenex on one side, Pred on the other. Kind of relying on them. Both teams just sort of feeling out the round. Half the round is done, the smoke is out, but it's kind of a fake. I think they're going to have the info, the rotate. No one should move here if you are Optic. Dashy maybe just going to cheat on over for a moment.
The smoke didn't even cut off the angle on the cross, so he's just like, boys, no one actually crossed. Obviously, they could be waiting and baiting out the other way.
You have a lot to check.
Here we go. They start to go. The first check going to be there. Envoy able to get the kill.
Okay.
Time is dwindling. Insight with another nice shot from Dashy, though, through on the cross, at least able to drop one. We just talked about the ice. Does he have another one here? Him and Pred, 2 versus 3.
I don't know if he heard Scrap or what, but some bad timing. He is going to find him with the pistol, so we're into a 2-on-2. Plenty of time for Pred and Dashy to work with.
This will be a 2-on-4 if they are able to do it, but you said plenty of time, but second by second, that is dwindling. So many things to check. Pred in, Pred out, able to stay up for now. Daddy going to be popped, getting back to full HP. 15 now on the clock. Dashy gets another. It's a 3. In the round for him. It's just Kleenex scrambling, trying to get around, drops in between. Dashy with all 4 and the defuse. Talk about the ice.
Did he get it? It was very close.
Oh, he doesn't get it. I thought he had it.
I think there's a miscomm there. There's a miscomm.
I'll be honest, I looked away to the crowd when they went to pick it up. What happened?
Somebody blacked out. Who is Dashy with? Pred?
What just happened?
Pred just blacked out. That's what happened. I don't know what that was.
I literally turned to look at the crowd sort of jumping around, and then I turned back and you're like, I don't know if he has it. I was like, what?
Well, yeah, I mean, he got the kill, but then he had to slide to the bomb. I don't know where Pred was. Somebody blacked out throughout this. Yeah, look, 7, yeah, they both kind of go for it. And there we go. I mean, maybe, I felt like there was a couple of seconds there, though.
I thought he got the kill like 9. I thought he had
it. He did. No, he did.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened.
I'd have to watch it back. Honestly, I was just getting fired up because Dashy go 4. I'm screaming, and then things, well, they explode onto Pred and Dashy's face as they will lose the round, and you go 1-0 now if you're Ultra. So we'll get deeper into this one. It's round 2 and a wild start to this search and destroy and a wild fight at close range. Dashy's got all 5 as he's showing he can get done with a fist. The mitts are out as well. For Scrap, we'll bring it to a 3-3.
I'll tell you what, though, I like seeing that from Envoy. He's had a much better stage in Search and Destroy specifically, but taking chances, finding those openings, and now Scrap gonna try to bring it back into a 2-on-2. Sorry, 3-on-1, but there is a quick trade. Now it's down to Dashy again.
Why not? Not this time. Well, not last time either, I suppose. Toronto, they now go up 2-0. In the search and destroy, but some wild timing, some crazy moments in round 1 that I already, I just need to watch it back and see how it all played out.
Well, it's just one of those rounds, right? Like we've had this in, a long time here, but like that Vanguard round, right, where Dashy falls in the water, then like there was sort of a mental collapses that moment.
You not need to bring Splashy out right now.
But like, I'm just saying, this is an early test here in this search and destroy for Optic.
Yep. He's been leading the charge, surely, but is Toronto leading on the map? What will they do this time? Offensively, last time, kind of a smoke fake over towards B. The presence is going to be here towards mid and B, though. If you're Optic Texas, you have very easy transition over. Smoke hadn't quite bloomed yet. Tries to get across. Shotzzy going to shut it down, and he's dancing with death in the smoke. Out of it. Swan dive. Trying to get around. Finally able to track it. It gets to a 2 versus 2. Pred Dashy, though, able to stabilize and take care of the round is... Well, you know as well as I do. Smoke out, things get wacky.
Well, and I think that's just a miscom similar to round 1. I think between Envoy and Kleenex there, Kleenex is obviously sliding, but I think he's hoping the smoke has already popped.
Oh, it bloomed like right after he went out. Yeah.
And I mean, you've seen like nades in past titles sort of get caught in the bomb. I don't know if that happened, but it just felt like the comms were
skip and roll or something. Yeah.
But it's just sort of the timing off there for Ultra, and they get caught as Shotzzy able to find the double and then play his life for so long.
Try to have timing be a little bit too picture perfect on the fast side, and things don't quite work out. So another kind of crazy moment here as we get to round number 4. All the utility hitting over the top. Stuns definitely going to connect a multiple Optic Texas player. Smoke is already there. Second one out. Both have been exhausted, but you basically try to get Envoy to his spot through one smoke, and now suddenly Optic, hold up, put the brakes on this.
Well, I think Envoy got stunned, right? So he's immediately just going to put it at his feet, so hopefully he doesn't die from that position or through mid, and that was the play call. Yeah, pretty much. Just sort of, pressure on to me, but he gets to his spot. Shotzzy still over there with the bomb. Now it's just both teams just trying to find information.
Slows down here for a moment as everybody takes a breath in the venue. We continue on in a wild one. Kenny to top AC. Tickled from what seems all over. Shotzzy dove through him and through Kleenex as he gets the first blood, but a quick trade is there, and Bomb will be down in a precarious position. Now Kenny trying to get eyes. Damage is there. Beamers are through, and Kenny tacks another one to a 3-2. We go. Pred, Kenny, end it.
Well, and I just don't think Kleenex expects a dolphin through the window.
No.
That's what happened.
What sound does a dolphin make, Joe?
I don't know if I could. Honestly, I don't know.
Okay, no, I don't know.
Yeah, it wasn't very good, but no, that was... Yeah, you just don't expect that. He hits the one player weak, and then Shotzzy just flies on through with a little trade. The bomb does get dropped, but they get caught inside a fountain.
Taking a look kind of at the data sheet, anyone like pop it off for you outside of Dashy, right? He's got Dashy at 1,300 damage in 6 and 2. I mean, obviously back to that first round, but kind of scrapped the one going toe for toe with him, at least on a damage standpoint. A little quicker now, over towards A. If you are Ultra, kind of sitting over there by himself will be Kenny backside Diner as he's looking for the angle. Probably calming is... They haven't seen anything on the other side. You see the position there, number 7 from Pred. So you're saying, boys, this looks like it's likely going to be pressure towards A. Kenny tries to go, find a timing, nearly able to get 2, which would have disrupted everything, but buys his team some time because he stops the plant.
Yeah, that's just it, and allows Dashy to rotate on over. However, they do not have cafe control, and Scrap almost able to take him down. One player is in, though, Shotzzy top red. Scrap maybe sees him, he does. Tries to put some shots in. You have a tight setup right now if you are Ultra. You see number 7 just making sure there's no late flank, but Shotzzy going to be the point man. Nice little pre-fire there, has the smoke, and this is just where he thrives.
Oh, God. Where is he? Where did he go? Shots in, tags for both, repositioning his Envoy. It deals with it. Chest bumps another and nearly able to get the 2 pop of the damage. He's through. Now Pred in a clutch position. 15 to go. Checks ticket. Nobody home. Around and around we go. As the circle continues, it's inside with the flow. And Ultra with the round.
That's a great round out of inside. He wastes so much time with the pistol there for the trade on the Shotzzy. Then knows Pred is going to be on the chase. Not known for his movement, but he was quick throughout that round, leading the team now with 6 kills.
Picking it up big time as you get another on the board if you're Ultra. I mean, anytime a smoke is out in those positions, like flip a coin, like it just absolute chaos ensues. But I kind of like after the first kind of panic shots, just the, I don't know, you get calm. If your Envoy, just kind of back out of that, re-center, try to simplify things for yourself. Thankfully gets aim assist and he's able to get the kill, but back up in front, go Ultra. But a tear right now from inside as he's on 3 straight. Shotzzy getting across. Kleenex, well, no longer getting across as Kleenex clotheslines him.
Yeah, I mean, you had sort of, Envoy just in a really tough spot. The nades, the stuns were onto him, so that just lets the team know, hey, there's going to be some mid pressure. Somebody look mid. Make sure Shotzzy doesn't climb up on this ladder. Getting to top red. Able to shut him down. And now on to Pred. Gets spotted by Scrap trying to hit the wall bang.
Here's him like jumping, spots him, just gets the shots through. Now Kleenex looking to reposition. It's tough. You have the rival there, you get caught to 3v3. What do you see, Joe?
Pred gets under all the timing for Pred. I swear the ladders sometimes are like magnetic. You just climb on top of them. And well, he tries to get off of it quickly, but he was behind enemy lines. The timing though does not go his way.
Plant though is in. 2 versus 3 now for Kenny and Dashy. Make it another clutch scenario for Dashy as Scrap gets another. Not gonna happen. Envoy sniffs him out. Ultra, tons of time. The retake of the 3v2 is on, and they will take a 4-2 edge now in the map. So far, the sauce here in the search.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Ultra, a great round from them. A nice recovery. You get the first blood from Kleenex, but honestly, it's a Pred play, right? It's just sort of, if that works out better for Pred, maybe Optic, or more than likely, Optic win that round, at least have a 2-on-2. Maybe there's a quick trade, but instead, he starts to climb the ladder and gets caught.
Deeper and deeper we go as the fans now try to rally behind the Optic side and get them back into this down 2 rounds. But Dashy, so many opportunities in the clutch, but very tough scenarios. The streak for insight continues as well. You get out to 4 now. That's what's been lacking for him a little bit. I mean, sometimes the respawn maybe not there, but the search has usually been good for him since he joined the league. Hasn't quite had the impact as of late, but right now he's doing it at 7-3.
I mean, when they won Major 1 at Major 1, he had like a 1.8 in search. Yeah. It was around that one. It's some insane numbers, especially in the final.
He is different when he is in his bag in search, that's for sure.
Shotzzy, though, might find the first blood here on the Kleenex. The smoke is out. And there we go. Pred, Shotzzy, the SMG duo take over.
Yeah, you see the whirlwind there as players lose an aim assist. It is a tough, tough fight through the smoke.
Hold on!
2 left, but Scrap it inside.
He said, I'll take that all day.
Shooting beams. Now it's Shotzi's turn to try and clutch. Down to a 1 versus 1. Shotzzy, Scrap.
Oh, he spotted him. He spotted him cross.
Did you see it on the other side of it, though? Oh, you sure as hell did. Now 7 HP. Scrap is shooting missiles.
And this is how he's feeling. He's just going for it. Maybe not going to expect this reposition here from Scrap. And crowd, we are going to take our time here. Gonna check it, and there we go. Scrap just takes over that round. Literally, his teammates die and says, I am going to run out of this archway and chow whatever the hell I want.
I mean, Insight's had some absurd chows lately, too. We've been casted like he's looking like Scrap at times. Like, I mean, he is one of the most confident shooters we have seen in the history of the league. Scrap does not care what the situation is. He is taking the gunfight. 5-2 advantage now for Ultra, as it felt like you had that one in your hands and it slipped away a couple rounds. I still gotta watch round 1 back and see exactly what happened, but a couple rounds where you feel like you should have had him if you're Optic Texas. It was 4 straight for Insight. He drops. Now it's 4 straight for Scrap as he explodes.
Now this is the position we saw Kenny playing, so Kleenex at least gonna find one. Now time to finesse if he can, at least buy time for his teammates to get there, and that is what he does. He is still alive. Kleenex inside the bus. You see Pred middle of the map, so all the focus is really on the Big Ten, and he's gonna get shut down as Scrap on 5 in a row. Ultra have not won a Surge versus Optic team. Looking to close it out here.
Scrap is dishing out buzz cuts, and he almost wants to chow this one as well. Pred, all the hopes lie in his hands. He's got to bring it in the 1 versus 3. 45 seconds to go, but yeah, in the opening moments, Kleenex gets caught backtracking one time. Not going to happen this time. You catch one if you're Pred. 1v3 to a 1 versus 2. Got to hit the reload. Think about the re-engagement, but still time to go. 30. Now on the clock. You see on the minimap, stacked up diner side is Ultra. They have bomb down towards Dumpster. You might get a one-on-one, but it's a one-on-one against Scrap, and he has had the absolute beamer. Ultra taking dice up 1-1.
I mean, he tries to reposition for a second, but the urge to just take the gunfight is too much for Scrap, and he's able to win an Envoy, or sorry, Kleenex was right there. But Scrap and inside the AR duo take over on this map, tie the series up at 1.
Yeah, and on the scoreboard, you know, it doesn't look all that close in 6-2, but you had a bunch of clutch opportunities if you're Optic. You had man numbers that disappeared, but, you know, when you have teams of this caliber and you have players of this caliber, sometimes somebody like Scrap's going to take over. Or like Dashi in round 1, I know you ran out of time, but like you can fry everybody. These guys are incredible. It's fun to watch.
Yeah, 2,300 damage there for Scrap, leading the lobby. On the other side, I mean, yeah, if you're Optic, you're in this round 1. You then had that Pred play where he gets under Ultra, and then that 4-on-2. You know, maybe it's a 3-on-2, but you had the numbers advantage. There's 3 rounds. You could probably circle, go back, rewatch, figure out what the hell happened.
We're probably going to around 11 or something like that. Like, or we're going a little bit deeper in this, so it could be the case. But you tied up at 1-1. I mean, even the map 1, you know, we're tight throughout the subbase until really the final moments in the last couple of hard points. As we get ready now to head forward in control, just be on that mode before we go to break. What are your big thoughts for these two teams?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're going to Invasion, which these two teams have a ton of reps on, right? Optic, they've been struggling a little bit in control, but I think in a matchup like this, they'll be fine.
Well, we hope this one will be an absolute banger. We have the top 4 matching up. I mean, the FaZe New York one, that goes pretty quick. It's a 3-0. This one, we want a banger. The fans deserve it. The place has been erupting. The moments have been tremendous. Tied up 1-1 in Toronto in front of the home crowd. Ultra, Optic, go deeper. Map 3 up after the break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to COD Champs this year. The giveaway includes 2 VIP tickets, travel expenses, and more. To enter, scan the QR code on the page or go to scuff.co/CDL and enter your email. Terms and conditions apply.
The Call of Duty Week is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Now boarding.
Operators, welcome aboard your direct flight to sunny Urzikstan. Please adjust your seat to the upright position and ensure your loadouts are securely stowed in the overhead compartments.
Dude, get off.
If needed, gas masks will drop from the compartment overhead, ensuring your safety throughout the war zone. If you are teaming with someone who needs help, assist them only after placing on your mask first. Ensuring headset devices are fully operational for crispy comms. Because nobody likes a silent teammate. In the unlikely event that you land in the gulag, please refer to the safety card in the seat pocket in front of you. This is a battle royale specifically for trios. Call of Duty Warzone Matchpoint will be introduced for the first time, and Solo YOLO will make an appearance. Expansion regions are back, and that means once we land, everyone will be competing for a piece of the massive $1 million prize pool. Thank you for flying Urzikstan Airlines. We know you don't have a choice when flying, but we appreciate you choosing to hot drop with us today. Good luck and may the best squad win.
Should I get off it? No, don't get off it. Just run away. Yeah, run away. Where was he?
Whoa, you hear the frustrations there in a crazy moment in that round one. Dashy able to get all four, just not able to get on bomb in time to close out the round. A couple of frustrating ones there, but you're tied up 1-1 due to getting the win there in the opening hardpoint. Now we get ready to go deeper in this. We get to invasion control. It's going to be squaring up across this series. You get a lot of maps you like for either team. Let's continue the battle.
Yeah, I mean, last time these two teams played on land, this goes all the way to round 5. Ultra were able to win. That's when Scrap, I think, just went nuclear, right? That invasion control just had an insane map. Probably,
I think his team, everyone had like 20 and 4K damage, and he had like 40 and 7 something. You know, it was unbelievable.
And the way he was shooting the map too, that could happen again. But yeah, I mean, obviously, there's only a couple of seconds left really for them to hop on that defuse. There's so many places to check. Pred's going back cafe, Dashy's going one way. Just milliseconds away from winning that round.
Yeah, you hear the comms that Dash is like, oh, just run away. It sounds like so sad. Like, you're probably so fired up in that moment, you get them all, but just not enough time to close it out. Now, to the control we go. As Optic try to answer back after the search and destroy, a loss where Scrap goes to nuclear. Envoy, who's been looking to step it up across this major, been very critical of himself at the last one. Well, he's basically stomping on a player. Pred is going to drop. Able to get a rival to work with as well, and he's shooting straight right now. As he gets two, though, everybody else basically drops. Dashy able to get a second there, and now everything's wide open. You've got Ultra on the back rope.
And then just, watch number 6, right? Just Shotzi right off of B into the spawn, just trying to find some kills, putting pressure over towards A alongside Pred. Wasting their time as much as he can. And while you're still worried about this man, this is what he does time and time again. Now pressure over towards this A site with the help of Big Ken. Trying to avoid him, but takes a wrong angle. Envoy Scrap able to win the gunfights. Envoy with another one. That'll calm things down for Ultra.
And what goes okay for you here for Ultra is like they were kind of caught between committing to A and getting on both. I think they were crossing, you get all 3, so not a lot of progress was done. You just have one ticket B, because they were thinking about sitting that at A, depending if you got another kill or two. So you're actually in a good spot considering the chaos that was at the beginning. Like, it looks so good for Optic, but now with only 35 seconds on the clock, it's like, we got a tick.
Yeah, I mean, Envoy is shooting, by the way. He's doing very well with the MCW. And I think maybe this is what he needed, right? On some of these maps, just pull out the 4th MCW, do it. It can be tough with your timings.
No way!
As Inside somehow hits those hip fire shots. Now pressure on the bottom street side. Dashy to lose that one to Scrap. Kenny off spawn. And as you said, you try to transition. And Envoy with 5 in a row. Only one tick done at B.
You just start slamming them. Closing the door does Toronto Ultra. It looks so good. You had, what, a 3 or 4 down on the Ultra side. Optic looking good. They get into good positions. Sort of playing around the slang and setting stuff up. You're finally able to get across to A. I think there were 2 players over by B. I was like, are they going to put this on B and progress it, or are they going to try and cut over and help? And they were kind of like they were caught in between it. They decide to go towards A. Both players end up dropping. Then you haven't got any progress at B. And suddenly it's like, that's the risk of A sometimes.
Yeah, no, that's the risk of taking that transition.
That's the risk of it, is that happens. Then you get pinned in. And it's more likely when you're playing against another top 4 opponent that you're just going to get punished.
Yeah, now Envoy on 5 in a row. We'll see if he can find that cruise. Not the best map for it, but doesn't hurt to have it. Seems to be lurking around this mid-tank area. Pretty much a 2-2 split here for Optic. You see Scrap's going to stay patient on the A street. Maybe put some pressure on that side of the map here in a moment. But Envoy gets cut down by Ken.
You're at least able to make sure what Envoy, not getting that cruise to use. Still looking good though right now. The slide, the pop, the shot's not there though, as Dashy will win that one. Scrap able to trade that effectively, and if he gets across to A, maybe you create a little bit of madness, but Pred able to stop that from happening, so good vision across that cut is Pred.
Well, it really just makes this easier, right? If Scrap is there, then maybe 2 players go, but now you have a retake attempt out of Optic through mid. A huge win for Pred now. You can see what this does. Insight's just going to have to sit here alongside of his teammates and pressure on. So that starts with that one gunfight towards the A side. It's now a chance here for Optic, maybe to only allow 2 ticks through.
Which is insane. That's still an advantage for Ultra. Just because he did such a good job the first time through. 40 seconds still to work with, though. Working to get that minute extension. Scraps POV, looking for it from the backside, and he's able to hit it. Now back onto the point. They've got 2-3 here to stack, so you should be getting that done. You get the 3 ticks, you'll get the minute extension, and you'll pick up the player bridge side. So that's an open to make the transition a little bit easier for now. Get rid of that pressure on the street. Scrap just shooting straight as ever.
Yeah, and I mean, you're pinned back here, right? You have nobody up the A street, so your furthest player's on the A point. Now Envoy with the rival, trying to put any shots that he can in through that stun. The slide was able to hit out of Shotzi, but you see number 3, Inside is just making sure no one crosses, so we have continuous pressure on A, on the spawn of the defenders.
I mean, similar like the early going in that round 1 where you had to deal with being on the back foot right away if you're Ultra. Granted, you've got B done so a little bit different, but you have to deal with some pressure early on A if you were Optic Texas. So far you've been dealing with it, but now it's the A street aggression. Can they find an opening? You have 3 players there though, but now that's the only presence. Everything is basically between A and back gas. Now Deddy gonna be out for Envoy as he's gonna try to maybe play spoiler. Look for some kind of opening, but the comp's coming through. The one spawning out, and that's I'll be Shotzi, and he's just gonna wait there. Patience is here, but the gunfight getting a little bit harder.
Yeah, I mean, Shotzi's just wasting his time, and he's able to win both one-on-ones. Great play out of Shotzi, great movement, finding all of the info. His teammates can now work up the middle of the map as Pred able to take down Kleenex with some crisp shots.
So far, both teams, when you get pinned back, they've done a good job fighting out and dealing with that. Just obviously a little more success offensively for Toronto Ultra, but barring some kind of miracle in these final 10 seconds, you feel good about the A hold if you are Optic Texas, but some work to do to guarantee a round 5 defense as we look to get deeper in this. With those gunfights, that will end it. Tied up 1-1, advantage in the ticks though, 3-1 to Ultra.
Then you have Shotzi on 4 in a row. Maybe you can carry that into this round, earn another streak. We'll see how he plays it.
It's just like whenever you get like goosed, like you get no ticks on offense or like 1, like it's just it makes, does it change your whole mindset? It just makes it so difficult to get that defense in round 5.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it changes their mind. I think they're a team very capable of winning a round 5
well,
offense.
Do you think about being maybe, well, yes, offense, or do you get a little bit greedy or take a risk on defense to try and really just nullify that and hold somebody to nothing? You just kind of play your game.
Yeah, I guess we'll see how this offense goes, because that'll probably dictate their pace, right?
4,
yeah, I mean, if they get 5 ticks here, yeah, that changes everything.
Offense is what it is. I'm worried out. Defense, you maybe take a gamble to try and force the issue and get around 5 defense with just like a perfect hold to get advantage. But yeah, as you said, all depends on how this goes. 5 in a row now for Shotzi as he looks to try and earn a cruise. Getting aggressive on the other end of it will be Insight. No cruise going to be coming through either for Shotzi. Over to Pred though, maybe he'll have a chance. 3, dancing for 4, finessing away as he'll live to see another day.
And the problem is, again, it's like Pred is through, Shotzi's through, but look at the B point. It's just surrounded by purple arrows. Kenny just literally gets triple teamed on the objective. They are literally just ignoring these players that are pushing through the spawn. Envoy is going to die. Now you go to A. It looks like the green arrow is starting to work over towards A.
Yeah, some big gunfights upcoming because there might be an opening now to get a presence on A, maybe lead to an offensive round victory if you can get that done. But as you lose Pred, you lose a bit of an option there. Dashy will die on, so it'll fall apart. Now we're in a somewhat similar position to what we were the first time through. 6th straight for Insight though, and that is a cruise. More utility added on to already having the tick advantage if you are Ultra.
And because they're controlling the middle of the map, they can go for this again if they want to. Now they're probably going to try to back down. Kleenex trying to work the pinch. He is so weak though. Did he get a little help from a teammate? The wall bangs trying to come on through. On the opposite side of the map, Shotzi trying to push towards blue. He might get a double. Well, his teammate is going to help him, but B is done. Now all the pressure over towards A.
Yeah, you lose 3 players there. If you're Ultra, will it be at a costly enough time? I don't think it'll be that big of a deal because you don't have that much forward momentum on the map if you're Optic. So you should be able to spawn up and get to some good positions. You have 90 seconds to work with. We are dead even in live. Scrap is still shooting. Nice shots there to stagger this setup and push. And now what are you trying to do? What do you see on the map here for Optic? How are they trying to build
this? This is what they want, right? Similar to Ultra last round, you're controlling the A street, so that is where the buildup will be through Cafe. You're gonna have Shotzi on one side of the map, and now it is go time. Green light. Here comes the green wall over towards A.
Here we go. Some massive moments here. Now you can't quite finish the one kill, and then Shotzi will come in gas side. It's chaos. Is Shotzi able to get another? Scrap though with his own double, which might be the difference. You got the closer spawn if you're on defense, but the stun will hit. Dashing will stay up. The big thing here is just pausing this clock. How much progress will he get will remain to be seen, but just pausing the clock enough to get your team here, have time to battle, may be enough. Is they'll deal with them, but yeah, that's still, you still got a minute to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's 14 versus 13, so often maybe you're gonna play a little TDM here. You have Shotzzy through once again. He has been so good through these flanks. Pred now the next man up. As Ultra have just been pinned back, nobody up the A street. Seem to be dealing with this push a little bit cleaner, as Scrap should have a trade here, you would think. I got a little nervous with the movement. Dashy now is able to win it, so he's gonna hold this pressure.
Just having one person up in this position, yeah, so much pressure added to it. He goes for the trophy kill, so Dashy's able to chow out. Preg gonna follow it up. Numbers here, 26.1 on the clock, and that's why Dashy pausing all his time has been so massive. It gives you extra opportunities for the push. Preg now watching the cross, able to shut one down. Progress continuing on towards A. Preg gets another 2 wanted, ripping and roaring. Third tier is going, nearly done. No respawns left for Ultra. An optic strike. Okay, so scratch everything I said about defense.
Yeah, there are the ticks you want. There is the round that you want. Now pressure over to Ultra to have to win one. But it's just this build-up constantly. As we said, it was always one more player for Optic. This time, it was Dashy, but the timings from Shotzzy, the amount of chaos that man causes in the base of Ultra. He wins multiple gunfights from back gas and gets his team there.
Yeah, and then Dashy just a couple like tough one-on-ones on the point where he has MCW, and they can be difficult. He only has 6 kills, but I feel like they've all been on the objective for the most part.
He's got 18.
Oh, 18.
Yeah. No, it just bugged out.
I just saw it for a second. I was like, how does he only have 6? I think I watched him get 6 there for a second. Okay, Codcaster, thanks a lot for that one.
But now you're going to see. What?
Straight for Pred, too.
Yeah, Ultra, they're going to go for this. So they have 2 players on A. The teammates, though, do get picked. It's just, yeah, the progress is going to go. Ken is going to try to get here, but nice little crossfire. Insight, he's up next, and Dashy is weak. Just going to wait for his health. Now here comes the chow.
You got 2 ticks through, though. Some nice pressure done there, but again, you take a bit of a risk anytime you're sending it towards A. It's nearly a minute now off the clock. You find a sequence of kill, but Shotzzy still in position. Over towards B, trying to delay this is the entire team. Now sending it forward if you are Ultra. You need an offensive round to push this to a round 5. The great defense from Ultra 2 rounds ago not going to matter at all. Is now they've got to do it on offense, but you deal with Shotzzy, really lone guy here. So now you get some progress, but look, starting to move up the A side of the map will be Optic Texas, trying to take a little room.
Yeah, and because, you lose, a couple of players middle of the map, you leave Shotzzy there. Optic don't know if Ultra are just going to go for A one more time, right? They only need 1 tick. So you play very aggressively on towards A. Does Optic, and now Kenny working the pinch that get them off of B. The second tick not through. They're able to retake, and now pressure on. You're going to have to get out of this trap. You see the position of number 5 in Big Ken. Going to have the help of Pred with this crossfire.
What was once an incredible response from Ultra, now maybe that for Texas. You have to exhaust the streak. Just get out of a trap. Will lead to another one. Not able to connect, but Scrap does get one during that sequence. You start to move up towards B, collapsing all around the point. Will be the Ultra boys, but it's Shotzzy up to the task as he is taking names. Scrap still trying to hunt. He's able to find one envoy through the double in the same moment. So you work to get some progress, try to get the extra minute extension, but Kenny shooting, drops 2, still holding the cut through dark. Now inside back into it, stopping the clock in 20 seconds. It is chaos here at B.
Yeah, Envoy's had some big gunfight wins, but with what Kenny was able to do, he buys time. Now the pressure is here again from the teammates of Optic. Pred now it's down to Dashy. Ultra desperately trying to get done with this B. It is Tobias with the headshots. B done, the minute extension is in. On the transition, you do have Scrap and Insight trying to get there quickly.
We slow down for a moment here, but you don't have a lot of time. Yes, you get that done. Yes, you only need 1 tick, but you only have a minute. You have very few chances to push this. This is likely going to be your best opportunity. You have 3 people push forward. These gunfights are huge. Kleenex goes massive at B, brings it right over to the A side of the map, and goes nuts. Envoy with 1. Onto the side we go. Ring around the rosy. Envoy still dancing. The movement I thought may be there. Over to the ready. 5 in a row for Kleenex with the stun. Will hit. The stun will stop the onslaught. 40 seconds. 2 life advantage for Ultra.
Yeah, now you can see Optic members trying to just hunt down Insight.
Where did he go? Where did
much
he go?
as they can. Great teamwork out of Shotzzy and Pred. 30 seconds. It would only take one push, maybe only one player to get done with this point. Get us to around 5. Envoy's been shooting well, but he's going to lose that first bullet and the gunfight to Dashy.
I was worried that might be your only chance. If you are Ultra, you had so little time. But you have maybe your last opportunity here. 10 seconds to go.
Watch number 1. Watch
Desperation, trying to make a play. It'll be Scrap. Making a play through gas. Kleenex, 1 in front. 5 straight for Pred. A double for Kleenex. Scrap now here. The 2-on-1 shell. Onto the point we go with 1.9 seconds. They just need a tick. And it's done.
You kind of just turtled up. I mean, you obviously find insight, and then after that, you double up inside a cafe. You have one player watch the pinch, one player on the site. They just waltz up the A street. Both of these teams have not allowed the defense to get up over towards bridge. That middle tank setup, we have not seen that whatsoever. Maybe that is just props to both of them on their offenses. Yeah. But here we go.
Even though you've been in like a bad spot and so little time to work with, I got worried at first with Cleus missed like the first 4 bullets there, but it turns into 2 with the teamwork. You get the 2-on-1 shot on the point, and this is all due to the progress you got early. Like beginning of the round, you got the 2 ticks. It pays dividends there as you close it out. And now, all the defensive work has been nullified behind 2 offensive round victories, 1 for either side. It's all down to around 5. As this is where the playmakers to make the big time plays. Who's going to go huge?
That's 4 dead.
It's Kleenex. It's 4 dead, and he's got 4 in a row. So getting to great positions here might allow him to earn a cruise.
Yeah, but Shotzi, he's going to try to do as much as he can to get his teammates out of this. But I'll tell you what, in that last round, it was really Envoy and Kleenex that stepped up massively, had multi-kills to get them through the middle of the map. Scrap's going to have a big one-on-one versus Pret. You see all the green arrows working the A street, Insight there to help him out. But here comes Optic towards A.
Yeah, this could be an insane sequence. You take that 1, but the 3 are going to drop. You're onto the point. Envoy trying to be Mr. Mid-map, but you'll stop the clock at 54 seconds. You'll slowly work this progress as another headshot comes on through.
Dude, he's been great.
Guessing, where is he at? Is he left? Is he right? Is he back? Is he front? He can't drop him, but Kleenex is there and able to do it. It's 50 to go and no progress yet for Optic Texas. We got to restart over at B.
Envoy has really just been, I mean, he's 27-26 leading the way, but some individual one-on-ones that have bought his team some space, some room to work with.
For Major 2, he was costing the squad in those moments, not costing here. Scrap with some help, backing one up. Renetti, not enough to finish. It is Dashy, will stay up, but the trade will be through for Envoy. Other side of it's Kleenex trying to deal with an EA side pressure, and now you're scrambling if you're Optic Texas. All 4 off a spawn, 30 seconds to go, final round of map 3, and you've got to make a play. Kenny will start things off.
Yeah, they're just right down the middle. They're just right down the middle. Where are they going to go off this play? They do a good job getting out of the trap, and they know they have to go to B. They only have 12 lives remaining, so Ultra, they just need to calm down here. They can go for this if they want to. Maybe if they hit a nade, hit a certain position, but no need to, no rush. Looks like they're going to wait on number 4 and Kleenex to hit the pitch.
Yeah, I'd do anything but do anything a little too overzealous to maybe throw this away, fumble it. Like he lost 3 there now. Let's take a breath. Minute 13 to go, minute added on. Optic Texas now with the extension. 14v11 in the lives. Kleenex has been so good in the late moments of this one. Can he keep it going? This is a nice reposition. Avoids dropping, and at the same time, Inside able to get a double. The centering wasn't there at first, but he's able to retrack and get one. 4 straight now, working towards streaks. Shotzi and Kenny do lockdown 2. To Scrap we will go now, and Joe will see what he can find.
Yeah, again, guess who it is? It's Shotzi in your base. Look how much time he is wasting. Ultra need to hunt him down, and quickly. The last 2 players in front of Dashy, maybe they think they have to go. They have to go for this, but guess who? It is Envoy again able to win another one. Dashy's on the point. 4 lives remaining here for Optic.
It's just what are you supposed to do? It is just you. You're hoping to pause it as long as you can. It won't be long. Just Kenny, just Pred. They drop. Ultra take it. Up 2-1. And that ends up being a fun invasion control. All the pressure on Optic early to have to come up with an offense. They do that. shifts completely. Like, the shifts you have in Evasion Control are not just based on one offensive victory. Somehow you answer with 1.9 on the clock. If you are Ultra, we go the distance, and just like last time, goes to around 5, Ultra have defense, and they're able to take it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, just props to both of these teams. Their showings on attack were so fun, the way they built these up. You obviously see here, 30 bombs out of Envoy and Kleenex, something you'd love to see. Damage leader, yeah, of course, there's going to be Scrap on the other side. It's a tough map for Ken, but you can see the damage he was putting in there. It's right there with his teammates. He had 30 bombs out of Shotzi and Pred, the pressure they were putting on the map. But yeah, Ultra, I don't know, there were just some key one-on-ones that you saw from Kleenex, from Envoy, time and time again. And maybe they don't win you the game, but it stops like multiple members from, getting on an objective, from losing map control that allows their team to reinforce. This is what they were losing last major.
Yeah, one-on-one may not win a game, but it puts you in a position to then win the game. Like, it allows you to get to your spots. It slows down a push. It sets up a push. There were some key ones. I think you were nailing it with Envoy. Yes, there were MCWs all over the place, and these are some of the 8 best players in the world. Everyone was beaming, but there was a lot of criticism of Envoy. Those shots, he was not winning those fights. He wasn't winning those against non-top 4 teams at sometimes through Major 2. Here, though, he had his bright spots.
Well, and I think, again, he just really wasn't using the MCW.
That's true. Yeah.
He wasn't. Obviously, with this Renetti, it just feels like on some of these maps, everyone's like, we can do it all with both of these weapons. Obviously, over towards that AA objective, you can still catch everyone off guard. Now, there were a couple of chances throughout that round 5 for Optic, but Ultra able to hold on. That cruise was massive to get Ultra out of the trap that Optic had them in, right? To get Kenny out of that back tractor spot, get them up that B street, extend the game, and that got them to this round 5.
I mean, you've just seen moments of brilliance and ice from both squads with the last laugh there. It's going to be for Ultra. It was the late game ice in the map 1 for Optic. Ultra's turn there, advantage to them. We now get ready to head to a 6-star for these 2 teams and their Hardpoint. What are you thinking going into map 4?
I mean, obviously, this is 2 maps you were undefeated on throughout stage 2, or sorry, throughout the year.
That was pretty good for you.
You were 11-0 on both sub-base and 6-star. Now, not a bad map at all for Toronto Ultra, sitting at 2-1. Again, a new map into this stage, something you're constantly working on, but yeah, it should be another banger.
Well, we've had, a month and a half of 6-star. What has stood out for you? What do the good teams do well? What separates them?
Well, I think sort of chaining P2 and P3. I think that is a big moment. I think what Optic does so well is, over towards P5, Shotzi just his ability to swim, honestly, just waste time. As simple as it is in some of these maps, like, you see what he does. We just saw it on that invasion.
No, he is elusive. That is for sure. We'll take a look at the holding of the Hardpoint through stage 3 and how these teams have done. Anything that really stands out to you big time?
Well, I think obviously you see how close it is, right? Points per hold. We're looking at 1st and 5th. You're looking at 2-point difference there, but I think these are just 2 elite respawn teams.
Yes, they absolutely are. Specifically talking about the Hardpoint, they can be so good. The control, I mean, if you thought there was maybe an advantage for Ultra in this series, probably the control is based with, you're like 4-3 over your last 7. I think if you're Optic in that, but the Hardpoint has been there. You try to now bring it back. Get this to 2-2. Get it to a game 5, because the Search and Destroy has been good this year. You still have a chance to take this series. It's a massive one here on a Saturday as we look to set up our top 4 for Championship Sunday. We take a look at the 6-star Hardpoint overall on the season. Just as you broke down, Optic, you have not lost sub-base, you have not lost 6-star. Typically, when you get 2 Hardpoints you've never lost before, it's boding pretty well for you to take some Hardpoints. If you go down to map 4 and they try to get us the entire way to a map 5 over the hometown heroes, and Ultra shut it down now.
Well, a nice start here for Ultra, some early time, but Shotzi is shooting.
Right as you said that, like they all just get smoked. That's how it goes to the caster, Joe. That's how it goes.
No, seriously, literally just got absolutely just pissed on.
Dashy and Pred then follow it up as you'll look to rack up some of this objective time early, and you can't quite track him if you're Pred. He's shaking his head, maybe frustrated with that gunfight, but now for Kenny, he's between a rock and a hard place. He slides out right between 2 players.
Yeah, and Optic, they get a little overzealous over towards this P1 setup, and what opens up, it's that P2 sort of vent spawn, and Ultra will take that. But you do get 35 points here if you are Optic Texas, but on rotation, Ultra gonna be in a spot to get on to this P2.
Yeah, so great Opening Hardpoint now, can you get a crazy break maybe and shift this into your favor even more if you are Optic Texas? Well, backside a little too thick. Is Pred able to see one? Dashy with a second. Kenny can't fall with a third, and it's already CleanX on 5 straight at 5 and 2, working towards a cruise. He'll drop the Shotzzy though, so no cruise earned. Shotzzy getting tag teamed to the Aqueducts.
Yeah, I mean, this pressure is still here, though, from down low. It can be so difficult if you really don't get pushed out here on this hill. And what Optic's trying to do is just keep them trapped on the right side of the map, set up. You see number 5, Kenny, he's just going to rotate for this P3. And this is kind of what Optic did on the sub base. Like, they kept it messy, won some of these key rotations. So Ultra, they're going to take this scrap time, but now need to break themselves.
A 5-point lead here, yep.
Now, does Dashy spawn out? He does.
Yep. So number 8 and Dashy all the way out. What will the tracking back look like for him? Because you'll have numbers right now if you're Ultra to try and push forward, or maybe you just need a scrap on the map as he's got 4 straight.
And there we go, able to just chain this, and this could be a key moment. So you rotate, but you get picked apart due to Scrap's play. But Shotzzy right on back with another double. There is 3 in the feed. Envoy, yeah. Trying to hold on, but good luck with that one.
Yeah, how often do we see it though? You get a great break, but the break comes right back the other way. So much talent between these two squads, and another nail biter early on, 51-51. And now the scoreline is Kenny has got everybody in front. It's Envoy though that's able to get 2. Envoy 6 and 8 right now. As it looks to continue what's been a terrific series. You got 1 HP if you're Dashy, but now it's a rotation thing. Going outside all the way will be Shotzzy. I think he gets hurt or spotted though.
Yeah, inside knows. Inside knows that the glass was broken, but you gotta deal with him.
Fire hitting.
Yeah, obviously when you're popping Deddy, that's gonna work. And now he's gonna win a second one. It's gonna take 3 players to take down Shotzzy, but you do have spawn control. Pred trying to go on a pinch, and Dashy maybe should have waited a second.
It's like if Shotzzy got those kills like 2 seconds later.
Yeah.
Like you've got the reinforcements from Optic Texas, but they can't get there in time, so you have the close spawn. You reinforce this so quickly. If you are Ultra, and as you say that, it's 3 through for Optic Texas. Another break moment is everybody struggling to get clean time right now.
What's really the subs, I mean, it was Envoy and CleanX over towards the P2 or P3. Now it's Pred and Shotzzy again fighting on back. Shotzzy up to 14. The nades are connecting, 20 seconds left on this P4. Optic gonna have to rotate.
It's like you get into a hardpoint, you get a setup, and then you're 3 dead. Like it just seems to be happening so quickly.
And time again, it's just these rivals that are connecting, and a spawn gonna come over towards that P2 for Optic. It'll be difficult for Ultra to read that, and that's gonna allow Optic to get set up.
Well, now we get to Shotzzy's water world as he'll try to get wet and nasty on this upcoming Hardpoint. He'll be the one racking up the time. Left side spawn now for Toronto Ultra as they'll try to get in and maybe get a break. You've got over a minute off the clock, and you're tied up at 84-84, just battling tooth and nail. Blood, sweat, and tears for every single second. 3 through though for Optic Texas. You know, Shotzzy's gonna be in the water, and there he's able to get the kill. So you continue to hold. You said this is where they've been good.
I don't know if he's got like goggles. It's just something better. He's got something better than everybody else in this scenario.
Some flippies?
Maybe. Maybe he's got like a water attachment on his Renetti. I'm sure that probably exists with all 4,000 of them.
You know, he definitely just superior when it comes to the water battles, because you take a big advantage now here. Well, big, I mean, it's 30 points, but considering number of lead changes and how tight it's been, it's feeling like a large one. Struggle for Kenny maybe after that map 3, but as I say, he's been struggling. He's able to get 2. 5 and 12 right before that. Multi-kills traded back and forth, and now into our second set of rotations. And I mean, we thought this would be a straight-up war. Any adjustments, or that's what this map is?
Yeah, I mean, who's going to hold and who's going to maybe just stack these hard points together? But Optic down 2-1 in this series, trying to get us to a game 5. Let's go to an Optic listening.
Two blue. You gotta live. Watch out, there's a literally bullets, guy. I bet you. Spot. There's a lane down. One push left to me. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm going to set up. Top line, no time. I'm You got new or no?
Yeah, wasn't new.
They can be dropped. I have outer. They can go.
Someone in the P2. Someone in there. I get 2-0. One's blue steps.
I'm telling you. Only new inside. Inside.
One's blue steps. One's blue steps. Stop, boy. Nice, boys.
Last two. Three not bad. Yeah, there's two. That's on 80.
That's trophy.
He's trophy now.
He's trophy now.
Outer.
He has to be
Two towels.
Close right, time dead. Two towels, bro. Everyone's gonna be dead. Chow together. Nice catch.
I'm one, you got a towel. I'm one.
I'm getting at mid. I have all blue. They can't go event.
I hear you. I'm done with that.
I got one blue. One more can be blue on me. Black can be blue.
Inside, one towel. That's two towels. Outer towels, one shot. Inside. You should put a stage.
They can't pinch. I want blue. Blue, get clean. It's absolute.
I need help.
He's going vent.
I need help. Two towels. 3-0. Inside. We're missing scrap.
I'm on the front of.
I think all 4-0. I think.
They can go wood.
I'm trying to right. I'll get white.
I got one white. One more white. Shit, I'm bad. I'm going to. In the water and old.
I'm all right.
You're shouting out.
It's really weak wood steps. They're going to go mid. I'm all right. I got him.
Bump in that front.
The sequence you talked about earlier, the ability to hold it from the front, set up for next, exactly the opportunity now for Optic Texas. A chance to maybe blow this one wide open. The kills are there. Kenny, who struggled early, another multi-kill. You heard Pride getting fired up in the comps, gassing the boys.
I mean, obviously the games is going to be a little bit easier for Ken when his team starts to win these rotations, but the comms were beautiful. What are we watching? I got dropped down, let's rotate. It was just on point there for Optic. Now a 30-point lead, but yes, you're starting to just combine these two together. You see the lead grow. Ultra gonna need something crazy here towards this P4.
Yeah, I mean, you heard that plan developing from the very beginning of your last hard points. They were just trying to set this up, and set it up they do. You'll take a 50-point advantage now over into next. The answering moment, exactly as you said, now the opportunity here for Toronto Ultra to bring it back. A game that has had an absurd number of lead changes. Will there be another one? Or did Optic Texas run away and close this out and get us to a map 5? It's time for Ultra now to try and rally. Bring it here in the hard point, down 50, 50 on the point.
Dashy's gonna get the first, but that will be a 3 dead. Envoy, again, another multi. He's 20 and 22, but it feels like every time he's in the feed, it's a double.
Yep.
The first push, the first hold, so far so good here for Ultra. You do have the back spawns, but Ultra able to read it. That's 5 in a row. You would love a cruise for the pool hill. Just to deal with the shark that is Shotzi. There's number 6. Here comes the pressure, though. 29 seconds still here on the hill.
Oh, you're glad he's weak. I was like, he should get back to full HP before he chows, but the call comes in, he's weak. He's able to get number 6, and you are roaring back into this. Down 30, just under 20 to go here, so you'll have a slight deficit going into next unless you get this scrap time if you're Optic, which they are desperately fighting for. Slow the momentum from Ultra. You know a streak might be upcoming, but you got a rotation across to the other side as well. You've got Kitty there. You've got Shotzi for a bit of crossfire. Shotzi gonna drop, Kinney gonna drop, that crossfire's gone.
Yeah, a little unlucky there for Ken. He's hoping to take him down and then maybe snap onto the second, but on this rotation, that will be a 3 dead. Now Ultra into their setup. Shotzi to find the first. Again, you still have that cruise on Envoy if they need. You needed that P4 and you got it from Ultra. It was beautiful from that setup. You can see what this is doing. 7 in a row here for Ultra. They're controlling the middle of the map. Scrap's position. They know they're pushing through P2.
You tried to wrap all the way around the flank and his Scrap spawns. He's just able to get position to shoot one in the back and continue this hold. Scrap shot another. I thought it looked clean burst to the face as another lead change comes through. Ultra back in front. They are clicking in the prime time moments late in these last couple of respawns. It's not connecting. It's Shotzi.
I'm telling you!
Magic. He's got some sort of water magic. I swear to God. As he gets another one, but the trade will be there the second he's out of his water upgrade. And the timeout runs out. 10-point lead to another point. Opening kills here for Ultra.
Yeah, I mean, you pull 2 towards you, does Shotzi, but your teammates die on this rotation. They have P1 control. Now Shotzi with the double. He's able to slide on in. So you have to slow this down if you are Ultra. Do not forget you have that cruise. 15 more seconds is in sight. The rival, the MCW, they're doing it all.
They're getting the big kills. They're in position to close it out. 10 more now needed. It just seems a matter of time. The hometown boys are holding and rolling, trying to shut it down, but you do enough, you fight enough to get him out for now and battle back through on the point. You're still alive in this if you're Optic Tactics and you survive long enough. I don't know if you can, because Inside dials up a triple, and it's over. There has been nobody that has been able to stop Optic Texas outside of FaZe for months, but here in front of the hometown crowd, Ultra get it done in 3-1 fashion in a fun and remarkable series.
No, it really was. Obviously, there is just so much attention on this man on our screen. What Scrap does, the shit that he talks, the energy that he brings. But I just think the other three step up in such a big way.
Absolutely.
There were so many question marks after stage 2, after Major 2. Everyone, though, having moments. And just what we saw from Inside there towards the end. Envoy with the multi-kills throughout that control, throughout that game 4. This is the Ultra we expect.
The mullet and the multi-kills. Envoy bringing it.
It needs to cut that. But it's working. Maybe not. It's working.
It's magical. Leave that
it's
thing.
Working.
Leave that thing there. Don't touch a thing as you will move on to a top 3 guarantee. A winner's bracket final against FaZe, one of those matches for the ages. They have gone toe-to-toe since the inception of the CDL. But you look at the game flow here and where things maybe fall apart. I mean, where it's been like the map 1, kind of the late magic for Optic. It was not here this time.
No, it wasn't. I mean, you had your chances, right? The second P2 and P3, you chain together. You build your lead up, but then it is responded at P4 and P5. It's a 10-point difference as we go into our final P1. Shotzzy pushes, the pull hill one more time. It pulls 2 players, but your teammates die inside a P1 setup. Then Ultra just flood on through. Put so much pressure on when you're up to, 240.
And listen, those are plays that Shotzzy is going to do all the time. Like, where he's going to kind of, I don't want to even say go rogue, but like, he's going to make a play, maybe make a gamble. And like, when the rest of the teammates clutch up, when their gunfights, like, it's fine. It turns out really well. You get a lot of points. When it doesn't go well, things can fall apart, and they fall apart in a late moment there. But a guy that's been shooting. Absolutely shooting it, Scrap. We got him on the main stage, ready to break it down with Blaze after the big win.
Thank you so much, Maven and Merc. Toronto, show some love to the hometown heroes, the Toronto Ultra, as they get another one on the board. Scrap, you and your squad play phenomenal. How does it feel to win in this crowd in your home stadium?
I mean, listen to this, bro. This is insane, man. This is fucking insane. I appreciate it. Hey, let's come out and win this fucking shit, all right? Let's win this shit.
This is insane. This is what it's all about. All the Call of Duty players in the world want to be here. Now, talk to me about what you guys did to get this win, okay? Your win over here in the last 3 maps. What was the game plan?
Yeah, no, we knew right when we lost first map, we didn't really play the map bad. They just got more kills than us, more, kills that helped them on the map. But, right when we saw them not defuse the bomb on round 1, I was like, oh, these kids are fucking breaking. So, it is what it is. Once we won the S&D, we felt good going into the rest of the series, and obviously another breakdown on control as well. So, they just broke down, to be honest.
Lots of breakdowns there, okay? But people who didn't break down was your teammates, man. Talk to me about how proud you are playing with this Ultra squad and how they came through.
Yeah, I can't say more words for them. We've been through a lot this past couple weeks. We've had a rough stage, and some maps, maybe HP, S&D has not been our strong suit. But obviously we're showing it here, and that's all that matters. So we're excited.
All right. Now, lastly, coming up tomorrow, you're going up against Atlanta FaZe in the winners finals. How does it feel to go play up against them and Draza again?
Yeah, no, I'm always down to play them. Come on now. I was shitting on them at Major 1. They didn't get a chance at Major 2, so I'm fucking coming for Major 3.
He said he coming Toronto, okay? Show some love to the Ultra one more time, as that's going to do it for me and Scrap on the stage. Chris, let's break all this down.
Shut the showdown right now. It doesn't get better than that. Scrap getting the hometown crowd fired up as they claim they're here to take them the trophy. We got Alley Cat, we got Nameless, and I want to start with you, Allie.
Yes.
You guys all call it Atlanta FaZe.
No, I didn't.
You guys got that right.
Then you guys all called this Texas squad. What happened here?
Well, I didn't call Texas. I called the hometown team, but he did call Texas. What happened was the search and destroy. Last time they went up, that was the biggest blunder in the series. The respawns were kept really close, but Toronto wasn't able to keep that game number 2. And while they handed back in full in this round 7 specifically as well, Scrap finding 2 and winning the 1v1 due to COD timing, it was just great plays overall by the individuals. And Scrap is still putting up MVP numbers throughout the entirety of this weekend.
Scrap has some enormous damage throughout this series as well. For Optic, where were they playing well? Where did things fall apart, Nameless?
I mean, well, I'm going to go all the way back to the veto process. You know, when you look back at it in Search and Destroy, Optic banned 6-star, and like, I get Toronto have like a couple of wins on 6-star, but like, it's just this stage. This is a map that they've been great at in Karachi Search and Destroy. Like, Optic tried to square up with them. I just don't agree with that decision whatsoever. But when you talk about the series as a whole, like, Envoy turned up, and that's what happens when he plays well. You saw the Control, some big breakdowns, as Scrap mentioned, like things that just should not be happening to an Optic Texas team. It was happening. Breakdowns in communication that we saw in the Search and Destroy round number 1. You could see the confidence start to get stripped away from them throughout the last few maps of the series.
I think for me, the fact that they let Karachi through in Search and Destroy was a big blunder for Optic Texas. They haven't played it in their last 10, and Toronto Ultra is actually 1-2 on that map. So I guess they were taking the risk, but for me, again, you talk about the play of the game. Well, that's going to have to be the quad. In the end of this hard point, it was Insight. He was kind of starting off slow in this map number 4, but it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish, Chris.
Yeah, an unfortunate situation that led to these last couple of hills. You know, on security, Optic got 4 wiped, and it put them in that situation. There's 30 seconds left. They're like, okay, I guess we kind of have to re-hit this, which they do, and they're successful, but it gives up the rotations, and you can see at the end the nasty 4-piece.
Can we run it again? Is it 4 or 5?
It was disgusting.
The man is popping off, and you can see Toronto celebrating the 3-1 as they take down Optic Texas, setting themselves up for a rematch against Atlanta. Something that Scrap has been hungry for. He and Draza finally get to settle it on the main stage, Allie.
Yeah, we heard it from Draza earlier. He said if he wanted to meet anybody in the winners final, it was going to be Toronto, and they go ahead and make his dreams come true.
Nameless, it's been an interesting weekend. What's the biggest surprise so far? I'm looking at our schedule, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 matches left in this tournament.
I think some people forgot Miami Heretics have been making a run. We're going to get to see them later today. It's going to be an absolute banger. We'll see if the miracle continues.
We're going to break. When we come back, New York Subliners are looking to stay alive. They got to get through Seattle, who has been surging into the top 6, now looking for a move into your Final 4.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator, weapon blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
The Cataclysm pack is available now. This bundle includes the Cataclysm Operator Skin, Dystopia Weapon Blueprint, Iron Lung Charm, Vroom Animated Calling Card, Alpha Vinyl Guiding Light Emblem, and Scratch Tally Weapon Sticker. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
That's the problem. You gave them all the time in the world, and now Ultra have set themselves up perfectly for the barbershop hardpoint. The apartments, the alleyways, all the nooks and crannies are now full of Canadians.
And you have a BZ at 9 and 22, and this is only a 20-point game. You're looking at big plays in the final moments, but Envoy takes down 2.
Envoy the front line.
Certainly makes the big play. And now you're on offense flanking. You've taken the bomb straight through the middle of the map. Hook, he's everywhere. You're getting flanked on defense, but BZ gives him the ish, and Methods wins his one as well. I don't care if he gets traded. It's a 3v2, and a BZ's still alive. That's a GG.
Going for it, they're going for it, they're going to be in as well. It is not the Ravens. It is a Phoenix that has risen from the ashes here at the Major. They take flight. They break the curse. London can finally weep tears of just joy and not despair.
To make the play, it's been all about him all tournament long. It can come down to a 1v1. Oh, he's not!
A little bit, but composure still there for Gorillas as rotations continue to be the talking point. A little bit of a scary spot as Draza turns on to App off the ground. I don't know how that gunfight was even possible.
Red dot, and he's going to chase it. Hungry for the streak. Checks it. God, yes, come on, son. You cannot ask for more than that. The 3rd kill for Fame as well. Give me the AC screams in the player cam.
Stops the clock. You have to do a setting on the top side of the flat. Does indeed. That's good. Oh, the snap! Max stays alive. Another for Mac. That's unreal. 23 seconds. Pause.
One clean break. One set of kills there. Afro sneaks in and steals the victory.
Try and work someone on the flank. He's able to find by criminally the Craigs. They're able to get 2 headshots. They know that Formal is gone. Vivid. Ooh, I think that's a bit of an over challenge. Envoy, he goes to the defensive side. Nobody able to check the bomb. Crim ready for it. Nice shots. Are criminally now going to find all 4 kills?
This is Formal for the ace. 3rd. 4. Illy wraps back, and it's Formal with the ace.
We started the weekend with 12 teams. We are down to our final 6, and you can see we've got a whole nother room packed full of gamers as the Challengers Passion Pit powers on Nameless. It is crazy to see how many games we have going on here in Toronto. This is the 3rd year, and this house is sold out tonight.
Yeah, it's been absolutely awesome. And you talk about the Passion Pit, you know, we got players like Arstee's down there, world champion, who's been doing his thing. Afro as well, I've seen him loading on in. So it's been exciting getting some former pros in there and also people on their come up.
And Ali, of course, we see Challengers players rising to the top here this year. So many rookies. And if you're looking at Seattle Surge, you got what, a Booza who was in Challengers last year? You got Brezzy from Challengers. Challengers. Now you have 0-4 from Challengers, and here at his first LAN, he's playing for top 4.
Yeah, his first big stage LAN, right? He's only attended maybe 3 so far already in his career, and his third one is on this main stage, and he's already placed in top 6. And right now, they are playing unreal. No team has shocked me more this weekend than the Seattle Surge and their composure in these series. You can see it on your screen right now. Series 5 and 5, their hardpoint all across the board has been extremely solid.
Yeah, they fixed a lot of things. You know, they're third overall in holding throughout this split when it comes to HP. Their series have gone particularly long, game 4 and game 5s, which is why they have 18 hardpoints so far. And at 9-9, that's a massive improvement for a team that can only win Search and Destroy at the beginning of the year. And for our Monster Energy pregame, the good Highrise Control, 2-0 at the major, 3-1 on attack. They're actually the best team at control attacking throughout the split entirely.
And it honestly doesn't even matter what map either. It says Highrise Control in there, but they did it on Invasion versus Toronto Ultra. It was the one map they were able to take them off, and on Karachi as well.
Can Surge keep it going, though? That's what the chat is saying. People saying they shouldn't even be here.
Yeah.
0-4 versus Sib. It's a showdown of the ages. They're going at it again.
Yeah, I mean, they beat him before, right? They're super confident, and everybody saw the tweets that were on the timeline. 0-4 calling Sib, "Little man." He said, "I own you in this matchup," and he did win, man. They did it by winning all 3 of the respawns online. So for New York, they have a chip on their shoulder, and particularly, it's time for Sib to have a takeover series. He has had some improvements in the respawn the last couple games, but it's time for a takeover.
Ali, can Sib bounce back mentally here from being called little man on Twitter?
Yes, absolutely. I think if a lot of players in the league, he's definitely one of the more confident ones. And New York Subliners is a confident team, right? The good right now for them is the Highrise Control for the Monster Energy pregame. It's 2-0 record. They're comfortable to go up against Seattle in this situation. But the problem for New York right now is the slang surprisingly has not been there for a team that is traditionally good at respawn.
Yeah, and in this series, we won't be having Highrise Control. We're going to have Invasion.
Let's take a look here.
That's a replay.
We've got our maps and modes brought to you by Scuff Gaming. And shout out to our friends at Scuff. Their booth has been packed and, well, supplies are running low. Let's take a look here, though, Nameless. We got 6-star Hardpoint, Invasion for Search and Destroy, and Control before Karachi, and 6-star again.
Yeah, you know, similar map set that they played last time. The Invasion Control obviously went towards Seattle. The Karachi Hardpoint went towards Seattle. They won it by over 100 points. So they feel very confident in this one, especially with New York declining in Search and Destroy. Seattle has to be licking their chops.
Ali, you've got the best prediction so far. You just nailed another one with Toronto. Who are you calling to move into the top 4? Can Surge get it done?
Maybe they've been surprising me all weekend, but I'm not officially going to go with them. I have too much faith in New York Subliners.
All right, safe call.
Yeah, I'm going to go with New York Subliners as well. I think they bounce back. Just better on land.
I really want to go with 0-4 and just see a guy like Miracles on his first LAN making the way. You know what? My record can't get worse. Let's go Seattle Surge in this one. And like 35 other people are here with me, Toronto. Let's get it done as we send it down to the stage with Guy Blaze.
Thank you so much, Chris. And I'm excited to see who's going to come out on this next matchup. Seattle, New York, it's time to find out. In the first squad coming to the stage, a lot of haters thought this storm was going to die down a long time ago. But we've seen they are still here. Get ready for Seattle.
have been in a historic run right now. They're trying to make it all the way to the top. This team has been struggling stages 1 and 2. They've had a lot of roster turnover, but they found their guy in 04. They brought him in, and it's been lights out since. Can Abuza repeat that last performance? Let's see if the duo gets it done.
Let's see, Ian, because they're definitely looking like they're in their flow state. But the next squad coming to the stage is looking to curb stomp them out into oblivion. Get ready, Toronto, because here comes the Subliners. Ready to leave it all on the stage. Here comes the New York Subliners. Skies, Sim, Kismet, and Hydra. The New York Subliners ready to make it to Championship Sunday.
The New York Subliners find themselves in an unexpected place here down in the elimination bracket, going up against the Seattle Surge team that placed top 12 at the last event. This is a top 3 team in the New York Subliners from our previous event, looking to maybe make it into that top 4 and push for Championship Sunday. And I know if anybody's gonna get the vibes up and get it done, it's gonna be Caesar Skies. I can't wait to see him spawn in this matchup, Blaze.
I'm ready to start it, Allie, okay? With Hooded Skies on the stage, anything can happen. Toronto, are you guys ready to get this one going? Miles, Chance, let's roll.
Ready to roll, man. Ready to drown these two teams out. This has been a personal one. It's a lot of fun and games. There's some memes. There's a lot on the line. But what actually is going to happen is we're going to have a great series.
Yes, I mean, well, a lot on the line. Manhood is on the line, quite literally. Sib's words, not mine, but they've been going at it, and it is done to perfection. Shout out to the script writers for this one. It has been a very fun tournament, and I hope they save just a little bit of that juice for this series as well.
We're nowhere near the end. It's a very exciting season finale ahead of us, folks. But yeah, Seattle Surge, New York Subliners, boy howdy, have we had ourselves a tournament so far. We say goodbye to one of these two teams here, right here and now in this matchup. I don't know who it's going to be, man. I really don't. I think the scriptwriters, you know, kudos to them. I'm patting myself on the back hard here, but it's going to be a great match.
Well, and keep in mind as well, it is also about breaking into the top 4. That has been the problem for the rest of the league this entire year. And currently, well, the top 4 gatekeepers are the New York Subliners. They have suffered a couple losses in the Major 3 qualifier, including 2, Seattle Surge. But you have to get it done on land. So Subliners trying to hold that down, make sure the top 4 stays intact. And guys like 04 want to be the ones to break it down. Surge, they've had a fantastic tournament run. And there's one thing about beating the rest. Now it's about beating the best. We are playing a different ball game.
Overall season, 6-star for our first map. Subliners, not as many reps. Seattle Surge have definitely got a few more goes on it, but so far, good looks. We'll see if our teams can keep things going. We've seen so many incredible moments here on this map. We're going to add another one to the pile here. Here we go, folks. Elim, round 3 starts now.
And you already know, I mean, against certain teams, Hydra, when we say pop-off series, like absolutely godlike. So that is about the containment process. Who can 04 actually perform? So much pressure going to be coming into this map. And, well, Hydra already just looking for that opening salvo of kills. And it's the dynamic duo of Seattle that strike first. That is a clean 4 down in time collected.
That beautiful teal of Seattle Surge on the minimap. The white will be the New York Subliners. Trying to get over towards that second hard point, and nobody home there whatsoever. Sib's going to find one there on the point. A couple of sweet kills here from Seattle. Should be able to net a few more seconds. Hydra nearly picked up on the pinch there. Brizzy, lovely shots. And Hydra's played so sneakily, but well done from 0-4 there. Not to let the composure slip away from them. Not to let the advantage that they've worked hard for get away either, because they've got P2 as well.
Big moment for Brad. She is, well, aggressive, but Skies wins the gunfight there to drop him, and New York Subliners will be at the new time. First and early, but Hydra's going to die before the hill actually pops, so he's going to be out of the play. And Hook, well, the question is, can they count to 4? Skies was nearby, but they forgot about him. Meanwhile, Hook, as is tradition, he is challenged.
0-4, challenge. They're on the point. It's going to be a bit of an open field for a second. Oh, man, all 4 corners. It's a bang out, and it's a boozer. Gets 2.
And think about that lethal threat, right? Hook's going to be flying at you like a psychopath the entire game. And meanwhile, the French duo with the AR is playing at a much different pace. So it is a different situation for Subliners playing against a team like this. You got to make the adjustments, and for the moment, on point. Nice little break as Subliners a little bit desperate to collect some time.
Desperate is the word early on here. This is only the second hard point of 5 in the rotation on 6-star. And 0-4. Oh, he's looking very smooth on the approach towards Old. New hard point will be up soon. That's good news for the Subliners. They've got a very long line of players in between Seattle and that new point. Bad news. 0-4 and the boys cut you down. 1 more to go.
Yeah, Subliners just looking the wrong direction. 2 players looking at that old time, but hey, Sky, Sib, and Hydra all contributing in the feed, and a big shutdown kill by Sib. Could have been a spicy moment for Surge to go for a break, but New York nice and stable. But Hook going on a long pinch. He's got to wait for his teammates to make the play.
Sib's going to post up, trying to find something here. Abuza once again through the middle. 4 now in a row for Sib. Beautiful shots. Spawns in the backside now for Seattle. That's good for now, but you want to start to push out and try to escape this position. 0-4 flies in, finds his. Hydra back at it with a big kills. Gets 2. Here comes number 3. Hydra cleans the point.
That is the beauty of the nade smoke. Hydra able to see through it first, and that is the moment of invisibility where now sort of an interesting spot. Abuza actually trying to late hit the time for 15 seconds. Who could be doing the exact same thing, but the battle towards that new rotation. Seattle win it, and who gets a 2-piece at the old time? So a little bit of scrap, making sure maybe 10 extra seconds Subliners don't have. So a very small lead as the new hill pops.
To security we now go, folks. Quick check in on the scores, and again, it's Seattle Surge with a bit of a lead. Lovely work so far. We're not done yet, though. We've got 1 more hard point after this. Everybody's favorite, the pool. But for now, good looks out of Surge. They're in first.
Yeah, New York taking the deepest route you possibly can to work this flank. And, well, Hoop getting caught looking the wrong direction. And outside of a team kill, that is a beautiful break there from the New York Subliner. Oh. Seattle caught off guard. Rezi attempting for the bailout, but a clean break. A good time to collect. And Hydra, well, he is a slayer. Opportunity to get a couple extra kills. Brezzy though off spawn there to shut him down.
Abuza from top. 0-4 gets his as well. The breaks are good and Abuza wins his. That's another solid 20 seconds for Seattle Surge. Hydra brought down again as the French on French action continues here on 6-star.
Yeah, it's been a quick back and forth battle between these 2 teams, and now the pinch over towards that time. Subliners, they have complete clearance on this rotation. They'll be here early. I don't think they have any trophies near the point just yet, and Sky's not going to be able to get the kills to deliver. So in spite of New York getting here first, Surge now storming around the time. Kismet, big responsibility in the water. Oh! Just enough ammo in the clip to make sure you keep that time.
That's a huge kill. Sib, nice shots onto the second. 14 and 7, Sib playing like his life depends on it.
Life more than that, future of his bloodline as well. And now Surge, well, storming over towards the pool. Kind of surprising they're able to waltz on in, and well, now Hydra trying to recollect. Seattle Surge, again, a bit of a cakewalk in that moment. 0-4 killing himself with a Semtex, and maybe the open door for New York Subliners to get back inside. As is typical, a pool hill that is very mixy. And Seattle still, I mean, sizably so on top.
I was going to say, as much as it has been crazy for Seattle, they're very much enjoying themselves here by the pool. Sib, he's a couple on the way out, and he's still managing to find that time. Old hardpoint is going to be done in a moment. Seattle Surge walking away with the final few seconds. Love that. Who's going to get it? Now towards the middle of the map again. New York, they will be first in, best dressed to the bar in our second set.
And I will say, just to acknowledge it, Hook is like 10 and 13, a little bit negative, but he's had quite a few gunfights where he's just winning the battle for scrap time. So he's been giving his team a little extra. And now for Seattle, you have stability. A nice clean 4 down. Everybody set up around the zone. And a P1 where you are looking to punish, but 0-4 going to meet his early demise by the name of Hydra. New York looking good for the break.
Trying to get in there, but you've still got a couple of players to deal with. The Buzo on the flank as well. Sib from the stairs picks him off. Pressured still on. This this play is not over yet. Reinforcements are so close. Brezzy gets his. The Sky is now desperately alone, trying to keep the fight alive. Get his boys in there. There's 20 seconds to be had.
And this is an interesting moment. New York Subliners actually tied for the team that has in Hardpoint at least the most losses even when you outslay. New York Subliners currently doing very well in the slaying category, but down by 70. Surge playing the game just a little bit better for the moment. And again, it's guys like Cook getting a lot of those key gunfights.
Yeah, it's inefficient kills, I think, is one way of putting it for the New York Subliners. They don't have the time or the presence on the map. This is good looks, though. Oh, wow, Hardpoint time was great. 0-4 somehow cuts underneath Hydra. Trades are going to be there. Kismet trying to push him out.
And look at the spawns as well. Seattle just going to spawn in the back. Kismet, by the time you react, it's just a little bit too late. New York Subliners just a little bit too slow on the jump, but Sid right now, the bailout, he's got 20 kills. Question, will it be enough?
Will it be enough? Well, we'll see how the boys are feeling in a moment as New York Subliners trailing. Let's go for a listen in with NYSL.
What's counter? Somebody help me out.
I'll be up. Behind the tree. Challenge spot.
Somebody pick up that shot. Let's wanna sail it.
They like going mid.
I'm playing the back on you.
I'm sitting in lobby right now. I have lobby cross, okay? Watch
I have the back.
I have lobby cross, okay?
Weak. One time.
Lobby dead. Let's go push here. Let's get a push. Mid lobby. Yo, two water steps, two mid lobby.
I'm looking deep. I need up then.
I'm too shot with you.
I have the deep.
Mid. Hold Tiki dead. I'm waiting on lobby. Yeah, my front. Kiss. Heard you. I have your lobby.
Hold the back.
Lobby got me. He's weak lobby. Right side. Behind the bar.
Behind the bar, dead.
Spawning in the back.
Deep long, yo. Deep long. They're gonna go lobby. I'm leaving.
I don't see him.
There was a guy front.
Lobby 2 and bar.
I'm coming.
One shot. Pop.
One shot. Peek on the bar. Barn outer. Barn.
I'm shutting the bar. I shut the bar. Go bar. Hop. One shot. I'm killing a hop.
Outer.
Watch out. Hop.
Outer, one shot. Outer, absolutely.
Nice job.
I'm choking. They're gonna challenge you maybe. Watch out.
I'll be up.
I'm heading towards new with you.
Yeah, I'm gonna pop out.
Heard you. Go.
I'm coming, Paco.
I'll say the mid. Call on me.
Nice job. Someone dropped us, you.
They're gonna be con behind us. Con behind us.
Okay, I'll pitch you. One office. Dead.
Nice.
Office.
All P2.
Yeah.
They're all P2.
Lovely clean comms from the Subliners there. A very, very solid hold of the map so far. But Chance, once again, they do not have the time. They have the kills and the streaks right now.
They just need to pop off hill. That is all you're looking for if you're New York, and they got to set up for the moment. Hydra right now going to be dealing with the entire team. There's one. There's two, and this might be all four. Oh! 0-4, last man standing, but Subliners for the moment have done enough.
0-4, last man standing, no problem. Keeps the door wide open. Here come the reinforcements. Surge fly through. Wow, what a set of kills. And that pop-up hardpoint, you do not get it. Hook guns you to bed. Hook finds the time, and the Surge boys are in control.
Oh, what a bailout moment for 0-4. Look at it. Cruise missile gets it as well. In a moment, Subliners looking for the comeback. 0-4 shutting you down.
What an unbelievable run. A 6th spree from him from seemingly nowhere. 20 now for the win. Seattle Surge. Map 1 will be yours.
This is insanity, man. This is this guy's third LAN event ever. Not even in the pro scene, just ever. Going against world champions, and he is picking them apart. Got a 70-point gap in the game. He got the rotation towards New, and he got 0-4, the unstoppable man, taking a dip in the pool.
Taking a dip. Teammates are there to cover it. 10 seconds now for the win, Skies. Oh my goodness, been brought down. It all comes down to Hydra. He's got to get the break here. He's got to get in there fast. A few more seconds. It's done. It's over. Throwing the towel. Map 1. Seattle feeling good.
And we gotta ask the question, who do we think is more nervous on the main stage? The rookie with basically no LAN experience at all, or the other side of the stage with a handful of world champs? Because that is not a guy that looks stressed out to me.
He's having a fantastic time here in Toronto. And with damn good reason as well. An opener there that you can be very proud of, Seattle. Wow, what a come up this team has had. Is that a 6-point or 6-star hardpoint? Not a lot of folks would have given Seattle the win. And we've got some good-looking stats as well.
Oh, this is incredible, man. Those guys having a grand old time. It's not even just like 0-4 with the lack of experience. I saw a tweet earlier. I think Hook's had 30-some-odd tournaments. The rest of his teammates combined don't even get to double digits. So Hook is the vet on the squad. And again, he had some high-impact kills this game, but it is down the line for Seattle. Everybody there to provide great assists, great kills, the damage output, everybody the same. And I know on the slang front, for the most part, Subliners were keeping it even. That scoreline, 100-point gap. They just could not find the proper coordination.
Highlights, folks, to be very mixed, though. We saw some tremendous kills from the Subliners, but again, not able to capitalize. And that's been a recurring theme chance for this team. They're able to slow you out, they keep you off the map, but they don't necessarily do a lot of time in that hill. It's really, really difficult for the Subliners fans. They don't quite know what's going wrong with the team right now, but I'll tell you what's going right. Seattle Surge.
Yeah, and of course in the hard points as well. That's the third straight loss New York Subliners have suffered to the hands of Seattle. And I mean, a score like that from Kismet, if you were paying attention last year, that is atypical. Used to be Mr. Do-It-All, but they have switched up the dynamic of the team, and Kismet, well, finds himself in a different spot. And that was a beautiful moment, by the way, from 0-4, basically where he's able to call a game, because that was a 4-man hit through the top. New York Subliners get the first 3 kills, and then he just bails you out. That is how he ends the game on a 7 spree. Young guy popping off, and not even really a back and forth game. Seattle got the lead literally from the opening break, and they never looked back.
No, not even close. Wow, well done. And that third hard point, the slight bulge there, we always see it on 6-star. It's that top bar, P3. After that, no going back. Well, Seattle, good job there. You managed to walk away with a strong map 1 win. S&D on the way chance.
And I will say, by the way, just to touch on the hard point again, we mentioned how New York Subliners, it's actually been pretty common. They've had 6 or 7 maps where they've outslayed and still lost. Seattle actually is on the other side of that coin, where they get outslayed and still find ways to win. More than one of those have actually been against the New York Subliners. So high impact kills for Seattle, and the fact that as rookies, these guys just know ball.
Yeah, they really do. And they're looking confident, they're looking calm. Doesn't seem to be too much to lose here for Seattle Surge. They've come into this series the clearest cut underdog, and they are turning heads and they are winning hearts and minds 1 map at a time. S&D's on its way, Chance, and again for the Subliners, you just won a world championship. You were the MW2 overall champions. You make a single team change, and since then it hasn't been all roses compared to last season.
Well, at the same time though, last season they also struggled at the start of the year. They hit their form right at the very end, and there were specific things to look to, but as we're looking at the S&T, very balanced. You literally could not pick between the two of who was going to have the advantage. Incredibly even across the board. But even if you want to stay for the S&D specifically, guys like Hydra at the start of last season, his first blood rate wasn't out of control. He had a decent KD, but nothing crazy. Final 2 tournaments, he turned into God himself and figured out his gameplay. Well, both Hydra and Kismet have struggled in this game mode, especially with the First Bloods. We're just waiting for them to find that form, but so far from what we've seen in Stage 3 and this major, they haven't found it just yet.
No, not yet. There's a lot of criticism towards Kismet at the moment in his S&D gameplay. It's lower KDs when it comes to the respawns as well. We'll see if he can't find some success here, because Subliners sorely need it.
And I know the way that New York have been playing S&D in this tournament so far, very few number of maps, but they actually have sort of the perfect strategy and game plan for a team like Seattle. It is, even when we have the man advantages, we're playing it nice and slow. We're playing incredibly safe Call of Duty, and we're allowing the other teams to make the mistakes. And obviously on Seattle, they have hyper-aggressive players that you can punish their mistakes, but I know Hook is an absolute wild card. This is actually the map where he set the record for most First Bloods in a game, but this time it's 0-4, taking down Sib.
Got him already. Wow, look, Subliners, a team that want to play patient. This is the map where you can do it, especially if you have defense, which they don't. Right now, Seattle Surge, they're on defense. They've got a lovely spread across the map. Numbers everywhere. An 0-4. Oh, he's got a corner. If anyone sends it around there, he's in trouble.
And you have Seattle, again, not making any mistakes. 0-4, not chasing that red dot. Wants to play for positioning, so trying to keep them as nice as possible. That bomb leaning towards the A site. 0-4 has the intel. You know, a couple players are by Cafe.
He's patient. He's basically holding the same position you see all the time, which is that site tank. And I dare. No, that's not what you wanted. Hook, the trades are done. It's a 2v2, and it should not be.
And you better clutch this if you're Breji and a Boozer. You can't lay your teammate down in that moment. Skies, though, S&D Wizard able to win his one. Breji, you might have costed your team this round. Opportunity to bail him out. It doesn't have the kill on Skies, and now Hydra there to protect his boy.
Here he goes. That's going to be the plant. No problem. Extra points there go towards Skies. The Subliners gifted around after what was a lovely first blood. 0-4, good work. Brezi's nade, we're not sure exactly where it came from, but that connected perfectly when it didn't want to.
And that might end up being an incredibly painful moment for Seattle fans and the team alike. That is a little bit of momentum that the Subliners needed, especially for the bounce back after that 6-star.
Again, first round. Get the jitters out of the way. And it's so interesting, just the side by side here. Almost no small talk there from Seattle Surge at all in the in-between the rounds.
Well, they do grind through this map, so they know what the play is going to be. Leaning over towards this B side as well, but I know for the New York Subliners, winning that first round offense feels incredibly nice.
Does help. Aggression here. New York, they've pushed far forward on the defense.
You can do it. There we go.
He's done it. Hooks through the window. Spots Kismet out. Whoa! That's the nuke, ladies and gentlemen. That's what he does. Abuza trying to pick up Hydra on the quick rotation to kill Hook. Brezzy moving forward. Can he catch Sib? Gets it. 2v1. The round is done.
Yeah, and Skies had great positioning over towards Showers or the A control zone. So I'm assuming he got the cleanup kill on Abuza towards the end. And that is why that first round is especially painful. Now you're dealing with a situation where Hydra is 4-0, thinking about a cruise missile. You gave him an offensive round as well. One mistake of a frag grenade, long-term impact.
2-0 so far for the Subliners, 2-0 for Hydra in the kills department. Seattle right back at it. We're going to see them on defense this time around again. First blood was good. Highly doubt we're getting the exact same situation again. But crazier things have happened here in the CDL. We are pushed far forward, New York.
This is a full stack up down the B Street. The bomb, by the way, over towards A, and Brezzy for the first blood. Sib has been active in every single first blood fight thus far. But Subliners again on offense. Man disadvantage, and well, that is going to continue. A 2 versus 4 for Hydra and Skies.
Brezzy seems to be this variable they cannot account for. And the Subliners now trying to get in the mix. They managed to get at least one. Abuza finds Hydra. No ace for Brezzy, but it's been a lovely round either way. All down to Skies, eradicated. So now you go. Seattle get on the board.
Yeah, 0-4 challenge as well, right? Has the intel on Skies, no wasted time, flying in the back, ready to take the gunfight. Seattle Surge, they will absolutely play with pace, and 0-4 easy read towards the end. And again, Sib has been involved in every first blood. He's been naded once, won a gunfight, and gotten picked by Brezzy. Brezzy.
Yeah. He managed to turn that around brilliantly. Can they get another one? They keep that momentum going. Look at the trophy systems now, happily able to throw those down, keep your boys safe. We're already hearing the nades getting cooked early on, so here come a couple of bangs across the map. They land, they do their job, but they don't necessarily get the kills. Kismet is soaring forward under the coverage of Brezzy there. That could be a big piece of information for Seattle to play with in a moment.
Yeah, interesting situation on the minimap as well. Abuza hanging out over by Showers, and well, Hydra could strike at any moment. Stack over towards DVD though. You're working on the cross back. Looks like the A hit's going to be the call, but you get picked. Hydra, he had his hiding spot for quite some time. And who gets cut down as well. Great crossfire being set up by the Subliners as now Hydra pushing pace. Brezzy takes the freebie and Sib gets baited into death. 1v2 and a possible 1v4. Brezzy not quite able to get it. Oh, what could have been.
Brezzy, that turn on the second play was immaculate timing, but not really able to get it done. Next was Kismet's POV, chasing down a wild Brezzy with that storm of Seattle Surge. And they read the forecast, they saw it coming a mile away. Again, no small talk there from Seattle. They really do have a game plan. And they execute almost sort of round by round. Very, very little chat in between rounds. I find it fascinating.
Well, you might need a small talk a little bit more because Hydra just plays a typical corner inside a cafe. Nothing crazy about that, but getting caught completely off guard, not ideal. Hydra 7-2 so far. This game has been a cakewalk.
Hydra's work so far is 7-2. Yeah, man, that's ideal. Only a few rounds in. Gonna run into some trouble here. Oh, quite a bit of work there on the door from 0-4, but Kismet and Hydra team up for the fight just in case. The trades are going to be there. Hook, out like a light. Immediate bomb recovery from Hydra, though, means that one kill, while it could have been a devastating moment, it allows the Subliners to keep moving.
You got a battle as well between Skies and Abuza down A Street, but you're just sort of playing with the idea. The call almost certainly going to be to hit over towards B. Brezzy by himself for the moment as well. Hook hasn't repositioned to come back and help it up. Meanwhile, Skies going to be grouped up with his teammates. And Brezzy feels the pressure, just completely gives the side up.
Yeah, he's going to back on up. We're going to hang out for a moment. You can do that if you're Surge, but if you let them cross that tank, it gets a lot of damage in. There's Sib as well. Slow hits. Here on land, you got to be very careful. Reinforcements now from Surge. The flank. That's a big old fight between Hook and Skies. Clock's ticking, bomb's getting planted.
And this timing could be interesting for Hook or Brezzy, just with the angle. Hydra a little bit off, shoes too big, and now a 2v3 for New York, and Hook has just ran through the team.
I love this. He just lays prone, wins the fight against Sib as well. Hook trying to take down Skies, and that is the round. Skies can't get close to anyone unless he makes it a 1v1. Hello. Can't get the last kill though. That's going to be it. And Surge, that smoke play from Hook, they stopped the bomb plant. Brezzy's kill was a fraction of a second away from allowing that to happen. A huge round there from Seattle.
And yeah, Hook's reaction time, by the way, absolutely different. Nice little snap in an awkward sort of gunfight, but either way, we are tied up 1-1 on the mistakes front, right? Brezzy, round one, nades his boys, and well, Hydra a little bit off with the angle for the bomb plant. So Seattle, they needed to have a little alleviation moment. Still though, down a round.
Yeah, 1-1 in the mistakes front, but still a one-round advantage here from the Subliners. A couple of them lining over towards the B street. That's where the bomb's going to be for Seattle Surge. And right now, you're looking for a couple of sneaky moments here. Kismet close the door, has Deddy to work with. He could pounce. Sib absolutely sends it and gets himself blooded.
It's just so aggressive. I mean, Sib's aggressive because Kismet's in the spot. You don't expect Hook just to fly through. In the meantime, well, Hydra fully capitalized on the flank, but forced to make a play. Easy trades here. So you got a 3v3 Hydra, both guns in hand.
It's perfect timing there from Hydra now as he makes his way forward. That's going to be the bomb down as well. So 40 seconds, the round goes to Surge, unless you can get involved. Skies, lovely tags. You've got some information. There is a pinch here. And Kismet, he guesses slightly wrong. Doesn't matter. Hydra is there for it. Onwards towards the site. 0-4. Wow, big win from him. Traded out immediately now, all down to Hook in a 1v1 against Hydra. Oh, big win! As the nuke strikes again.
Strikes again and doesn't react yet. Kyler, he is terrifying. This man has been perma-locked in the game for the past 5 years.
You brought up a really good point. At the start of the walkouts, right, when the teams all walk out, who's the person at the front row that gets the death stare from Hook? What does that feel like? Please, tweet us your answers. 3-3.
Yeah, police interrogators could learn a thing or two. I'd confess all my crimes to Hook. But right now, we are tied up 3-3. And a defensive round as well for Seattle. It's been a little bit of a bounce back, down by a few, but all tied up again. Hydra 10 kills, by the way, already. He's been fantastic in this game, and Hook dead to the first blood. 0-4 can't get the trade. Hydra number 11.
Yeah, Hook was trying to get the smoke out as well. Lovely shots there from Abuza. Manages to get away without taking any damage. So good luck on the next battle. That's going to be Skies. Good damage, and the nade might land close enough towards the bomb. No, Skies is long gone.
Yeah, Skies too smart. Gets out of sight, and well, now Brezzy trying to make the play, but easily watched there by the Subliners. It was the perfect play call. You play off the aggression of Hook in 0-4, and now for Abuza, there's nothing you could possibly do. That is a lightning fast offensive round there by the Subliners. And again, that Hook containment process, not an easy feat, but getting it done in that round.
Yeah, once you manage to defuse the bomb, defuse the Hook, there's that one less thing to worry about there on the map. Kyler Garland, been around the block a few times, a world champion there in MW 2019. Multi-FPS champion as well. Dangerous, dangerous player. Back to that one-round advantage here for the Subliners. They're on defense this time round. The old 3-1 split, which will blossom into a full map spread.
New angle chosen to watch the flank from Abuza, and so much map space already taken. Hydra, it looks like he might gear up to go for a quick pinch. He got all the way to the back spawn pretty quickly the previous defensive round. And now Sib just trying to keep this pressure at bay. Seattle not making moves just yet, but with that bomb near broken, they will strike at any moment.
We call this the dozo. This is the back corner of the map here by that B-bomb site. An incredibly important power position. Sib's role here, immense. The pressure he's about to face, equally as immense. The smoke, and they've got real close. He is totally surrounded, not able to get a kill out of it. That's a first blood. And a bit of a pinch now on. Hydra managing to get in towards the site, finds 1 of 3.
And you know the bomb's not getting planted. Skies also wins the flank battle, so the island fight. Subliners come out on top, and Hydra perfect positioning, but has to get away. The trophy is not quite near the bomber. Well, they're close enough. A 2 versus 2, and right now for Seattle, you're running out of time.
Yeah, running out of time. You're running out of space to play with as well. It's now all down to 0-4. Can he gun Hydra? He's tagged. He's in trouble. And the Phenom in a place like this is going to be a happy man. You've got to find both players. That's going to be it. Map point for the New York Subliners.
And that is a sort of mid-round mixy adjustment that Surge were not able to handle at all, feeling the pressure of the moment. And their small talk is struggling in between rounds, and those moments even more difficult. Just no thought of a game plan, and Skies, again, the gunfight win he had on Abuza might be the one to seal the deal. I know Hydra into double digits, but Skies 9-2 as well. He has been feasting on Invasion.
And the Subliners have just had a couple of rounds that could not have gone any worse for Seattle. We'll see if they can close it out here. 3 straight for Seattle to take a decisive lead in the series, but unlikely at this moment in time. We'll find out how the New York Subliners look here in this attacking round, because they've not managed to push too far forward. It's slow hits here on Invasion.
As spread the map, play for picks, play as well. Try to get the information on who can see if you can find a way to isolate them. Makes a bit of noise over towards the A site, so Hydra knows Cafe might be open, checks the corners anyway, but all the sneaky spots have been cleared.
I mean, that's so nice to watch. Just every single possible position a player could be in clear. The boys can now move across the map. All the usual spots. 04, this is for you. It doesn't land either, so a little bit of information gained. Some good, some bad.
And 04 just in a standoff battle right now with Kismet, who has the bomb over towards Broken. Hook and Hydra having their standoff as well, but the question is, when do you want to cross, and can you get the double child going? Sid moving into position, so going to be doubled up just on the cross. Kismet has got out over towards the bomb as well. Site control.
Is there a trophy system for him? That's going to be Sib, yeah, by the tank. So here's the plant, a little closer towards Sib, hopefully within range of that trophy. Sib laying in wait. Anyone coming down that street is going to meet him.
Hook on the flank, though. Hook on the flank is going to be behind 2. Chasing him in this moment, but Seattle, they've made it out. The chase not going to pan off just yet. Hook's got to fly, and 04 is going to fall. Hydra gives you 2 as well. Out here calling game. Seattle Surge gave up the bomb plant. Bit off more than they could chew.
It's a battle now. The clock ticking, and Hook has been taken care of. A decisive bit of work there in the final round from the Subliners. You saw the plan didn't quite work out for Seattle. They find themselves now at 1-1 in this series.
And that was a very sloppy game for Seattle as well. Still locked in as they're processing those previous rounds, but literally from the jump, how perfect things could have been. 04 gets the nade on Sib. You get the first blood, but, well, John Wick picks up your trade. An Invasion where, again, Hydra and Skies absolutely dominant from through to through. Get the double-digit achievement there from Hydra. Really capitalize in the final round as well. Make sure you get the bounce back. Nice little battle of a series in 15-4. Not much more to talk about than that.
Now, he only gets a 5 spree though. That's not quite good enough, but the sweet 2k damage there as well, also from Skies. So both of them really putting in the work. Lovely looks there from the New York Subliners. Seattle Surge a little lost on Invasion, I think, here, as the Subliners gave them nearly nothing to play with. Great stuff. They're all tied up here in our series. We're staying on Invasion though for our game of Control, and that Karachi Hardpoint, we will definitely be seeing that. My goodness, excited to see how this one goes. Chance again. Seattle have not been the best team when it comes to Control.
Not at all. They've been a little bit better than previous as well. They used to be, they almost started series down 0-1, but since they've added 0-4, they've had a lot more strength in the category. Obviously, though, Invasion Control is a very dangerous map. Subliners still have the #1 attacking rate in the game.
Well, that's going to be a very, very important statistic coming into our next matchup. We're almost ready to get into that one, folks. But before that, we're going to go to a quick break. Allow you folks in the venue to go to the restrooms, get a drink, maybe get something to eat, and you at home, do the same thing. It's just not as loud or as fun. We'll see you after the break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to COD Champs this year. The giveaway includes 2 VIP tickets, travel expenses, and more. To enter, scan the QR code on the page or go to scuff.co/CDL and enter your email. Terms and conditions apply. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Almost ready to get into our invasion control. Here, map number 3, the Toronto Major. It's just been a delight so far, Chance. We've had some good games. We've had some bad games. We've had some ugly games. We've had it all.
Yes, and we are going to continue to deliver in this series as well. The control, the separation map between these two teams. Last time Seattle won it, got the 3-1 victory over Subliners, and that hand delivered them the series shortly thereafter. Now, maybe a moment of confusion for the Subliners. They're about to get locked in, but fist bumps out and about. Hook, the Terminator, that look in his eye. He is ready to hunt these players down.
From a microwave siege when I'm waiting for my popcorn. Into invasion control we go, folks. Overall record not ideal there for Seattle Surge. It hasn't been fantastic for them for a while.
Better as of recent, though. That is the main thing. Control has been a massive problem for Surge on the year, but much stronger because, again, 0-4, dropping a 1.3 in the game mode thus far this major. Certainly lean towards Subliners, almost expecting them to win, but make no mistake, Surge, a very lethal threat.
We're on the B zone right now. New York Subliners on the attack. 0-4, completely removed there from the play. Skies is going to get his as well. And now you just want to sit in that little B zone. You've stopped the clock at 1 minute 20. Let's get that capture.
And this is worst case scenario, by the way. Kismet wins the extra one, and you got a Hydra behind you. Hydra, the best KD in the game on offense, on invasion control. Now he's got Skies as the support. If Hydra's behind you, you're going to have an awful time.
Yeah, real bad. Hydra in front of you, not great either. Nice nade. Forces Brezzy out, but doesn't get the kill. So the second segment long gone here at B. And Hydra is still on a run. It's a 3 spree. The fourth was not going to be there for him. Over towards A we go for a moment, and it's only Kiz getting the capture.
And that is the impact of Hydra, though. Nice win, though, by Brezzy, just to shut down that funny business. But either way, B zone secured. No one had to break a sweat. Sid does not even have to play. He just gets to hang out on the objective.
Yeah, Sky's hanging out of the back spawn once again, though. So this is such an uncomfortable moment for Surge. Actually, I say moment. It's been a few minutes now. And Sky's there, picking these players off before they can even get into the action. They're entirely ineffective until they get him out of position here.
Can't even clear them out. Right now, they're just being outclassed. Surge do not have a response. They've died so many times, and Surge will push the pace. They do it on a few different maps. You could, at some point, potentially run out of lives. Surge, got to make sure you're careful right from the jump.
It's a slim lead in the life count right now for the New York Sublines, the 22 to the 19. Hydra. Oh, you better finish him. You better call him out. That's a problem. Hook manages to get a trade there. And 0-4 finishes what he started. And now, lovely shots there on the Skies at range, but not enough for the kills.
Weird moments, but nice shots there from Brezzy. Able to stabilize and set up. A lot of players rolling through, trying to deal with the street. Hook, though, Slate Reflector not able to get at least one. 0-4, maybe just the next man in line. He's got a booster for the cutoff, but they've kind of abandoned one another. 0-4 gets out of the mix, and well, at least he'll get you the trade. Nice gunfight win. Sid shuts him down, but 0-4 does give you 2. And Brezzy, by the way, just looking for a cruise missile in the meantime.
Big chill on the other side of the map, trying to get himself a cruise. One more kill will get the job done. He's very loud, though. There's a player above him. This should be it. Unless the guess is bad. And it might not be. Skies didn't hear him.
Brezzy heard him.
He heard him. So this could get very spicy in a moment. And there it is. Done. The spree complete. You're safe for now. Over to A with only 35 seconds on the clock.
And here comes Hydra. Can't kill him on the cross. A little too fast. This is the gunfight to win. Potentially for the round as well. And Hook getting stunned. Nades out and about. But Subliners, so many players are here. Group up together. Hydra's still alive. And now you got 3 players for the Subliners attempting to soar in. One more gunfight by the point. And Hydra and Kismet come out on top. Hydra on a 4.
Brezzy doesn't win the fight. What a nade. Kismet gets his. 4 lives remaining for the Subliners. We'll see what happens first. The 2-man capture or the 3 lives remaining. Send it, Surge. This is it. Your last chance in the round. Onto the point. Brezzy down. The pinch done. Hydra with the cruise.
And you almost don't even want to kill this, man. You'd rather get the tick, but that is a dominant round. It does not matter. Seattle Surge, they will find Asian defense. And there was 30 seconds left on the clock. That's insanity.
That's a really, really decisive round there from New York. Good stuff out of them. It's an electrifying way to start off this game of invasion. Good work there from the kills column. And Hydra once again 12-5 as expected. One of the few in that superb positive KDs on the attack.
Yeah, Hydra just taking over. Might just be calling game. You had 19 deaths between Hook and 0-4 in a single round.
Here comes Hydra forward. Ooh, and he's shooting ghosts. hyper-aggressive, cut down, but no problem. You still have that streak to play with. Slow capture here from B. And that tiny little sliver of wall, that's where Sib's going to find some damage to keep those boys back. But you've still got a lot of numbers here for Surge. Plenty of presence.
Not an easy spot, though. Sib, well, jumping out, tagged up, one shot, and he does get traded. 3 down there from Surge, make it all 4. What can you do? Capitalize on the space. 0-4 pushing up for a little bit of map control, and Brezzy, well, working the A street, looking for this high-impact play.
We're looking for these fast kills as well. I mean, they've managed to isolate 0-4, but you can't deal with Hook. Hook's a problem now as well. Gets himself 2 in the life. Forward he goes, guns at the ready. Sib, a little bit of damage. Going to capture the point at B. You lose the war on the A side of the map, so Constellation, an additional minute to go, and 3-life lead.
Brezzy maybe just playing his life because he knows he has to, so you have extra towards the end of the rounds, but B zone secured. Solid start for the moment. Surge, though, need a few trades because you might be dealing with the spawn trap. 3 players going to be spawning back in Palace, and Skies is already in position. New York Subliners potentially with the stranglehold on the map, but the main AR, the SMG in hand, Abuza can do it all.
That's such an annoying fight. You get plenty of that in Cardiff since the slide was introduced. Big kills here. Able to get 0-4 onto the point. Has to win this next one against Hydra. Can't get it done. The Renetti of that young phenom simply too much. Abuza turns this 3 into a 4 spree. Can he get number 5? Keeping space for the boys to get him in there. Go, Brezzy, go. No. Kiz is there. Trade's done. That's the A zone safe.
Yeah, what a moment from Kismet as well. There to pop off and pick up the 2 to make sure Hydra stays alive, who then kills Abuza and shuts down the spree. So that SMG duo right now for Subliners making plays, but you don't have a ton of space on the map. Sib looking to take it from you and might just get it. 0-4 caught sprinting as well. Another 3 down. Hook last man standing. Surge, you are back to square one.
You've still got loads of time. That's the good news. The bad news, Kismet's finding kills like that, and your players coming out of spawn, so you're not even able to get anyone up to the fight. Sky staying alive still on this corner. Holds it for as long as humanly possible. Sib now. Again, just slowing down the stem of reinforcements. Outstanding work there with both the Renette and the MCW.
Here's Brush on the point. Hydra, he's by himself in this moment. Sky's the backup, but he's a little far away, and he gets hit by everything. On a 5-0-4 with the Crews. You need this offensive round.
There's no trophies, though. You're getting hit by everything that's getting thrown in there. So here we go. First segment gone. Second segment on the way. Brezzy holding it together. That might be it. Abuza's got him locked in the back. That is going to be the round. No way can you get close enough to stop the capture. Seattle Surge. What a late round resurgence.
Dude, these guys can be electric when they find that pop-off potential. The round just flips on its head. We watched Sid pick up the 2-piece. Gun 0-4 down on this street. It felt like 5 seconds later, the dude is on a 6 spree and inside of the hill. Lightning speed, it hurts you when you lose a round on lives, but that is the moment where they capitalize and come out on top. Cruise missile being secured could be incredibly beneficial, but I think we're tied up on the Cruise front. Hydra went on a 7 spree earlier.
And this is the wildest sort of series of stats we've got. Only, in the round 3 right now. Hydra.
They're just bunted.
Are they?
Yes.
That's such a shame.
Yeah.
That's such a shame.
Agreed.
Shows how much attention I'm paying. 0-4. Spree done. Gets that Cruise zone. Hook now hop, skip, and a jump over towards the other side of the map here on defense. It's Renetti's all over the place. The pistol duels come to a close. Sib finds his out of spawn. Hook managing to stay alive somehow, but I mean, look at that POV. He is moving.
And I tell you, anytime you kill Hydra when he's basically inside of your base, those kills are just worth extra. Hook, nice spot as well, trying to keep the pace nice and slow, ready for the chow, and gonna get it. Kismet gets shut down. Trades can't be found. Hook kills almost falling in his lap.
But what is this? He nearly picked up Hydra as well. Shenanigans come to a close. It's a single life advantage right now for the Subliners on the attack. And slow capture on B. Only one man for it right now. 0-4 battling out the bottom side of blue. And Sib's on a bit of a spree of his own. Can he get a Cruise? Nope. Brezzy there cuts him down. Halfway through B.
Surge, though, they just can't play comfortable. Guys struggling for the moment. 2 ticks, nice win by 0-4. You want to have a dominant round on defense. You don't want them to capture either zone. Surge handling the pressure on the bottom side of the map and over towards the zone. 0-4 caught YYing Hydra. Easy 2 kills. Man's got 22 as well. You got to be on point to slow him down.
No way did he find that last one. Now Sib pushing forward. Sib, another. Now flying forward. Brezzy, though, in a great spot to cause some problems here, but you are going to be able to get on towards the A zone. B is going to be captured. A, you've got bodies on there now, totally and utterly surrounded. Sib finds one. Abuza gets the second. Wow, what a kill.
Yes, it was dead to rights anyway, but that is a hell of a gunfight win by the Renetti of Abuza. And off spawn, 0-4 finally gets off the death spree, wins one. Maybe able to restabilize. Meantime, Brezzy, he's been living all the way down bridge. He's playing a hiding spot, able to win his one, trying to clear outside of Cafe. Surge, plenty of space on the map. This is the setup they want to have.
Again, very happy to get at least one there. You've got to respawn, run up that street, and get involved. Cruz hoping to help out.
That's a decision.
He lands, he doesn't know a whole lot, forces the boys on the inside of that large yellow building. That's exactly where Cafe is. And now, a little bit of space to move forward for the Subliners, but really not a lot.
That's an interesting call to use the Cruz in that moment. Honestly, could have been an accident or someone called out something to try to set it up. And 0-4 says, anything you can do, I can do equally. Skies is going to fall. You at least get one extra kill in the intel. Surge clearly want this round.
Well, they want the round, but they got 3 down now. Okay, Subliners, you've got your opportunity to go forward. If you bring down 0-4, that helps. Trade's done. Huge win from Abuza. Ooh, big damage as well. Kismet gets into the point, but he's taken some hits. 29 seconds paused. Surge still scrambling on the defense here. Big cleanup kill. No, Kismet wins. The capture continues.
Oh, that's going to be it as well. That's a 3 down. Everybody spawning out. Abuza falls as well. The offensive shootout of invasion. And that was with the cruise missile being utilized.
And that's the round, boys and girls. Close, but no cigar for Surge. And my goodness, the life count as well. 5 to 10. So Subliners are winning the battle of attrition as well as those offensive rounds.
And now Subliners not going to break a sweat. I mean, you're 2 for 2 winning the attacking rounds. A cruise missile gets called in, Skies dies, and then in a 3v4, effectively, New York Subliners flood on through. This is certainly a game of Call of Duty.
Oh, man. What? Laser focus still from both teams. Getting a little later in tonight here into Toronto. Big spree there from Kismet. That was a sensational win with the Renetti to keep the capture going. He's on a 4 spree for now. Looking for one more. 22 and 18 from Hydra, though. Classic work from him. Moves like that, but reads like that from Hook means that that B zone keeps going.
Just a nice stack from Seattle. Not doing anything crazy, no cheeky A hits. They want to make sure they can take their time with this round. That tick not yet through on the B zone. And Hook, well, he's dancing around. Sib, great damage output and really just a nuisance. The thorn in Seattle's side. Him and Kismet, nice shots together, but a couple trades out and about. And maybe an open route from 0-4 to get to this A zone.
Ow.
And 0-4 is reading it, so Surge a lot of pressure on B, but now 0-4, the opportunity to make a play potentially for the round.
Okay, we're going to be swinging. The second seg done at B. A looking dangerous as well. Skies off spawn will deal with that. But in the meantime, I mean, this is one hell of a protracted gunfight. You've been going on for a while here, boys. The battle for Broken done. Oh dear, and a team kill. You do manage to save the A zone. Hydra's going to drain it as well. Very, very important to do so.
Yeah, not quite able to get that tick as 0-4, and a nice find there from Abuza hunting him down. That's 2 in the feed. 1 man on point's going to be Hydra playing on the defensive end.
Oh, here we go. Brizzy wins a big fight onto the zone. Oh my good God. Multiple man stack. Trophies at the ready. There's 2 trophies. This round could be done. Kismet finds a kill. Hook on the coverage. Damage in. Not enough to stop these players. Now the wind-up punch from the Subliners going for the break. No good. It's Abuza with 2. The capture continues. Skies. Oh, he's down as well. The second set gone. Last chance.
And 0-4's got the help on the cross, but the comms have to be perfect. What direction? Brezzy to look. Everything forward. All eyes, but eventually the nade there to take him down. 2 ticks of progress, and 0-4. Plenty of space down A Street. Wants a kill to fall into his lap.
That was a very, very spicy hit. Surge, good job. Subliners with the resolve, but a single segment remains. Life count, get a bit naughty. Naughty like those shots from 0-4.
Wow. Backs Kismet down as well, doing a great job of playing his life because he's got Hook. The reinforcements are in fact here.
Again, you want to get 3 clean kills. 0-4 staying alive. Somehow staying alive. Skies finds 1. 0-4 staying alive. Somehow. Big hits in a Hydra as well. Pressure now on. Can Brezzy pick up the pieces?
This man's fresh for respawn, but 0-4 is out here making absurd plays. They just need some help. Surge need that little bit extra. This guy's picking you apart towards the middle of the map, and the decision from Seattle, what do you want to do? Well, Abuza on an island on one side of the map, everybody else down A Street. 55 seconds is a good chunk of time, but you need the kills to start flowing.
Yeah, this is such a stalemate right now. 0-4 looking to cut the middle of the map wide open. Unbelievable shots. He is having one hell of a map so far. Not able to make it through. Kismet brings down another, and this is great looks. Hook's in. Brezzy, no reinforcement. Hook's doing it alone.
No help. It's an absolute dream. Yeah, nothing you can do in that moment. Hydra able to pick up 2. Seattle back to square one. It is a 9v7 now, by the way. So Subliners, the lives are dwindling. Time could be a factor. Pressure still, though, heavily on Seattle.
You're still winning the map presence, but you're not winning the kills. It's so close. Subliners in a little bit of trouble. Kismet. Wow, what a 2-piece that was. That really helps. 15 seconds. Hook might be able to get another point.
He's not going to be able to. It's 2 players on the back to watch the cross. Kismet, well, he's got the fire set up as well. Impossible to read. Easy trades for the Subliners. They should be able to go up 3-1, or 2-1, excuse me, in the series, making amends for that invasion loss.
Yeah, 3-1 in control. And not without a pound of flesh, though. It cost the Subliners a lot. What a brilliant look from Seattle in a few of those rounds. The offensive shootout comes to a close there. It was a very, very difficult run. Chance that did not look easy whatsoever for the Subliners. They're having fun. They're having a good time. But we are far from done here.
That is, that's a ridiculous game of invasion, by the way. The most success we've seen on offense probably the entire year. 3 rounds of attack actually won, and Seattle Surge so close to making that a 4th. They're making great plays towards the tail end, but I know a lot of Subliners clutch kills coming through. Skies was just racking them up on defense. Kismet as well, putting in the overtime work. See there on the defensive end. Yeah, Kismet had 18 on defense, absolutely setting himself apart. So many big kills coming through.
Yeah, you could ignore the kills death column, but the rest of the stats should be legit. Lovely work there from the Subliners. 3-1 in that game of control again. Coming into this one, Seattle Surge, not the best record overall. Recent form, definitely better, but no, we already close out there. So that is the invasion control done. That is our 3rd map in this series complete. The New York Subliners will take the lead. That is going to be match point going into the next Hardpoint. And chance, again, for many, Seattle Surge, no one saw them making it this far.
Well, making it this far is one thing. It is like the Reaper. The worst stigma you could have in this league is the, quote, 5th best team. Every time you get up to the top 4, well, bad things happen. Surge, again, the opportunity to be the first team to really break that mold, get past the top 4, introduce themselves towards the top, but still down in the series, back against the wall. It's one thing to be close. It's another thing to actually get there.
My goodness, wow, what a brilliant set of highlights this was. The battle for the A zones. They were something fierce. 0-4 with sensational shots. His 1v1 game is very, very strong right now. He was good for a few. Kismet, again, moments like that, getting caught sprinting, which we saw a few times from both sides. Really, really makes a difference there. The life count towards the end as well was a major factor. But the battles that the New York Subliners were winning and where they were winning, they made a big difference. Karachi Hardpoint on its way, and that 6-star search and destroy if game 5 is what the scriptwriters have got in order for this one. But here we go. A very, very important game of Hardpoint now. This is your tournament life for the line, Seattle Surge.
And Karachi Hardpoint is a run-it-back map as well. New York Subliners sticking the same old game plan in the pick and bans, but they fell on Karachi to Seattle just a few weeks ago. But if they've made up for the invasion, looking to make up for the Karachi as well. Surge, though, again, we've seen how lethal these guys can be. I mean, they picked them apart on the first map, 6-star, 100-point gap. Hardpoint, certainly, they have been thriving.
Kismet, a guy who's, again, we touched on at the start of the series how he's been criticized recently for his performances, but in that one, it was 29 and 24 in that entire game of control. So he's definitely pulled out some special stuff here in the respawns.
And I know he's been criticized for just things like KD. Yeah. A poor series overall against Atlanta FaZe, but the new dynamic, I think, plays a part. And I still think that Bulldog dynamic has been shining through as well. Because think about their series they had FaZe online. Getting their body shot, things were looking horrible. They're getting picked apart. Kismet started barking back, try to energize the team. And again, 18 kills on the defensive end while pressure is being poured on. Kismet's still a very tough man. He is impossible to bully.
Is our Karachi Hardpoint so far in the season. Not bad looks whatsoever. And again for Surge, recent form far better than it has been. So this should be a shootout. Can the Subliners close out the series? Again, there's more than just CDL points on the line in this one. Sib's really come to play.
And I'm looking for a strong performance here from Hook. Occasionally has been struggling in the respawns in this tournament, but when he is on point, he also, I mean, he looks like one of the best players in the world when he hits that flow state. He's going to be dialed in on Karachi, a map that they have a ton of reps on. And App and Surge, when they look good on this map, they look great, but Subliners might just have a little bit extra on that local area network.
Let's see how we go. 3-1 split right off the rip here over towards that P1 as these boys are going to be singing. Seattle Surge, that certain special level of unpredictability. These boys are wildly dynamic on the map. Let's see if they can't find something good here. So far, it is not ideal. Big wins out of New York Subliners.
Enough tags on Abuza that he's not looking for the chow, but over towards the time, as soon as he heals up, well, you get the guys off time. But the ARs right now looking kind of dominant from New York. Nice cleanup in the feed. 2 for Skies, 2 for Sib, and welcome back to your spawn. This is a difficult setup to break down, Surge. This is worst case scenario as far as the start goes.
Oh, there you go. One opening here from Hook. Over the top, 04 finds his. Hydra now trying to get backed up, stay alive. Could be a bit of time here going the way of the Surge team. However, Hydra still in position here. Not going to let them get through red. They have to fight for it indeed. 7 seconds remaining on this hard point. Top left-hand side of the minimap. That's where we're going next.
Yeah, completely on point as well. Surge happy just to stabilize and get this time back, but certainly going to be playing off the back foot. Good win by 04, but easy trades there from Kismet. Double red is the 2 French players up top, but still a long way to go. Sib, he's got the entire cross covered, at least feeds the information. Easy wins from Hydra and Surge, flooding into death. Everybody on New York winning their ones.
Absolutely no problem. And again, this is great time. All of this going the way of the Subliners.
And now because Kismet's pushed so far up, look at what happens in the spawns. 04 already spawning out towards Old. You think Subliners aren't aware? Well, Skies has it covered. New York right now playing this map flawlessly. Almost everybody getting streaked out. And this is the moment Subliners might just obliterate them. Seattle stuck in spawn. Hydra already in cutoff position on the map. And you flood over a dumpster. You get gunned down. This is a dagger moment. Surge gonna have to dig deep.
A disgusting set of kills there from 04, but you've got the run. Hydra, what a sweet spot to be in. Catches massive damage, no kill though, so the reinforcements there from Surge, able to get towards the new hard point with full health and full weapons. Here we go, Sib's backed up, Skies on the time. New York Subliners, oh, it's looking not bad, but that could be 3 down there for Surge.
That is just the Hook insanity effect. That is 2 teammates rolling through. It might honestly not make a bit of difference. Guys, well, he's got Coop under lock and key. He's got Hydra there from the help and a nice pinch from Kismet. This is perfection right now of a Karachi Surge. They can't orchestrate anything. You got the AR duo currently 2 and 14 combined. Surge are struggling just to shoot back.
Here comes the hit. Kiz. Stuns and nades, all good. No trophies to be found yet. Bracy's there. 04. Oh, sneaks in, but it's not after Kismet gets 2 of them. My goodness, again, it's so disgusting. The work we're seeing out of the Subliners so far. Electric stuff as 04 still battling for his life there on the point. It comes to a close. Over the street we go in 5.
And Surge are going to have to triple hit Old with, what, 3 seconds left on the old clock there. So now Subliner is going to be free and clear on this rotation. Skies, well, gives up the timing to get a trophy out for his teammate, and that miap be the open door for 04. Never mind, Hydra's got it. Subliners, this is flawless gameplay.
It's very, very good. Over 100 to the 32 of Surge. They are life support soon. 11-4 for Kiz. No one in the time just yet, but again, you're dealing with a lot of different angles, and again, a lot of verticality here on Karachi as well. Hydra brought down. Space now for Surge to get back into this. You get Sib off this top position, and you might be able to get some time.
And this is the first time the entire game Surge have had a nice series of gunfights. They didn't even get all 4, only 3, but you'll take what you can get. You're looking for a turnaround right now for the ARs. It is still 6 and 20 combined. Working on the comeback, and they're going to have a long way to go.
Still roaring. And it's not bad whatsoever. You've managed to secure a very significant portion of that street hard point. Over to the junk hill now, though. Top right of the minimap. It's all on a Kismet. As Surge looking to overwhelm him. Reinforcements now arrive in the form of nades. 04 finds a couple.
That's a big 3 down in the feed, and while Sib, last man standing, a little too far away. So as far as down as they were, a good hold here. You're right back in the game. 04 on the time. Hook the overseer. And Bresci's got the coverage as well, so Seattle finally able to stabilize, and now some of the kills starting to flow their way.
Hydra managed to catch a good one there, but brought down again. It's Bresci dancing around. 3 spree from him. You've got great time out of now 2 hard points Seattle Surge. No out of this yet. 04 with another huge win. Individually, an absolute demon. Stays alive. All down, Subliners.
And that is the first 4 in the feed we have seen this team able to get. 20 seconds collected and a nice string of moments able to stabilize. And Bresci was struggling, well, was just on a 4 spree. might get shut down, but nice to get that gun flowing. Kismet, though, anytime you needed to bark, well, is keeping these players at bay. Hook 6 and 13, nowhere near this new time.
No, at all. Well, the first set of hardpoints complete, and they've been very fun indeed. Not a tremendous amount separating our teams. The Seattle Surge, they started slow, but they finished it very nicely indeed. Here we go, into P1 again.
And 04 just runs straight at it. I mean, Kismet from up top red, not quite able to protect, but look at the retake. There's a 4 down in Seattle, spawning in the worst place possible. Skies, well, he's turning to read. I don't know if you can read these splits. A weird moment for Surge, and New York going to have a tough time to stabilize. They've got arrows looking every direction.
Managing to contain it for now. Kiz again. Finding it. Again, Hydra can't look everywhere at once. Brezzy down. Kismet no more in this Bree. Brilliant work there as they've got a, 39-point game.
Everybody spawning on the same side of the map, by the way. And I think, honestly, Hydra might be heads up to it, and Surge not even trying to rotate over towards New. With 15 seconds left on P1, everybody on Surge just hit around the right side.
They're in. Final 10 are going to go to P1. Over to P2 now. There's only 2 members of the New York Subliners in position. Not a problem, though. They're fighting good. Kismet, what a 2 spree. Not anymore. Hydra now steps up to the plate. Can he bring down 04? They cannot. 04 traded out. Hardpoint New York.
And they're going to be able to read these spawns. This is the P2 blender the Subliners had set up before. Easy intel there on Abuza. Hydra for the kill. Great comms out of Skies. And honestly, virtually nowhere to go. Brezzy picks up 2, but Skies, he's been hanging out, waiting for a gunfight, just get shredded. Surge finally able to get that break.
Oh, big wins from Sib. But again, non-stop attack towards this point. 30 seconds remaining on it. That's fantastic time for Surge. Brezzy on the transition, gets his. Hydra's tagged, has to stay alive. If they can get all 30 of this, Surge will be smiling.
This is an interesting game right now. Subliners still outslaying by a massive margin, and that's a big gunfight win for 15 seconds too. Kismet, nice little 2-piece, and it's a distraction for Hook. It's baiting him back in for the 10 seconds to scrap, and while he gets it, Subliners free and clear on this P3 rotation. Hydra mixing up the angles where he wants to watch this push from.
Yeah, everyone there from New York cut the map in half. They let a lot of that time go. Abuza with a win, but is it going to be enough? You've still got to fight your way through this hardpoint. It was so strong from the Subliners in the first set. This time round, it's got to be better on the break, Seattle.
I mean, this is still just like a blender situation. Seattle and the subs. It is Hydra, by the way, flanking mid. It's the exact same play, but this time Hydra, not Kiz. And Kiz in the back gets killed by a flying Hook. A bunch of trades out in the bow. 04, the only player on the back line.
Gone. He's been eradicated, and that's going to be Sib now pushing forward. So you had a good look there from Seattle. You weren't quite able to get the break, and you got sweet shots from Sib. 4 spree now. Maybe able to get another. Hook has now slipped around. That's going to be one angle of attack. Not able to get another out of that life. Reinforcements nowhere to be seen, and it's a very strong New York kill feed.
Yeah, Sid, 22 and 10, by the way. Manhood on the line, and this guy is providing, absolutely slaying in the hard points, and another comfortable P3 here for the New York Subliners. Front half of the rotations, New York has been on point. Seattle, the back half, they've been thriving, but still, it is down. It's a 90-point gap. 30 seconds away, and Subliners call game.
Yeah, call a game when you send Seattle Surge home. 2 hard points up. Back to the street we go. Skies finds a couple. Trophies are in position now. You should be able to soak this away. But New York haven't been that successful on this hard point. It's been a little bit more Seattle, but right now, they've got the map absolutely in their hands.
And Hydra, he just gets the weight of the wings. He's on a 4 spree. Kismet, as soon as he gives him the comm, Hydra, well, he's going to be able to go on a nice and easy flank. 30 seconds left on this time, and if he just get a 2-piece here, Hydra, it could be devastating for Seattle. There's number 1. And he just wants this cruise as well. He'll take his time for it.
He'll orchestrate a couple of trades here, waiting for the teamwork. Oh, that's Abuza winning it and getting away with his life problem. That's going to be Skies to deal with that one. No one in the hard point just yet. We're going to say goodbye to this in a moment. Say hello to the junk hill once again. And who is it chance? It's the Subliners again in first.
Yeah, Sib has been posted up for the past like 20 seconds, just waiting for a gunfight. But Surge not able to rotate and breaking down this hill. Not an easy feat. Sib just playing for the kills in this moment, able to take down Abuza. Brezzy making the impact, but just a nuisance right now. Subliners got the close spawn. You expect him to strike.
You would. Skies gets himself to barrels. It's going to be red. Bit him out. Hydra's there. Pushing the front line forward. 20 for the win. Can he get another? He does. That's 3 for the Phenom. Plenty of space to work with now. Holding it down. The final moments of Seattle Surge's tournament now on the line. 10 to go.
And just nothing you can do. Nothing you can do. And nowhere to go. Skies gives you 5. It is a comfort victory here for the New York Subliners. 3-1. Not even close.
Surge, we say goodbye. The Subliners will live to fight another day. The New York fans not too far from home. And they've got to be feeling good about that. And a sigh of relief from Sib, of course. In Seattle, your tournament run was not bad whatsoever. You turned a lot of heads. But the 5th best team in the league. We'll see how well they can translate. We'll see them again at Major 4.
And talking the talk on the old Twitter timeline and backing it up in the LAN environment. Very strong performance from the Subliners. A little bit mixedness. It was a chaotic game, especially that invasion control, but they remained on point in the search and destroy. And then that Karachi again. We were watching like perfection for the first few hills where you just build such a massive lead. Subliners never have to look back. So Surge, they look great. Had a hell of a tournament run. Nice impact for the younger faces that they have on this team. Not the most experienced just yet in the Pro League. An incredible performance. They get the CDL points they were looking for. Opportunity to make champs that much stronger for the squad, but top 4 still in this league. They have been built different.
It's absolutely concrete at this point in time. They are etched in stone. A look at the series there again, a wonderful start. But after that, very, very much a Subliners series. We did not get to go back to 6-star for the search and destroy. We say GG's, and we say thank you very much for the wildly entertaining run, Seattle Surge. We'll see you guys in the next one. Subliners, though, you now have to go up against the gauntlet. You get another shot at Atlanta FaZe if you're really lucky, and if you battle your way back through the lower bracket. But, man, what a tournament this has been, Chance.
Yeah, and we're just gearing up for sort of that final stage. The top 4 teams going at it together, of course. More losers bracket matches to be decided. I know I'll have to get to play the Heretics, but I know Subliners very happy and comfortable for their position that they're in, at least now. All eyes going to be forward.
Well, we think they're happy and comfortable. We'll find out from the horse's mouth, though. We've got Kismet on stage with Blaze.
Thank you so much, Miles and Chance. Toronto, show some love to the New York Subliners as they come out on top with another win. Man, Kismet, manhood was on the line, and you guys showed that you are still the big dogs there in this matchup. How does it feel?
Oh, it feels good. I mean, that match against FaZe was a tough one, but we just had to go in the back and just forget about it. And I'm glad we came out and showed resilience against them because they're a good team. Just feels good to go to a Sunday. So
there you go. Feels good for you guys to make it back to a Sunday. Now, for a very long time, you know, Subliners, y'all been gatekeeping that 4th position here this season. What do you want to accomplish tomorrow going to Championship Sunday so that you can go back-to-back here in Toronto and get back in those top spots?
I mean, for us, it's just getting over the hump of us just not beating like the top teams. So just trying to get over that hump and just getting that delusional confidence we had last year. That's the plan.
And there you go. Okay, and I can see that you locked in. You know that the tournament's not over, and you still got one more day for you guys to prepare. But how do you want the fans to prepare going tomorrow as they get ready to cheer on Subliners for Championship Sunday?
I mean, I appreciate all you guys. I love all of you. Let's just get this dub. Let's go back to back.
All right, yo, show some love to the New York Subliners one more time, everybody. We'll see them tomorrow, but Chris, it's not over yet.
Thank you so much, Blaze, and congratulations to New York, who powers through. I always knew the Subliners were going to get it done here. But Namus, I want to talk to you a little bit about energy and trying to manage it across the tournament, because Kismet's not crazy hype. He's not talking mad smack down there in the elimination bracket.
Yeah, well, because they were humbled earlier on today. And, you know, they've had to dig deep throughout this stage. They've not been the same team that they were last year at the end of the year, and they've had to figure out their hard point, which they've done for the most part, right? Like, as long as they can win one and be dominant as search and destroy in a series, they will take it home, and that's kind of exactly what we just saw.
New York are part of the Power Four. They were expected to win tonight, but we also want to give some flowers to Seattle Surge. This is now 2 top 6 finishes and a top 12, which was at Major 2 before you brought in these new players, Allie.
And they're taking these respawns off these top teams, and I think that's going to spell some great stuff for Seattle Surge moving forward. I will say, though, on the flip side for New York, I'm just very happy they were able to take that invasion, search, and destroy.
Right.
That's been a huge difference maker between all of the top 4 teams, and it was kind of a question mark with New York because they lost 2 of their S&D superstars in Kismet and Hydra along the way, and then Hydra comes out an absolute unreal map too. 15-4, goes on a spree, and he made some of the biggest plays in that map as well to push them then to that game number 3 to tie up the series 1-1.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we were talking about all stage, Ali. It was like the search and destroy. Kismet and Hydra were not the same throughout this stage, but we kind of hoped when we got to land, it would be a different story, and that's what it's been. Hydra's been going off in that game mode, finds himself 2 first bloods, also 2,000 damage. You need playmakers, right? And if New York, when they're going to win championships, it's going to be through that mode. So for them to take down Toronto, to take down Optic, that's where they have to be strong. They look like it in this one.
New York officially into the top 4 here in Toronto, and they are playing for gold as they continue to fight in the elimination bracket. They will find out who they face off next, as it'll either be Miami or Optic Texas. As we take a look at our updated bracket, we also have that FaZe versus Ultra matchup. Scrap versus Draws is still to come this weekend.
This bracket is cooking and the script is scripting. I cannot believe Optic Texas pulled a Florida card once again at major number 3.
And of course, Nameless, we talked about the Surge's exit. They accomplished a major goal, though. They jumped over the Royal Ravens in that head-to-head, and look at them now. They're back onto the left side of our screen in the top 6.
Yeah, and they were solid online, right? So they just need to replicate what they did in this stage in the next one to make it to champs, but that's got to feel good to sort of, you know, get some separation from those teams like Thieves, Ravens, and Rocker.
It's the Subliners trying to catch the big 3, and they can do it with plays like this. It's your Scuff play of the game. Let's take a look at it one more time. Hydra's just so good.
I mean, the fact that this invasion control was 3 attack rounds back to back to back was absurd in itself, but it's New York that strikes first with it, and it's just them playing their lives over on this A site. You can tell there's 29 seconds on that clock, and not a lot of time to work with, but it is gonna be on the back of Kismet. We were wondering where the Bullhead had gone, and this is where he spawned in.
Yeah, it's just beautiful plays, right? Like Kismet gets inside, but Hydra also, he was making plays, finding kills for that push. He ends up getting a ridiculous like 2-piece turnaround World Star. But listen, the team shots came in from Kismet. Of course, that's what he does on the back end, but the highlight reel himself, Hydra, gets it done.
Hydra and Kismet. It's all about those two. If they can get it going, once again, you might see New York Subliners holding a trophy at the end of our Toronto tournament. We got to go to a break. When we come back, we have one more team to power through to the top 4. Is it Miami and the Heretics? Or will Optic shut their dreams down? Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator, weapon blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
The Cataclysm pack is available now. This bundle includes the Cataclysm Operator skin, Dystopia Weapon Blueprint, Iron Lung Charm, Broom Animated Calling Card, Alpha Vinyl Guiding Light Emblem, and Scratch Tally Weapon Sticker. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
Bro, this shit thick as hell.
I missed this on this kid?
Finish the only you remain.
Oh, snap.
What is he doing?
Get him off of me!
God.
Get him off of me!
Yo!
Get him off of me!
Oh my
Who are you?
Fans roaring early in Kenny.
What is this route?
Finding picks. Shotzzy. The guy's Michael Phelps on. He's going for a deep swim around the flag. Shotzzy. Or is it Aquaman? Coming up from the depths.
We're going to have some laughs during this match, Maven. I'm going to openly just ask, who will be the worst player we see in the All-Star game today?
The worst player from all of these teams? Oh, this is hard, man. It's the All-Stars. Oh, I got to think about this.
It's going to be Octane.
You think it's going to be Octane?
Yeah.
He was a beast yesterday. He was number 2 overall S&D KD.
Yes, he has, but guess what? Octane's had one good event since like 2016.
I'm going with Nameless just because he can probably hear me right now. He's going to choke big time.
Priest is trying to get the push up. Major is actually able to get a kill. Major, how does he get 2? How does Major get 3? I've got no goddamn idea. But once again, they clutch up. What in the hell did Major just do?
That man's got ice in his veins.
Bickle now. Last one up.
He's got a trophy though, right? He threw a trophy out.
Might do it.
He threw a trophy out. I think this might be too slow.
He's still there. He got it.
Oh, he does get it. Yeah, it was too slow. He gets it. He just hops in right away. Nobody checks the bomb.
Standy will get free info here onto Assault. Quickly finds the kill. Whoa!
He's going for the assassination. Didn't hold the button down long enough. And Assault says not so fast.
Let me tell you right now, these guys play every day. You should know you cannot assassinate someone when they are a little bit taller than you on the map. And unfortunately, the 1v doesn't work, but you know them hands from Assault. They are definitely warm. 2 punches right to the chest to take down Standy.
Here come the Thieves. They cannot allow this to slip now. And there is snaking going on. Octane and Envoy have broken through. Finds the second 1v1. And it's Clayster looking for the last. And they put it out. 10 seconds. 10 points. The comeback of the CDL year. Can they do it? The Thieves are moving. But they are moving into the kill feed. And Legion have just made the greatest comeback in Hardpoint you will ever see.
It's time to get hype. It is the final fight of our 3rd evening. Welcome in, everybody. We are live in Toronto, and we are getting ready to find out, can the Miami Heretics Cinderella run continue up here in Canada? Or is it Optic Texas finishing our Final 4 to join Atlanta, Toronto, and New York, who just caught the dub? Welcome in, Chris Bucket alongside Alley Cat and Nameless. And Nameless, I want to start with you. Miami catching a lot of people off guard, and it's that young man, the rookie with the 1v2, has been powering up his team.
Yeah, some great gameplay out of him, man. You know, since they picked him up onto the roster, they're able to make winners bracket, and they go down the losers after losing to FaZe, and they beat Vegas and LA Thieves, where he has looked absolutely incredible, looking to do it up against Optic, their toughest opponent yet.
Now, we just saw the Seattle Surge exit with a top 6. Miami is trying to avoid that. Allie, how'd they get to this position so far?
It's been a lot of clutching, to be honest. A lot of individual plays from Real and Lucky, and even Metals having his moments throughout the entirety of this weekend. We just watched a Real 1v2. There was a round 11 where Lucky got one of the most insane 2v1s down and out of the position to shut down the LA Thieves and go on to push themselves further into this series.
Yeah, if you look at their road to the Major 3, like they played all the top teams, right? Everybody besides FaZe, and then they had to go up against FaZe in round 1, where they did steal a search and destroy. And that's kind of what I want to talk about here in the Monster Energy pregame, is they've won 6 straight S&Ds. Now have the best search record throughout this entire stage, and they've been phenomenal at opening duels, as you can see first in win percentage there, and then also on attacking rounds, they've been unbelievable at getting that first blood, and Metals also leads the league in opening duel win rate. So a lot of things are going right in Search and Destroy. Can they continue versus Optic? I think so in that game mode.
Bad news is Control Game 3 might cause some issues, so that puts some pressure on you for game number 1. Can you hang in a hard point here if you're Miami against Optic?
I don't think you can. That's probably my biggest worry when it comes to this series, because you talk about the slaying and the clutch ability on the side of Optic Texas, and it has been unreal throughout the entirety of this weekend. And even historically, Optic is 4-1 when it comes to Hardpoint versus Miami Heretics.
Nameless, we got to talk about the chat's discussion right now. Optic was floundering in the top half. In the winner's bracket, they got beat up by Toronto. Kenny was to blame, according to some folks. The man who has some of the best comms that we have seen in the game doesn't have the best stats come land.
Listen, whatever chat's saying, I completely disagree with that. I'm going to just be honest. Like, Kenny's making plays on the map. It's never going to be a straight-up individual's fault with this team. They have so much gun skill, and any moment, any of them can go off. And when you look back at that in the Hardpoint on 6-star, they lost by like 30-some points, and it's because they got 4 wiped at the exact same time on security. We will see that map featured once again in Game 4, so they're not shying away from going back to play.
Look out for Championship Sunday, Quavo Ken. If they make it there, this is their final battle of the night. It'll be a 5-game series, and if they want to walk away with the dub, what is our Monster Energy pregame key?
First and foremost, no Kenny disrespect in the building. He does amazing on land. You forget that is a world champ on that main stage. But for the Monster Energy pregame, the good is the rotating. Hardpoint has been really strong for Optic Texas the entirety of this whole weekend. The bad, though, is that their control map pool isn't very large. They have no maps with a winning record, and they're 1-4 in their last 5 controls. Granted, though, they're going up against teams like Toronto, Carolina, LA Thieves, where Miami hasn't had to go up against such competition.
Let's take a look at your maps and modes. It's a best of 5. And Miami, well, they do some of their best work up close and personal. Will they get a chance? They get sub-base. 6-star for the first Search and Destroy. 6-star is back in action for the second Hardpoint. And if we get to a game 5, it'll be on Invasion Alley.
Optic is salivating at the mouth with this lineup. They have one of their best hardpoints to open up the series, and then Miami's on a 3 high-rise loss spree. They get that for the map number 3, and they also get 6-star, which they're incredibly comfortable on that map. So I think, honestly, Optic Texas definitely have the edge.
Yeah, that's your Scuff Maps and Modes Nameless. Sorry, we got to make this quick because the players want to get to this stage. It's our Scuff Pick'em. I'll let you get to your point now. Who do you got taking it?
I got Optic 3-0. Miami's only way to win this series if they win that game 2. They have potential for that 6-star Hardpoint.
Going for 119. Allie, you're up right behind him at 115. What do you got?
I'm a big fan of Miami's run thus far, but unfortunately, I think it stops here. I'm going to go with Optic Texas.
I just called the surge. Didn't work out. One way to catch up is to be weird. We're going Miami tonight. We got Papa Vico and Mama Vico in the crowd. That's going to be enough to power their son in a game number 5. Blaze, I just got booed. Let's get this party started.
All right, Chris, we'll see if you're right. Toronto, one more series left today. We got to send another team home. In the first squad coming to the stage, Greenwall, get ready, because here come your heroes.
City, you hear signs when we sleep. Heaven sent, hands down, vibes so unique.
One more time today, get loud for Optic Texas. Here comes Kenny, Shotzi, make it to Championship Sunday.
Look at how locked these guys are. There's just no way that they don't make it to Sunday. The rest of the top 4 teams are waiting on them to join them to try to make that run at a championship. They got to go through Miami. Let's bring them out, guy.
I'm ready, and the Cinderella story continues. But who's going to make it to the ball on Sunday? It's time to find out. Here comes Miami Heretics.
first time getting booed all weekend, and it's time to see what the rookie Unreal can do under this pressure, under the pressure of the green wall. I've done it for the past 2 Miami matches, and it's worked out in their favor. And there's one more to close the night. Vamos, Miami! Let's go, Blaze.
Let's get it, Ellie. Toronto, I know you ready to roll. It's the last matchup of the night, and it's time to send somebody home. Shift, study, let's get it going.
Truly feels like a David and Goliath story, or David and Goliath story, you might say. As Miami, yeah, the run has been great for them. This is going to be a really solid placement for them when it comes to overall. But again, this is one of those matchups that it just feels like it might be a little bit out of reach, especially considering the respawn map.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, is the respawns, because the way that Optic Texas fell short to Toronto, you can think about that search and destroy. A couple rounds they simply let slip, and obviously in that control, 1.9 seconds, you would have been able to at least force a game number 5. So they have to be able to release that aggression and all that anger that they have built up off of choking that series and bring it into this one versus Miami.
And the history between these two teams outside of the first ever time they matched up has been very convincing in favor of Optic.
Yeah.
So you would think, just based off of that, also just kind of what the eye test of what's happened so far this weekend, that of course the green wall is favored here. But maybe there's something in the mix here, because let's be honest, you've got Optic, who's been flawless on sub-base. It's not a bad map necessarily for Miami. The 6-star search is good for them. They have a lot of reps in the high-rise control, so maybe they can wiggle away a map steal here or there.
Potentially, but I know guaranteed that map number 2 and 6-star S&D, they have to be able to take that one in this series, because that's been a bread and butter all season long for Miami Heretics. But when you're spawning in on a map like Subbase, we just watched Optic play this versus Toronto. That was the 2 best Subbase teams we had in the game, and Optic were able to edge out Toronto by a little bit. So they're still sitting flawless on this map. Rotations are basically perfect. Hold percentage and break percentage are not really needed when you're that team early on.
Absolutely the case. And I think importantly, even though you see second in rotation, 5th in hold, they were great at holding the money hills. Talk about that P4 that they had versus Toronto, not once but twice. They looked great on it. So a lot of focus here for Miami to make sure they keep up with what Optic want to do on the map. As we jump on into Subbase, map number 1. And well, Shotzi, we often expect him to pull out a 4th MCW. This time it's just a rival 9 with Pred to start, and Miami have dealt with the initial push well.
And Miami, they have been sitting around all day just waiting to play this last match. I was hoping that they came out swinging and finding every single kill in the feed is the perfect answer. But I don't know if they were going to be able to read those spawns being flipped right there from Optic Texas.
Yeah.
You were way too aggressive up through calm side. You had such a perfect start, but just being on that aggressive on that side of the map gives Optic those spawns over towards next, so they can set up off that rotation to that new HP.
Decent read though for Miami. It's all about now knowing, of course, we lost on the P2 side, but can we find a lot of time here on the first? And so far so good. 27 seconds is nothing to sneeze at. And an opportunity with Nico actually pushing forward to maybe create a bit of a disturbance in the spawns, but the quick trade from Dashy will keep things stable for Optic moving over to second.
Yeah, good start so far from Miami to find a lot of time at that P1 HP. But now you need to show your prowess in that break percentage on this map, where you are second overall in this stage. You have found a lot of success in that category, but you can see the setup from Optic Texas is so far spread. You got players watching the backside. You also have Shotzi already pushed up in towards Warehouse, making sure he's keeping the front side of this HP covered, and Miami have yet to get close to this hill.
Now, Lucky around the back, though, does take down Kenny, so a break does come through. 33 seconds to fight for, and good awareness from Metals. Gets a read that Optic are still spawning a couple of players backside sub, so they really stave off this split hit that Optic are trying to set up very nicely. 47 plays 20, and this is what I was kind of wondering about. You know, Miami's gotten a lot of recent reps in this map, and so far they are. We're keeping lockstep here with the Optic rotations.
Yeah, this used to be one of their bread and butter maps, and so far coming out swinging out the gates, but all the kills in the feed are going to be green, and the spawns now flip, so this is the perfect case scenario for Optic Texas to start to run up in this scoreboard. As now you're going to find yourself off the rotation over towards B3. Great snap right there out of Pred. He also finds that kill on the Metals, so he's on 5 in a row.
And he's got to read. That Lucky's up top. Yeah, 6 in a row for Pred. Oh, for number 7. And here come the green wall in full force. And now Pred, he can just hang out here as long as he wants, trying to make life difficult for Miami. But as the first 20 seconds come and go, there is an immediate spawn out here. Miami moving with some speed over towards P3.
Oh, and this is going to catch them off guard, because you're thinking Optic Texas, we had all of mid-map control. We were trying to play the cutoff kills, but someone simply just has to put themselves in a position to block that back spawn. You gifted to Miami, and they're taking full advantage of it. Only 25 seconds remaining here. And this should be all of their time. Now Optic Texas forced to try to keep them trapped on this side of the map and win that rotation over to that P4, which was a money hill versus Toronto.
And it's just, again, this has been the staple of how Miami have won hard points. They find their way through the mixy moments to still secure breaks. And on that, it's usually coming through pretty convincingly. Pissed a lot lucky was predicted the drop down doesn't fully come true. And so Optic will get themselves set up as the P4 will open. Real going to get tested down low. A little snap almost gives Pred a workout, but not really much concern there as Pred continues to keep a hot map going for him.
Yeah, and all the kills that they're finding in the feed. The good thing is that not a single player from Miami are going to get that good spawn behind P4. So great map control so far from Optic Texas. This was a money hill that they found a lot of success on every single time that they get to this position. Because look at just how far they are pushed out through the middle of the map. Yeah. They know when they are applying pressure, how the spawns are going to be. And as long as they're finding all those kills through the middle of the map, no one from Miami are going to get that blessed spawn towards the backside to lead to a break.
That's a free 40 seconds right there for Optic. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, they are not just right back into the game. They have a chance to take the lead pretty convincingly. And now Pred is going to get to top warehouse. And again, the rotations from Optic, these players that find themselves mid-map are so quick to take more ground once they feel like there's security behind them. And Pred has really been the ideal exhibit of that. 17-8, 3 in a row again, still holding on to that cruise missile.
He's just finessing. I'm pretty sure he's the best sub-base player we have in the entire league. His KD's at like a 1.8 overall. So he has fun whenever he's using his MCW in hand. And he already has that cruise missile in the back pocket. He's just relying on the teammates to win those gunfights through the map so he can keep them trapped towards the backside of this warehouse. But now you know you have to work your way back over towards this HP, try to fill that gap for someone to at least hop on that hill.
Yeah, awareness on this warehouse push is good. Pred going to calm out that there are two Heretics members trying to make this play over towards the backside of P5. Real sliding forward, allows Metals and a look over to the gunfight, but it doesn't make a difference. Pred is not losing his ones right now. You can call him his twos because he's in these 1v2s time and time again. Another one down low. Kenny will finish things off, and the Thunder from down under is letting Miami know about it.
And this is where it gets scary because Pred, when he's on a terror like this, you got to imagine the comms will be firing in as well. So let's step aside and go to listening with Optic.
Long and low server.
Oh, yeah, server.
I have long. How you doing?
Low server.
I'll get time.
I have top server. Top server.
Top server. Look at that. I got top.
One got the right, bro. One be server right. Left server. Red medals. One top. Hey. What's open?
One long.
Got through me right. I have long. I hear you.
Two bottom server.
I have long, Brandon. No one come right.
I hear you.
Okay, I have long. Top server. Where's the long? Let the long. I help. I push it down. Two lockers. One top lockers.
I have the right.
Hey, Karen, watch out. Karen, watch out. Real.
I go on top. Karen ran through.
Watch out. AG lives. I'm in. Top three. Top right.
Yeah.
All right, 2-0. Front server in.
Submarine.
Bottom server at the top.
I'm saying.
Okay, yeah.
One to you. One shot at me on the plat. The plat dead.
I'm to the back.
One top server, maybe no. Top server guys are node.
Okay, live there. What is backloading? He's on the back fences.
I'm holding back on you.
I already top two. They go back left.
For sure. Loading, one shot real. Loading real, one shot.
I need help.
There's
back left.
There's two back left.
Which one? I'm here, JJ. I'm here. I'm trying to get the I go. He went to the
I'm getting top.
Nico's top server. That's him. He's probably two right now.
Can you got me?
No. AJ, you gotta live. He did the jump.
One shot front, two front. I got a streak, by the way.
I'm playing this one.
So you got a streak?
No. I'll pitch him, bro.
Look at break.
When is the top? Watch out.
I need time.
Top watch out medals.
I need time.
For me. Run at me mid.
I spawn one. I need one.
Watch out for two. Me Real. Loading.
Loading. Lucky.
I hear.
Lucky on time.
Real might want to tell him. He might give it to him.
I mean, a career map right now for Pred, 27-12, but Miami, their break percentages continue to make life difficult, and their P1 has really carried the score to this point.
Yeah, they have had 70 points at that P1 HP, but finally they find themselves in a situation where they can chain it over to the P2. Optic Texas, they find the break at this moment with only 15 seconds left, and this is the ideal thing because now you have their rotation over towards the next HP. You have Kenny watching the overextension on that side of the map, and Pred killing everything in front of him. So he's going to find himself in another one-on-one versus Real. He's just going to apply the pressure. He's trying to hit the shots with the Renetti and a 31-12 start. The Predator is frying.
Hardpoint open, though, and Miami have made their way around the block again, and here we go. It's just, man, every single time you start to see this Miami team and you think that they're out of the picture, someone pops off for a two-piece, and all of a sudden Miami are the ones to actually win rotation over with spawns coming in.
And Optic, they are outslaying the hell out of Miami right now. They're just not doing the fundamental parts correctly. But Pred somehow, some way, works his way all the way from P2, late off the rotation to New. He's able to find a double, make it a triple, and now the teammates are here to help him. But you still do not have these spawns, so Miami are just staying in this game.
Just barely hanging on by a thread. A chance, though, for them to get this thing right back to level terms. And the exit kills are looking pretty decent. Kenny trying to contest the exit as well, the least lockdown warehouse side, but the route over towards water becomes wide open. That's where the next fight's going to come through.
All tied up at 177 apiece. But now Miami have to find a break in towards P4 where they couldn't find any success the first go around. And if you're looking at the kill feed, it's all green. Kenny now finds himself on 5 in a row. Pred already has himself a cruise missile, but how patient is Real going to play this play?
He has to stay here until some success from the front starts to come through. Shotzzy watching the ladder the whole way. The pistol shots are decent, but doesn't beat the MCW. Locked in on the ladder. Over 200 points goes the green wall. Miami still finding ways to create opportunities from the front. Shotzzy steps in to block it all out. Pistol out. Looking for the bot beat down. Not going to happen, but Optic still with the proximal spawns. Find more time here. 20 seconds to fight.
Yeah, this is big time as well. You want to fight for every second that you potentially can. But the break is here for Miami. Now the spawns for Optic Texas all around the map. You're going to have 2 players at that warehouse side. Are going to hit that early rotation. But Miami finding this break with the final 20 is still keeping them in this game. But now at this P5 HP, this is where Pred, he's been felt with his weapon. But off the rotation, you have to make sure this is probably the hill that you invest that cruise missile.
Dashy down low. A couple different Heretics members trying to isolate. Not able to do so to this point, and Dashy will make good on the information he himself gained. But still, Lucky from behind keeps the hardpoint neutral. And as much as Optic are playing all around the map, they're not able to stay inside the hill, at least not to be contested. So Dashy looking for Lucky, able to help tally that up with Kenny, and now the kills will allow Optic to get on the point.
Yeah, and this is perfect because Optic Texas have put themselves in a winning position. You already have all the control that you want, but just one more set of kills is going to get the job done. Pred on the hill, unfortunately loses that fight to Vico. Kenny there for the trade. Optic still need 10 points to close out map 1.
Kenny gets a second metal thread over towards the top side at P2, and now it's just down to finding the last player into Lucky. No worries there, and this could be the nail meat in the coffin. Kenny still staying alive, gets himself on a 6 in a row. No second cruise missile needed, though. Optic stay undefeated on the sub base, and Pred letting them know about it with the career map number 1.
Yeah, Pred takes off in that map number 1. But if you're Optic Texas, you're definitely going to go back in the VOD review and say that should have been a lot easier. We're finding all the kills on the map, but everyone at a point in the game was playing all cutoffs. No one was blocking certain spawns. That's why Miami were able to stay in the game the way that they were. They basically only found success on that P1 HP. Yeah. They chained it a little bit to P2. Every single time at P3, Optic were just way too aggressive up to the little map, and Miami took advantage of that blessed back spawn. But the closing moments, Optic Texas just got it done.
And it's one of those things too, like as much as you can give credit for Miami finding success in their breaks, you're often not going to win hard points by just breaking kills, especially not in this game, especially not on this map. You have to be able to rotate better. So even though the objective focus in those mixy moments was decent, again, the outslaying potential of Optic, allowing them a little bit more freedom on the rotation, led to what you're going to see the game flow, which is a pretty wide gap that stayed, at least in their favor, throughout the majority of this match.
Yeah, and you got to take it with a grain of salt as well if you're Miami, because you found a lot of successful breaks due to the blessed spawns that you were able to get. It's not like you were out rotating them in certain situations. Just Optic were making mistakes and you were taking full advantage of it. Unfortunately, they could not clutch up in the very end like they were doing all throughout yesterday. So now they find themselves down 0-1, but at least for them, they have that 6-star search and destroy, which has been a bread and butter for them all throughout this major qualifiers.
And kind of harkening back to what you're saying, you know, Miami punishing teams for the mistakes that they make. Yeah. That has been how they found the majority of their either map wins or in particular series wins. We saw it a lot versus the Thieves earlier in this tournament. You can even say the same thing versus Vegas in a really tough opener that they had. But ultimately speaking, once you start to get to the top 4 overall squads in the standings, these are teams that don't make mistakes all that often. So you have to be able to create your own opportunities, not take the ones your opponents are giving you.
Yeah, and now going into the search and destroy, you have players who love to set the tone on a map like 6-star, in Real and Metals, and also Lucky, who's always phenomenal on that defensive side.
Optic Texas only had 1 rep on the 6-star search and destroy, and it was versus LAG. They were able to close it out in the 6-4 with a lot of their success happening on that attacking side. So just got to stay strong in that suit.
Yeah, 3 straight wins here for the side of Miami.
Yeah.
You mentioned the LAT, LV, but also in the regular group stage, they beat Atlanta on this map. So, and the thing that's really, I think, fun about the Miami Search and Destroy is that, I'm sure the observers don't love this, but anyone can provide for first blood.
Yes.
They play as a full concentrated 4-man squad in the first 45 seconds of every round, looking to overwhelm. And it doesn't have to be an SMG forward hit. It can be ARs trying to lock things down. It's just so dynamic of how they want to approach you as soon as they're able to get out of spawn.
And they usually have their same go-to strategy on 6-star. The player who's going over towards that B side most likely going to have to be prepared for that, because that's where the Miami Heretics tend to dominate, is on that defensive side. They're great on their retake situations. They're great in their opening first bloods. So if you are Optic Texas, you just got to try to work that objective, which they do really well in this map.
Yeah, very, very well. Rounds with plants, they rank #1, but again, they've only played it
one time.
The one time. Yeah. So, the sample size is not exactly what I would call scientifically valid. But that told, that has not just been the case on 6-star. It has been that way throughout just about every single map we've seen in the most recent stretch through this Major 3 qualifiers. But for Miami, it's really interesting because it's hard, I think, to put a finger on what do you look at in terms of what is their main identity. They've done well to kind of find their way some respawn wins, but their search and destroy has kind of sneakily so been great for them.
Yeah, they've been taking over in this mode, and the majority of that success has been through Highrise, has been through 6-star, so that's why they're happy as hell. They have in this 6-star, which is their map pick in this map #2. You can see the defensive records, those stand out. Opening duel win percentage, 55% of the time. That's fantastic. That means that you are at least better than the half the team.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And again, 6 in a row, like Nameless mentioned, dating back in towards the regular qualifying stage. So trying to keep that streak alive. And like you said, at the top of this one, you have to have it. If you want to have a chance in this series, you have to pull map 2. And honestly, I was kind of looking at this series saying you have to win map 1, map 2, and map 4. The Highrise Control doesn't feel all that great, and you just don't want to square up against Optic on Invasion Search.
Yeah.
So it feels like the lifeline here is you have to win 2, 3, 4 now.
This is a guaranteed map because you're going into that map #3, which is guaranteed in Highrise Control, where Miami are 0-3 at this major, but they're actually 0-5 in the last 5 times they played it. They just simply haven't found any success in the slaying department. Sure. And you're going up against Optic Texas, who are one of the best, if not the best, slaying team in the game. So we will worry about that as we go forward. But this search and destroy is going to be so big for Miami. You got to be able to talk out strategies, fill out what you're trying to do, make sure you're accounting for shots, because you know how much ground he's able to cover with this movement. But one thing that truly does scare me now is the performance out of Pred in that map #1. Because if you remember that search and destroy that they played versus Toronto, they had a 4v2 round where Pred finds an opening kill, but then instantly goes for that ego chow, and then they lose that 2v4. So you played fantastic in map #1, but you have to keep the teamwork as the dream work in this map #2.
I love the call. On the same front, a lot of the strengths of Miami come off of their ability to also be aware of their number situation, especially in offense. Get a plant, hold it. Their post-plant success rate is amongst the top in the league. So it feels like that's kind of a focus point for both of our 2 teams, making sure that we're using our numbers to best play around the objective. Small sound issue on stage there, friends, but we're getting close here for the 6-star search. And, I guess just kind of overall, does this recent run for Miami kind of breathe new life to them potentially being not just a top 8 team, but maybe even someone battling for a top 6, top 5 in your mind?
Oh yeah, without question, because Real just joined the squad for this qualifiers, and obviously you've played a lot of tough competition all throughout that. But when you get to LAN, you were able to clutch up in a lot of these moments. A Game 5 versus the Vegas Legion, a clutch up series versus LAT, insane comeback in map #1, and a 1v2 out of lucky to take that search and destroy. But now you have to find some ice here versus Optic Texas, who have been great in search and destroy. But Miami, they're no pushover either.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And Metals has been that guy for the side of Miami. His opening duel win percentage amongst the rest of his teammates is at the top. But it really could come from anyone at any given moment in time. Optic, no trophies obviously here in round #1, are still looking to go pretty darn quickly. A look over the top, seeing Metals at range. And they also have cleared up at least a look over towards that bottom bridge. Just down to, does Vehicle actually pop up and check this? And yeah, they sure do. Lucky also assisting. Follow-up from Kenny, though, nearly finding the double. Not quite, and it's just down to Dashy for a 1v3.
Yeah, that's tough right there. Miami knew where the pressure was coming in. They had a 2-2 split, and at least you're able to eliminate that bomb carrier. So now you know the bomb is going to be in the hands of Dashy. Left in a 1v3, makes it a 1v2 with 45 seconds.
And Miami are just making sure they can re-clear out this bottom side of the map. try to isolate, at least in some regard, where Dashy can go. But they're quickly going to realize that he has gone to B. Bomb's going to be planted, and now everything resets as Dashy will try to play this over from the P2 side of the map.
He's the most clutch player that we have in Search and Destroy. Can Dashy start us off with a 1v3? Time starting to tick down, but gives himself an angle to at least peep the bomb. Once he gets that info, and now he knows he can potentially hit a route.
Yeah, absolutely the case. This is all about down to, does he check it again as Real has hopped on? And Lucky is not watching over the top from the right angle, so now it's just down to the 1v1. Lucky right back over towards the bomb, looking to see when the next challenge from Dash is going to come through. There's the shoulder, but Lucky holds down the trigger, finds the shots, and with that, plenty of time for the defuse.
I thought Dashy was going to spot him when he threw that initial shoulder, but I guess Lucky wasn't easy to be spotted. He's able to hold his irons through the middle of the map, not allow Dashy to gain all the momentum from Optic Texas in a 1v3 to start this one off. Plays it patient, knows that he eventually has to come back and check the bomb, and he's able to find that kill, secure the defuse from Miami, not to let a 1v3 happen.
That would have been an immensely poor start to this map after what was a great opening duel over the top of the statue. Really well done by Miami to get their first blood percentages again, up and up and up and up. But what do you have here on offense? This has been the side of the map that they've really struggled on, comparatively at least to their defense. So what's the first offer? It looks like it's going to be a 2-2 split. A couple of nades, a couple of shots over to the B side of the map, but Shotzi's still pushing forward, and he's going to be left on an island here towards this A site.
Yeah, he's going to be the sole man over towards A. You do have Kenny watching over the top side of the statue, trying to go back and forth between that and middle map, but Shotzi finds that first blood. Whoop. Smoke grenade is going to get popped to potentially work his way on out, and that might play right into the hands because Miami thinking that he left already.
Yeah, well, although Vehicle was seen by Shotzi and he did force the gunfight, punished for it. So we get down to a 2v3, still manageable considering Miami have held on to the bomb the whole way, and Lucky has cleared out more of the map over towards this backside patio.
Now in the 3v2 though, Dashy has gained a little bit of info onto Lucky. He's going to throw that shoulder and simply play his life. That time is continuously ticking down, and they know that Miami eventually have to work the objective. It's a buddy system from Optic Texas through the middle side. Vico is going to get spotted. He's going to fall. Now it's Lucky in the 1v3. Easy work right there from Optic to tie the game.
Yeah, there's really no option right there for Vico. You can't just stick to plant knowing that Optic is very well in the middle of the map. You got to try to find some damage or a kill to give yourself enough separation for the bomb plant. But once Lucky commits over towards that top patio, you know you're also doing it by yourself. So really tough situation. Good backup from Optic, and on top of that, never dropping a kill afterwards. Good numbers collection coming through.
And now they're back to the attacking side with a couple trophy systems to assist them over at this A site. So what is going to be play call here for the green wall? As the bomb is going to get recovered. It was Pred being the island man over on that B site by himself. He did get picked off, but this time he's going to switch it up. He's going to work through mid.
Oh, stuns are landing. Shotzi responsible for watching this pop up. Vehicle, little pogo stick push, trying to get some damage done, but a late trophy system keeps everything safe. But Real in the same breath moves forward. Everyone's so focused on Vehicle. Oh, Real can just push right on forward. Assistance from Metals over the top of the statue works out for team shots, and now it's down to Pred again for another 1v3 attempt.
And this is not going to be easy because Metals already gains the info. And Miami, what they do so well to avoid these scenarios is run around together, play the trade. As you can see, they're already applying pressure over towards A. Great positioning right there out of Real to find that final kill.
Yeah.
But if you are Optic Texas and you're trying to get aggressive over towards A, you at least got to put someone in towards top security so you can watch over that statue side, because you're giving up that complete vision on that side of the map. And then when you're forcing yourself to push in, then at that point you're not checking your corners. Reals and Metals have a perfect crossfire set up. That's just what Miami do on this map on their defensive side.
Yeah, that's all it is Vehicle's bait. Double setup over the top of the statue works out nicely. And Miami continued to build on what has been a great defensive half for them on this map in particular. 3 in a row for Real in the round. Keep that in mind. As this time, a very similar break-off here from Miami. Another 2-2 splits. Same players going to the same places. This time, though, Optic focus on the middle of the map here, so they're not going to have at least any early ideas of what's hitting this A site.
Yeah, they're trying to watch the crosses so they can earn the info and then make those mid-round adjustments. As I'm pretty sure Kenny's at least able to spot one, but the team fire right there from Miami finds that first blood. Now you can work that plant.
Yeah, that's just all on Vehicle's comms. He sees that initial cross being watched. Yeah, but there's still questions on what else is at mid-map, and Vehicle's thinking maybe someone's gonna like pop a head over just to see if they're actually hitting over towards A. But the noise being made by the Heretics towards B in this moment of silence has created some doubt here for Optic, although a player rotates right into the waiting arms of Pred, and now we're doing 3v3, and still the bomb can't be planted yet.
Yeah, you're allowing Optic Texas to take a lot of map control away from you. So now you have no idea where they're going to apply the pressure over at this A site. Players working through mid, players working through their spawn, and now one player in Shotzzy working on that deep pinch. He is going to get caught by Lucky. It's a great first kill.
A little bit of clearance coming out. Lucky also staying safe behind the glass. Dashy gets a good enough look at him to eventually tally the kill. Metals responds with one deeper though, so now the problem becomes a little bit more multifolded here for Dashy. 1v2 situation, stuck at mid-map, not a lot of time. He's gonna have to go and go quickly. Metals, first one up, dealt with swiftly. But where's Vehicle? That's the other question. Not a lot of time remaining, and Vehicle's just gonna run around and say, hey, how you doing? Miami, take the round.
Off the back of another first blood. Even though it turns into a 3v3, when Real dies in his position, he now knows that we already saw Shotzzy over towards water side. Pred just killed me on the middle of the map, so we can start to work that objective because they have to be setting up a pinch. So they take advantage of that moment, and then Lucky finding that first kill onto Shotzzy, shutting down the playmaker on that side of the map. Just makes it a lot easier for Miami to keep the numbers in their favor. 2 rounds in a row now for the Heretics.
Clean stuff. And the all-defensive train has now been ended. So onus towards Optic to see if they can find a way to respond with an offense of their own. Different look here for Optic. A lot of focus over towards B off the get-go. And more so, it's not even just towards B, it's a lot of focus towards the outside at Pool. So Pred will be left at mid-map. Bomb looking to kind of get up and early. I mean, this is something that Optic loves to do. Try to get on and, hey, you're going to allow us to plan. We're going to plan.
Try to work that objective down, but you can see how much space Miami have been able to take. Lucky finds another first blood. Now Dashy is not ready for 2 players to be on the pinch.
Yeah.
In some 4v2, Shotzzy and Pred left to try to clutch up.
Oh, but the timing here, Real, a little spidey sense. Looked like he was giving up on the flank, but instead turns around at the right moment. Shotzzy only able to find one in the midst of what was a full collection of Heretics members. And that's going to be a 4-1 tally here. Miami looking really good in their search still.
Whenever I watch Miami play 6-star S&D, whenever you're the team on the opposing side and you try to work that objective over towards B, they're basically 100% on their retakes at that bomb site. Yeah. Every single time they're always finding success, and it makes it a lot easier when you find that initial kill, because now the team in their post-plant setup are forced to change it around because an angle is not being watched. And unfortunately, Dashy, when he tries to pick up that pinch, was just not ready for 2 players to turn that corner. So Miami Heretics have been unbelievable in search and destroy as of recent, trying to make it 7 in a row here.
Huge cushion. A chance to possibly do something wild if you want to here with the rounds to play with if you're Miami. But still, this has been, again, very predictive in terms of what Miami are doing off the break-off. 2 players one way, 2 the other. This time, though, Metals and a little bit more of a long-range battle with Pred. Shotzzy still snuck up, but, of course, Miami are very aware that this is a potential play. So they're taking their time, and while they have, they've actually cleared out mid-map completely.
And this can catch Optic off guard because you have 2 players watching that mid angle. The trade is effective for Miami to keep them in the man advantage. But still Shotzzy, potential playmaker here for Optic.
Oh, but clearing out their corners. Metals now up to 6 and 3. Although Dashy takes the player off the bomb. Good shots from Real over the top. Stun also lands. Dashy holding at 50 HP. His second attempt at a 1v3. Miami committing out for the plant. Metals seen at mid. A little bounce pass with the frag. Does that get all the way around the corner? It does. Damage tallied, but the problem here is the bomb is planted and the post-plant setup is perfect. Miami now up 5-1 on the search.
That's another first blood in their back pocket. And even when they find that first kill, Optic Texas effectively trade, but it's an instant response right there for Miami to keep the numbers in their favor. Just right now, Miami are full-out team working every single round. Optic Texas, they're relying on Pred to make island plays across the map. Shotzzy to make one-on-one plays through the on-the-ground side. And it's just simply not working out. So let's drop all strategies here. Let's run 4-way together.
Yeah, that's definitely an option. Try something different for sure. Bomb picked up. Optic maybe listening to you here, Jay. All 4 players immediately going over towards B. This time Lucky is playing a little bit further forward. Stun out should well, actually gets denied by a trophy system, but that is still enough information for Miami to know that there is a significant hit over towards B. Quick pinch on the way. Beagle for the first. Follow up possibly with the rest of the Heretics still coming off the pinch, but Dashi and Pred pick up on it nicely. Riel slips through and the numbers still with Miami, but Pred has a chance to isolate.
Oh, it's going to turn into a one-on-one, and that's going to be Miami Heretics making quick work of the search and destroy. Optic Texas only had one rep on it, and that was a bread and butter one for the Heretics, and they take full advantage of it. Multiple first bloods on the map. It was what, 5-2 in favor of them?
Yeah.
And every single time Optic Texas tried to make a bunch of individuals plays happen, Miami always got a read on it. We're never caught slipping, and that's a perfect bounce back right there for Miami Heretics to tie the series I've ever won.
7 straight search and destroy wins. 4 of them have been on this map, so you definitely know where they prefer to go, depending on how long this tournament run lasts for them. But 6-1, like you mentioned, the first blood tally is perfect. Lucky also goes 7-2, which is very helpful. But like we said, I mean, sharing is caring with this Miami search and destroy. Everyone has essentially the exact same stat line. First blood is also kind of well shared across the board. You're not looking at one guy or another. It's just all 4 of them.
Yeah, that's exactly what they were doing a majority of that entire map. Everyone was together, or everyone was at least on the same page in these play calls. On their attacking rounds, it was 2-2 split every time. Yeah. You have a couple players working up through the B street, and if they spot nothing on that side of the map, they were slowly working their way up through middle to reinforce that way back over towards that A site. But it's just Optic Texas just didn't have the amount of bodies to fight Miami Heretics every time those engagements started, because Miami were just always roaming together. Optic were so far split around.
Well, at least the good news here for Miami is that you do get yourself your hardpoint pick in map number 4 for the 6-star, but the Highrise Control comes up next, a map that Optic has looked particularly good on. Lots of reps for Miami, though, so it's all about have they been able to find ways to adjust, learn, and adapt to possibly find a way to surprise the green wall here in our final match on Saturday. We'll be back after the break with Highrise Control right after this.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store.
Toronto, they turn it into a miracle. Unbelievable.
Goes back to the bomb plan. I love it. Is Felony going to get hit fast enough? Oh my goodness, Renetti at the ready. Do it. Do it.
Love it.
The violence. The round is over.
It doesn't get better. Like, your eyes light up when you catch him as he's running away from it. That's the instant call to hop the bomb. Nasty going to get that trade, but a 3v2 for Surge, and they are still smooth.
Oh, Nasty wins a big one. Go see. Can he get 2 as well? What a round. Thieves find the equalizer.
You are dealing with players that are running you down.
Toronto have to reset up again.
This is their last hurrah.
Only 2 defenders inside the zone. The others for New York. Worried about the overextension.
Oh my God.
Drop. Here comes the flood. Skies by himself could do nothing. Trophy system this time gets placed safely. On top of that, it's a 12v2. Toronto looking clear here at A, unless maybe some desperate nades land and popcorn them out of the zone. Hydra tries to step up, and Toronto takes the round 5 offensive win.
Oh my God, Ultra.
Nero on 3 straight. He'll be holding. Get the plant down. You lost a man early. This time you're able to get the first blood. Nero going big. 5 in a row. Looking for 6. Able to keep on eating. Maybe the ace. But I love this. It's all 4. Nero, a monster in that round, and he's on 7 in a row.
I mean, with the score the way it is.
Grab with the double through the hill. Still keeps the opportunity alive for Ultra. They get all 4 dead in the feed. They are potentially going to steal map 1 right now.
But the last 8 seconds is coming through. Kleenex over the middle of the map. Oh! It works out. One more hit coming out of Saban's. Kleenex doing his namesake. Wipes up the floor on the front side of the hardpoint in Toronto. Turn it into a miracle. Unbelievable. Welcome back to Toronto as we're trying to figure out which of these two teams will be the last to join us on Sunday, where the prize pool starts to get heavy. Lots on the line, not just for standings, but of course to pad the pockets. That is also part of the equation here at these major tournaments. So just to remind you, in terms of what is on the line, a top 6 position will get you 15 grand, but tomorrow's where the big money starts to come into play.
Oh my God, $30,000 to $150,000. That's some big chunk of change. So all these teams trying to be the #1 team here to walk away with that big bag of money. But more importantly, those CDL points can play a big part.
Absolutely the case. We have a very tight battle, really from 5th all the way down to about 11th right now in the overall standings. So lots of divvying up to happen both in the points category as well as in the cash front. But as we start to look at this 1-1 map count, which may surprise some just based on the names on stage, Miami's Search and Destroy continues to be great. But again, the problem here is what do you do in respawn against this Optic squad? Because Control really has been miserable for you if you're Miami. You've only won on Karachi. That gets vetoed, and you really don't want to play Optic on Invasion. So now you have to go to a map that you're 0-5 on in this complete stage.
Yeah, you just haven't found any success on this map if you are Miami. 0-5 in the last 5 times they have played this. Everyone's sitting at a 0.8 or under KD. And you're going against Optic Texas, who are one of the best lane teams that we have on this map. So you have to try to rally the troops and put it together here. Because now they're already showing a lot of presence over towards this 8 point. Real finds a double, and now Vico's already in your base.
Yeah, Real top heli just completely blows up this defensive setup. Dashy stops the pain over towards the spawn, at least for now. But you've got Real on the zone. A little pinch from Pred takes him away just before the first tick of progress can get locked in. And plus a little snap and extra. Oh, Metal's put in the dirt. But the hit from Miami not fully done yet as trades continue to come across mid-map.
Yeah, but Optic Texas did gain the info that was all for dead. Now everyone from Miami is coming off of the respawn, but a couple players already worked their way out over towards helipad side. Now Optic Texas on the back foot. A couple players trapped in their spawn. Miami able to put that game clock at a pause as they're working up that progression over towards B.
Couple of fingernails seen on the vehicle. Pred steps in after the damage had already been dealt, and with that, a double for him. One more on top of the zone. Pistol out for Real, and no, not going to beat the MCW of Pred. 5-1 start, 3 in a row, and with only 44 seconds on the clock, it's now or never for Miami to get something going.
They at least get one segment done over towards A, but they all went down at the wrong time because now Optic Texas take full advantage of the map control. They're already aggressive up through the right street. Shotzzy finds a double on that side of the map. Lucky does find one, and he's trying to finesse with his life, but Optic have a read on where the hell he went.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And with, again, more 1v1 gunfights going the way of Optic, that's the slaying presence you were talking about at the beginning of this match, where if you do not battle up and find quick trades, or at least find the initial wins if you're Miami, things like this are going to happen. 17 plays 12. Takes some progress pretty much off the board completely, and there's no way Miami get back to either of these two zones here.
Yeah, it's going to be Optic Texas coming out swinging on their defense. Keeping the slaying in their favor, only allowing one segment to get away from them. So what a tremendous start from Miami, but Optic Texas get the last laugh as they dominate to close out that defensive round. They put one on the board, and now on their attacking side, all they have to do is make up for 1 segment.
Yeah, I mean, it's just... It feels like too much of a softball, especially considering that even though it's just 2-2 in the qualifying stage and this Major 3 so far for Optic, they've given themselves chances to win this map almost every single time they've been on it.
Now they go to their attacking side, and they have trophy systems to work with. So what's the breakoff going to be for the green wall? All the nades, all the stuns coming over the top side of heli, but they're going to slowly work their way over towards this 8 point. And Pred, it's now your turn to hit this route.
Propane tank will blow up. Metals finds himself right in the mix, and actually Real does drop to a little bit of friendly fire. So you've got Pred in the spawn. The rest of Optic stopping the clock with major focus over towards B. Miami very aware that this could be a possibility, but Pred pops up, says hello, shakes hands with a couple of heretics, and with that, now progress being made on the B zone.
What is this guy doing? Is he trying to just set the kill record into respawns? Had a phenomenal map #1, and is just instantly sending it into the pace of Miami. Finds himself on 4 in a row. As that second tick and the third tick at B is going to get complete. Miami have only been able to find 1 kill this entire round.
Yeah, it's been less than good, to say the least. 2 minutes to work with Pred on 5 in a row. Turns over and nearly finds Vico waiting for him. Shotzzy trying to collect on the trade, but Vico a little slippery, slips away. Kenny looking for now finally a possible kill on the Vico, but still just avoids it just barely, and Miami's defense starts to get set up around the A zone.
Yeah, been able to stabilize a little bit, but it's still Optic Texas contesting around this helipad side. The route being hit by Shotzi. I thought Metals was going to play for it, but he's able to find that kill. At the same time, Kenny finds one through top heli. So the final two players from Miami have to make a play happen. They go 4 dead. Here comes the stack from Optic.
And Shotzi can just dance over here as long as he possibly wants to on this window side. Trophy system placed. Stack on. 2 players here. Dashy watching through mid. Everyone else hard focused on these windows. Looking for maybe a pinch to come around the back, but Miami, we gotta go. We gotta find a way, some way to get onto the, at least a look to drop some of these players off the zone. Metals finally provides a double. Pred, beat down works, almost gets the gun up for another fight, but the second tick still gets locked, and you still have Optics trying to set up one last hit.
Yeah, they're already out of their base, so they're able to reinforce quickly. As it wasn't clean 4 dead for Miami, and now Dashy finds a double. The stack is already going to be in. Vico's able to at least find one, but there's just more bodies on the point for Optic Texas. This has been a struggle for Miami as of recent, and Optic Texas are taking full advantage of it.
Yeah, the Miami Control, again, like we said, 2-8, and throughout the Major 3, the only 2 wins have come by way of Karachi, which you know how that could provide just random stuff happening. But on these more straightforward maps, Miami is just absolutely getting outgunned, outcaptured. It's been, well, bottom 2 in the league across just about every single control category.
And now with their backs against the wall on the attacking side, you obviously know that you have to win a couple attacking rounds to try to close out this map, but you just have to get those guns firing because everyone's sitting negative for Miami. Everyone basically positive for Optic besides Kenny by 1 kill, but it just has to be a great startup for Miami, and they're already finding that first kill to work their way out.
And a little bit of info that Pred's pulling over towards their side. But the teamwork that we praised so heavily in the search and destroy has been absent for the most part here in trying to approach these zones. Finally, Vehicle's double gives enough space and time for Real to jump into the zone, but he's not your trophy carrier, so he's got to be careful about any incoming utility. A little bit more supply coming out of Miami over through this B Street. Metals winning another 1v1 will leave an opportunity for Miami to lock down this first tick with a couple of the kills behind it.
Yeah, first segment going to be locked up, and they also have a lot of B Street control. So Optic Texas, you have to hit your stuns, you have to hit your nades, or try to apply pressure through the middle side of the map. That second segment about to get complete, but Shotzi jumping up on the railings, able to take down 2 players. Now they know there's only 1 player left on this point in Vico because of how slow the progression is going up. They're just more focused on keeping everyone trapped in this back of the spawn.
Yeah, it's almost one of those things like, hey, we got ourselves a second round win on the offense. We can just get into your spawn, win this game out right here, even if you do capture B. But even that hasn't come through. Less than 50 seconds to play. Pred, in and out of every single gunfight, it feels like he's 14-5. He is putting on a masterclass in respawn against the Miami Heretics, and with still 21 lives remaining, and Shotzi now on 5. It just goes from bad to worse that fast if you're a Heretics fan.
Yeah, this is probably GG already. Yeah, with only 30 seconds left, all of Optic Texas is pre-aiming every single window. They have all the cover fire set up. Cruise missiles in the back pocket of Shotzi. He's probably not even going to need to invest it because it's only 20 seconds and Miami have yet to find a kill. That's now 14 in a row for Optic.
Shotgunning players right now with Shotzi. Slips behind over towards the couch and hello! You wanted to give the people what they wanted, but ran out of ammunition flat out. Not going to make much of a difference in the scheme of things. 18 lives, no more time, and Miami's already talking about 6-star hardpoint.
Yeah, and I think that was a 5-minute control right there.
6-12, Jay.
That was way too fast. Obviously, Miami, they didn't really have a lot of options in the control vetoes. Because Optic Texas said, no, we're going to take away the map that you like to play, the only map that you found success with this roster in Karachi. Now you're forced to make a decision. Are you going to play us on Invasion, which you're probably not going to have a good time, or are you going to play us on Highrise? And you could just tell by the faces of Miami, they knew that they stood no chance on that Highrise Control. They find themselves down 2-1, but they're still not out of this series because 6-star has treated them well so far in this stage.
Yeah, it absolutely has, but I think just the overarching point, and this will be, I think, more of a conversation when we get into Major 4, is for the teams that aren't in the top 4, they really need to do some work on their control pool.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, just flat out, our top 4 squads can play any single map at any given moment in time, it feels like. Whereas for teams like Carolina and Seattle and Miami in particular here, it is one of those things like we got one good map. and everyone's going to know what it is. So you take that out of the picture, and all of a sudden, it's just almost like a free map when it feels like for the top 4 squads.
Yeah, for every team outside of the top 4, you obviously know you're still trying to contest your way all the way to champs, what most of the teams are besides one.
Sure.
You have to try to extend that map pool. You have to put more into your map pool so you can have a variety of what you want to play, not solo onto one map. So going forward for Miami, even if they fall short in this series, they're definitely going to put in a lot of practice on the back end, because coming out and playing the way that they have so far this weekend, they have caused a lot of upsets, turned a lot of heads, and gained a lot of points as well to keep them in a spot for that chance bracket. But the series is far from over. If you are Miami, you're going into a 6-star HP where you find yourself on 3 wins in a row. Some insane clutches in the final couple ones that they have played, but they feel comfortable here.
Yeah, and the thing about those insane clutches, just to kind of maybe play the opposite side of the sword here, is it was versus a Vegas team and a Thieves team that here on LAN did not show the same potential that we had seen through their online qualifying stage. And on the same rate, you're also playing up against an Optic team that has outslayed just about everybody in Hardpoint. Yeah. So, you know, it's not like it's a clear cut, you know, consideration that Miami is going to be able to win this map for, but there is a potential for it because it's a well-rehearsed map. They found success on it, but you're playing against Optics, so you have to find ways to really concentratedly focus on what has done well for you and put yourself in a position to try to execute like that against Optic.
The good thing is they've been sitting around all day, so they were watching every single match. They just watched Optic play this versus Toronto, and they fell short all the way at the very end of the game. And the way that Toronto were able to be successful there was simply rotating Optic in certain aspects, but then their setups were basically unbreakable.
Yeah.
And that is going to be difficult here for Optic Texas. They are 11th overall on this map in break percentage. They're always a team finding themselves early off that rotation to get great holds, but when they are forced to break into hills, it's everyone scattered, everyone trying to go for one-on-one gunfights, and if Miami are strong on their setups, they should be able to withstand that.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's still, you know, and I'm sure we'll see some sort of graphic representation of this. Rotationally, Miami's still not any better here.
Nope.
They just find ways that in mixy moments, they do find good efficiency on the hard point. Whether you consider that a hold or a break doesn't really make much of a difference. It just, you cannot get outpaced again by this Optic team in a map that they're very familiar with. And again, like you mentioned, they even had a time after watching them play versus crowd say, oh, here's the 1 or 2 mistakes that we made. Let's polish that up, take care of business here.
And just hopefully Optic Texas don't come out and play Hardpoint in this map number 4 like the way that they did in map number 1.
Fair.
Because it wasn't that clean. They were able to sit on the backpack of Pred. It was able to kill everything in sight. And thankfully, closing out that map number 1 the way that they did, but they have to keep those fundamental plays in the back of their pocket. We have to block the certain back spawns. We have to rotate early. We have to execute holds and breaks together as a team. It can't fall into any individual's hands.
Yeah, don't get complacent after what was a breeze of a control. You know, saying, hey, we're just better than these guys, so let's just go and be better than these guys again. Like, you can't afford to make mistakes, because like we had also mentioned for Miami, a lot of their map and series wins have come by way of their opponents making some critical errors. So here is that graphic we were talking about. 10th in rotation, but great in holds, great on breaks. That kept Miami in the mix, so over the sub base. But can they stop that guy? Pred has had a masterclass respawn series, looking to follow up with the map 4 here.
Here we go early on into the P1. They're just trying to wait out the stuns and nades from Optic Texas because they know they're going to rain heavy over towards that VIP side. But Optic already taking a lot of time here. They just have to find effective trades. It is a 2-2 split.
Yeah, well, at least off the rip. Decent numbers here for Miami. Follow-up from Vikul is good. And like we saw in sub-base, hey, good focus over the top of the first hard point. Only benefit here on top of that is that you also have P2 over towards your side of the map, at least for now. Optic working on that, but still need to put together a bit of a contest here on P1.
Oh, and Pred is able to win that one-on-one gunfight as well versus Real. So still the spawns in the backside for Miami are going to be there, but you at least put the focus now onto Optic Texas. Everyone trying to apply pressure through the middle of the map. They find the break, but look at how fast they are off the rotation. Miami going to be late to the party over at P2.
And Real inside of Vents, though, has become a bit of a problem here for Optic. Shotzzy tries to jump on in. Kenny on the corner. That's good enough for the shutdown, but Miami with numbers try to move their way around this side staircase, have forced Optic off the hard point, and with that, they've earned spawns back. So now it's just down to can you find the kills. This is where it matters the most, though. And well, for Optic, they have collected to this point. First 2 go their way. Real gets red. Semtex takes care of him. And steps away to find the 5th kill onto Vikul.
I love how he didn't commit on that gunfight, knowing that the sticky was going to hit him. And he plays for the second kill. He's already on 6 in a row. Cruise missile in the back pocket. But you will take this if you are Miami. At least you were able to flip your way out for that P3 rotation. But you can't give up all this time to Optic Texas. You have to try to contest to the front because with Pred having that cruise missile, it can lead to an easy break for Optic off that next hill.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden you start to get a couple of the kills cleanly in the scrap time, and Optic can fully afford to focus on this hit through the front. Shotzi able to help out and isolate on towards Vehicle, but Miami still holding strong. Kenny around the back nearly slips through, but Miami pick it up at the perfect time, and as the hard point opens, the Heretics will start earning some time.
Yeah, they're going to get at least 10 uncontested seconds because there was a route trying to be hit by Pred. He does get red out of Vehicle, but now instantly off the respawn. You're going to call in this cruise missile. Going to try to back players down from their positioning. It's not going to be able to connect on anything. So all you have to do is just clutch up in these fights, and Miami are able to find the initial 2.
Yeah, 4 in a row for Riel playing backside bar, but now it's Dashy on 4. Metal stops the streak there. Spawn still decent for the Heretics, but Optic have a chance to set up multiple points of ingress on this next break attempt. Still 30 seconds to fight for. Pred stunned just as he tries to hit forward, and Riel follows up off his respawn with more, leaving Dashy by himself. And well, he may give this one more heroic try, but Miami have gotten the read and they deal with it and have the scrap.
That's beautiful plays right there out of Miami. They withstood that cruise missile coming in. They were able to hold their guns, everyone pre-aiming to the front side, because not a single player from Optic Texas decided to hit a route. Like if Pred is going to call in that cruise, we have to put someone in a position to block that back spawn. You can't allow them to initially just flood their way back on in. Miami get a flawless 60 hold to take the lead by a little bit, but at least if you're Optic, you cut your losses, you win a rotation to next.
Lucky though, gets one, slips away, keeps his life. Focus for Riel, trying to fob up on mid-map, but everyone stays alive, at least largely so. Optic hold on to the backside spawns. Miami have to try to find a way to break this thing from the front. Metal's up and over. 1-for-1's not bad, but it all falls onto Lucky, and a late Semtex for Pred stops the push.
And look at that spawn coming in from Metals. His shots are going to get a read on it. He does, but he's not able to win the gunfight. So now the pressure is going to be here for Miami. It's going to fall into the hands of Kenny and Dashy, and Lucky's able to get the better of them both. That leads to the break for Miami. Still a very tight game that we have on our hands, but Optic Texas still trying to reinforce with their numbers on their side.
The breaking stats continue to keep Miami in the mix. Riel also having a great map number 4, 14-8. Lots of time in the hard point. A little slip away from Shotzi, but doesn't get the separation to retake the gunfight. So now we take our focus back over towards the pool. Lucky taking orders at the bar, and well, Kenny sends one right his way with a Semtex to take him out of the picture. Metals, though, a double with help from Riel actually allows Miami a chance to win this rotation.
That's perfect plays right there from Miami. Great teamwork, great crossfire to find all those kills off of the rotation. So they're going to be the team initially in towards this HP. How are Optic Texas deciding to work their break on in? You're trying to have at least a couple players work their way through the middle of the map, but that angle gets cut off, and now you have to push right through the front.
It's just, where does this Riel come from? I'll tell you first-handedly, watching him play at Challengers last year, moments where he tries to make plays like this happen, doesn't work out, but he's pulling it off versus one of the team's best hardpoint teams. He has been unbelievable. 16-11, shut down. Texas still inside the hardpoint, 23 seconds to fight.
But Metal's finding a double. That's another great play out of him. Single-handedly shutting down the pressure from Optic Texas at this P5. You're able to execute the break. Final 15 could potentially going to be yours because now Optic Texas are forced to cut their losses. But back over to the P1 we go, where this is going to be an absolute battle to start it off.
Shotzi gets the first, but Lucky goes untallied over towards the top side of DJ booth. That's enough for a double. Dashy staying alive over towards Nest, but doesn't have a chance to contest. Has to wait for help. Riel right over the back. You've got number 6 in Metals, also watching a bit of a cross through mid. As Optic set up this hit approach, a lot of it coming right from the front. Dashy with the opener, Pred from the pitch, all working out. Vehicle shuts it down. Riel follows up, they're just down to finding Kenny, and it's a 4-for-1 exchange. Miami in the hill.
And Miami are making it so difficult for Optic Texas to work their way in towards this HP. Every time they're getting a couple kills, Miami players are flying out of every single quarter and trading effectively. And they are still holding on to this P1 time. There's 25 seconds left. If you are Optic, you do not want to be too aggressive and potentially spawn your way out, but all the kills go in your favor. You just got to be able to read the route out of Vehicle that allows the Miami Heretics to get that back spawn.
And they're all about trying to play for this old time here as well. Kenny steps away, trying to find some sort of an anchor. Shotzi will spawn up right into the waiting arms of Vehicle. The pistol works out. Great response. Optic still trying to hold on to the back spawns, but it's split. And with this, Miami, their full focus around the back is looking good as we jump to a Heretics. Listen in.
Otro sumando de salen doble, salen P3, incluso el Víctor está llevando. Corta los loops, se dentro. Está en la izquierda. Buscamos un último de frente.
Pasa el ascensor a lo mejor.
Muy toca light, muy toca light. Tenemos secret. Otro tiro derecha.
¿Me podéis pillar el pad?
No, derecha. Se va a punto muerto. Uno de cara, luz tocado. Son dos de frente. Aguanta Fab. Me otra más secret y luz. Vale, jump abajo, ¿vale? Al fondo conmigo uno ya.
Uno y otro nada más en la izquierda. Tú izquierda ascensor.
Un tiro de así, ¿vale? Voy a ir por medio yo. Vale, bien, S1, S2. Medio Kenny muerto. Nadie viene a blanco a lo mejor. Sí, blanco todavía no. Te lo tengo ahora. Blanco no le veo. Está blanco. Vale, sí, están sí, bro. Muerto anterior. Zika y uno. Está sin muerto anterior. En barra. Juca, cuidado la
barra. La barra, Va a echar él, tocado. Barra y un punto. Se ha puesto blanco, hay otro segundo. Blanco otro.
Vale, estoy enfrente yo. Curva, muerto. Tenemos primera. Curva, tiki pasa uno medio, sí, uno dashi.
Muerto.
Buena, ya está. Buscamos medio. Medio uno, curva, close. La plantita del medio. Muerto, DJ.
Plantita
de frente.
Otro más curva conmigo, close. Jump up y planta.
Vale, avísame. Toca. No le das de planta. La rotación ahora.
Oh, a couple of world stars come through for Optic Texas. Right back in the game, another rotation win, and this time not getting broken in the first 30. Lucky trying to force the play. Metals trying to follow up behind it, and okay, decent scrap time here for Miami, but Optic putting full focus on rotation.
Yeah, that was beautiful play right there out of Optic Texas. They knew that there was at least a couple players from Miami through that backside, but if you were Miami in that situation, you won the initial gunfights to put yourself in that position, but then you were just way too aggressive, not allowing your teammates to pinch to the front before you decided to apply that pressure at that hill. Now Optic Texas find themselves in a little bit of a lead. They win the rotation over towards B4, and the backstones for Miami are getting easily read out of Shotzi.
You just have to get something set up right here if you're Miami. You cannot allow Optic to take this back 45. Shotzi, undeniable inside of security. Trades, though, decent. Miami going to have an opportunity to try to hit this pretty darn quickly. Kenny, the last one standing, and he only gets one. So again, another break comes through. Miami's still in the game, and they've got numbers on the hill.
And this is big time as well. Basically tie the game up and grow yourself a little bit of a lead. So Optic Texas do not want to give this one up for free. But that decision might just be made for them, as all the kills in the feed are in favor of the Heretics. Now with only 18 seconds, someone else has to hit that rotation. It's going to fall into the hands of Dashi. They tried to attempt one more break and at least to no success. So Miami are going to have a little bit of a lead over towards this next HP. But Optic have to now make this one count.
Yeah, the cutoff gets hit. Dashi cannot really jump into the hard point, not for right now. Needs supplying support from the middle of the map. Miami gets two. A chance for them to jump to the hard point early, but the trophy system does not get placed successfully. Real still absolutely popping off 36 and 20 dives right into the hard point, but can't quite find the swimmer. Shotzi so slippery, but eventually dealt with Real now. Possibly a chance to stay alive, but Miami not here with numbers, and Optic are in the hill.
Optic are in the hill. Now they have full control of it. They know exactly where the Heretics are going to be spawning. So Pred just trying to be a nuisance, be right up in their face, up close and personal with this Rava 9. He's only able to take down one, but now you're trying to set up your teammates for these final couple of kills. Dashi with the Renetti, he usually finds a lot of success, but it's very difficult in towards the water. Optic Texas can no longer win it at this HP. They have to find themselves off the rotation the next.
This is a big back 15 seconds. Shotzi just over the entryway into the pool, finds another kill. Scrap time going to go to Optic. Miami still do not have numbers over to the middle of the map. This is just down to do they get a couple of straight picks, and Lucky's actually able to tally the first. Kenny over the backside. Beat Gold giving him a little bit of a dance, and here comes the chance for a break. 241 to 214. Brett on the pitch. First one good. Second one no. Miami's in.
And the spawns flip as well. So if you are Optic Texas, this is the same exact situation they had versus Toronto. They were just going one by one. You cannot afford to do that here. Shotzi and Kenny combined for two. They start off the trade fights. They find three in the feed. Optic Texas will be able to move on to Championship Sunday.
Wow, do they have to work for it? Whew. Oh my goodness. Moments of nerves for sure throughout both hard points, but when it matters most, Optic doing what they do best. Finding the ice, finding the clutch. Fred, another huge start, appropriately so. Also one of the X factors in closing out that final hill. And what was an absolute mammoth game from Real. I mean, that is by far the best we've seen from him to this point. and it comes at a hell of a time, just not quite enough to get to a map number 5.
It was just that turning point in the game, man, at that P3. They were finding a lot of success in the time at P2. And then they sent a couple players with one set of kills off that rotation early. Lucky wins a one-on-one. He puts himself in that back position to block those back spawns for that P3 HP. But then when they put 2 players on that side of the map, all of Optic Texas were in towards the HP. Miami just rushed it. That was all it simply came down to. If you play it patient through the backside, Optic have to spawn all the way across the map with all the kills that you get, but you also allow your teammates to the front side to set up that pinch to lead to the break. But they don't find it. You allow Optic Texas to get a full 60 there, keep it scrappy all the way to the very end, but just one set of kills is all they need to close it out at that P1.
It almost felt like at a moment there, as we were going from 4 to 5, it's like Miami felt like they could win the game. Yes. And they were trying to forcing themselves into 2v4 situations, 1v2 situations. Not what you want to see, especially against a team that, again, has been one of the most clutch we've seen in tight hardpoint games. So, heck of a run for Miami, but it does come to an end after a 4-map stretch here, and they will finish top 6. Search and Destroy, though, has been great for them. And again, 2, I would say, winnable maps out of the hardpoint. Decent stuff for Miami overall.
Yeah, you would definitely take that, because Search and Destroy is the one mode that you can love to build upon, because that's very difficult with a new squad to try to figure out. So now that you've found yourself in the top 6 place, and you can go back home, work on your hard points, work on your controls to try to expand your map pool.
Indeed the case, but Optic find themselves into another Sunday, and Pred is standing by with Blaze to give us his thoughts.
Thank you so much, Shift and Study. Toronto and Call of Duty fans all around the world, give some love to Optic Texas as they make it to Championship Sunday. Pred. The first part is done. The job is not over, but how does it feel to get this win? I know you guys didn't want to be in a lower side, but you make it to Sunday. How did you bounce back from Toronto to get this one?
You know, obviously, I think we just, honestly, today we played really sloppy. I feel like there were so many winning situations. I feel like even in the Toronto series, you know, had a defense and invasion control. We had like a 60-point lead in 6-star, and, you know, we just, we threw the game away, honestly. So we're playing sloppy COD today, and I'm just glad to get to Sunday so we can re-lock in and, you know, try to get the job done.
There you go, okay? Now, in this series against Miami, you know, it was a close one, especially in the hard points. We saw how excited he was after you got the win. Talk to him about how you guys tried to create that separation with him towards the end of that map 4, because it was neck and neck, and it was looking like, you know, it may go to game 5, but it didn't.
I mean, honestly, man, when I look to my left and to my right, I just see like 3 teammates that I know that we can win any game, any moment. You know, I have the utmost confidence in my teammates, and I knew we were going to get it done, man. We just had the talent diff, and we just got to get it done, man.
And you did, okay? Now, lastly, what do you want to tell all the Greenwall fans watching at home, in the chat, in the venue, in the watch parties, to get you guys ready for Sunday?
You know, at Greenwall, man, it's another Sunday. We need you guys there. I want you guys to support us, go crazy every time we get a kill, even if it's in the back, whatever it may be. I just want us to bring the energy, man, help us out, and hopefully we can get that tournament win.
All right, Greenwall, you heard it from Pred. I'm about to let him go so they can get ready for Championship Sunday. Chris, let's close out today.
Thank you, guys.
That is a perfect finish for a lot of fans that lined up at 12:30 a.m. trying to get in the door first to watch their team, Optic Texas. And there's one very special guest in the building for the first time ever. Mama Pred is at a LAN event. She got a chance to watch those final moments. I was standing next to her, jumping up and down with elation. So proud that her son will be playing on Championship Sunday.
That is so sweet. The moms always make me so emotional at these events, because not all gamers get, you know, the experience of their parents accepting them in gaming. So.
And she got to see her son absolutely take over a series. What are we talking about here? Pred has been the guy that we've been waiting for to leave his mark on this team, and he went 36-17 map 1. The guy dropped a 30 bomb here in map number 4 and also dominated in the control. Pred was a man on a mission throughout this series. No way he wasn't making it to Sunday.
That makes stuff add up so much that his mom was here, because we were like, Pred came to play at this event since the very first day we saw Optic Texas spawn in, and it was Pred near the end of the Major 3 qualifier that was finding that success and finding his role within his team. I will say, on the flip side though, for Miami, it was an incredible run with very, very low expectations on the floor to make it to a Saturday and even be able to steal maps off of our top team in Atlanta, FaZe, and even in Optic Texas. Their search and destroy is something to be scared of moving forward for Major 4.
Yeah, this map got a little bit scary, almost similar to their last series. You saw they did a good job on P3 rotation over to here. They're able to break in on the initial roto, and then Optic, they just had to calm down at the end. You saw, like, they were within striking distance of winning the game. Heretics have a setup, and they got a 4 down on that P1. But Optic slow down, get that first blood, and then swarm. That's the Optic that we're used to seeing, and now they're 5-1 on 6.
Can we give a shout out real quick to Real? 39 kills for the L. The man played his heart out here as a rookie. This man is not only near the top of that leaderboard, but also he's on the short list of maybe superstars in this week. He has been the MVP for them since the start of this tournament.
Yeah, he's the best player on their team for sure. They've won 7 straight search and destroys. They know exactly what they need to work on when they get home. It is that control game mode, but they know they can rely on this guy in the big moments. That's what this tournament has proved, and I'm excited to see Real's progression throughout stage 4.
We've seen some incredible rookies come through the CDL, and one of those, well, he's the former Rookie of the Year. He goes by the name of Pred, and he earns your Scuff Play of the Game. Let's take a look at this one, Alley Cat. The Game 1 performance earns the honors tonight.
It was unreal. He had 30 kills before a majority had even broken double digits. This guy was a man on a mission, and what's maybe scary is how close the game was, considering he was the only one in the lobby that broke 30, but Optic Texas able to clutch up and get it done. That is a Pred that I feel like we have not seen since last year. This was certainly a map for the year.
Yeah, so every time he goes in his crazy streak is when he's up here, like top snow, just making plays on the rotation over towards P4. He just mounts a ton of kills and he puts the game away. But for this guy, man, that's perfect for their confidence going forward. Yes. Because you know on Sunday, shots, he has those spectacular performances. If you get both of them going at the same time, they can get that chip.
You need that confidence going into Hardpoint. It's every map 1 in a best of 5. And of course, that grand final, we could see 7. Let's take a look here at the best moments of the day. Going back to the very beginning, where Seattle took on the Royal Ravens, the Lanimals. Both sides so good when playing in person. Hook was dropping some serious numbers as he carried the squad through search, but everyone chimed in throughout the series for Seattle.
Absolutely. This was a series that kind of reminded me of the type of player that Hook can be sometimes, and kind of this ceiling that he has. He went 15-4 and on an 8 streak in that Rio search and destroy, and that's where Seattle have been kind of a little bit back and forth. It's been their respawn that's been really impressive throughout the entirety of the stage. They're able to take 2 of them in this series, and Abuza having an insane map number 4, going 31-18, reminding that he's still in the runner for Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, you put him on his correct role, the man is going to absolutely fry, right? Like Abuza finally showed why he deserved to be in this league, had an incredible tournament, and definitely a great series. They ran off 3 straight maps after losing that map 1 6-star, where it seemed like Carolina was going to run away with it. Seattle said, nope, we can bounce back.
Issue for search right now is which player do you want to be your candidate for Rookie of the Year? If you had to pick one, 0-4, congratulations, a top 6 finish. We'll talk about how he did that a little bit later. But let's talk about the fastest series on the day. It was unexpected. Number 1 taken on number 5 in our Major 3 standings. The Subliners, our 4th best team overall, ran into the juggernauts of COD. The best team in CDL history. Atlanta FaZe breaking records.
I mean, we have a new opening now. Clearly, you know, Jawza had a plan, and it was winning Major 2, and now it seems maybe to go back-to-back. This series was insane out of Atlanta FaZe. I think it was a statement series as well. Again, doing it against one of the top teams that could contend them for that title, and just simply being the best player in the game across all 3 game modes.
Yeah, the only 3-0 of our tournament so far. Atlanta FaZe just showing like, yo, man, this is another day's work. Like, get us to Sunday. It's time for us to rip, and everybody has their moments throughout this series, and it's just crazy because that's another top 4 team that is dismantling people on our stage. Atlanta is making them look silly.
13 straight. That is the record they set back in Cold War. That is the record they have right now, and they will be playing against this team tomorrow in the Winners Bracket Finals, because when Optic Texas matched up against Toronto Ultra, it was scrap having last laugh.
Yeah, Toronto Ultra had a great series up against Optic. You know, they dropped that first map to see who is the best sub-base hardpoint team in the game. Optic reigned supreme, but then the search and destroy, the game mode that has been in question, Optic go ahead and try to go toe-to-toe with Toronto on one of their better maps, and, you know, they lose, man. They lose 6-2, and they use that momentum into that invasion control, where it was some crazy rounds that Scrap took over, and ultimately Toronto get it done.
And that's going to be the biggest point on the weekend, is what are these top teams are stealing these search and destroys off of each other. The fact that Toronto was able to win that map number 2 spells really good things for the home crowd, because that's been their biggest struggle throughout the entirety of Stage 3 qualifiers. And following that up, the clutch factor, right? You're getting Envoy back into his place into this team, and then that 6-star, it was the final 4 hills, right? It was a neck and neck game until Toronto was able to take those final 4 and run with the dub.
Toronto powers into the winner's bracket. New York, though, is alive in our elimination bracket where they will face off against Optic Texas for top 3. Subliners looking pretty clean in the matchup against the Surge, who was shining for this team that you can look at coming into Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, Hydra had himself a great series, but also to end it, I think Sib going nuts on that game for Hardpoint. They won by 100 points, and obviously Sib had that masterful 3-piece on P3. Like, that is good news. You also see him taking to the timeline, sort of relishing in their victory. Like, if they start to get that confidence and that swagger back, like Kismet mentioned in the interview, who knows?
Subliners, the only one in the top 4 that hasn't broken 300 points. They are gunning for a top 3 spot and ideally their first trophy of the 2024 season. To watch it all, we got to tune in tomorrow. And if you're just tuning in, don't worry, we're on YouTube. You can rewind to the very beginning, but this is how we end the day. Allie, let's take a look at these standings. Only top 8 make it to COD champs after Major 4.
And there's been a lot of shifts throughout this entirety of this weekend with that top 8, right? But the only thing that hasn't changed is our top 4 in the overall season. We are now at back-to-back events that our top 4 has made it to Championship Sunday. The question is if we're going to crown a different champion.
Already over 400 points is Atlanta FaZe after today's performance. We'll see them back in action tomorrow, Nameless. We'll take a look at this bracket. It has been a phenomenal time here in Toronto once again.
And it would just be so awesome if at all 4 majors, one of the top 4 teams won each one of them going into COD champs. But no way that actually happens, right? You'll have to wait until tomorrow to find out.
Gotta give a shout out to all 12 of our teams. We only had 1-3-0 this tournament. The competition gets tighter every single time, and we expect it to get even more interesting with tournaments on the line. The New York Subliners face off against Optic Texas at 1:30 before we send our first team to the championship match with Atlanta FaZe taking on Toronto Ultra. On behalf of everyone behind the scenes, I want to thank you for tuning in. Shout out to the fans who were lined up bright and early, and for everyone who is still in the venue collecting some merch. Alley Cat, final thoughts here on day 3.
I can't believe it's already the end of day 3, but I can't wait for tomorrow.
Nameless?
Listen, Toronto Ultra said they were going to deliver in front of their home crowd. So far, so good. Can they do it tomorrow?
Let us know who is in that grand finals in the chat. We'll be reading off some of the best tweets as well. Use that hashtag CDL2024. We'll see you tomorrow at 1:15 Eastern for headquarters.
Yeah, had you came to win, never will I lose. Long as I'm breathing, I'm ass up in the proof. Y'all can sink or swim, but I'ma make a move. Going what it takes, I'ma always pay my dues. I just came to win, off the shuttle and I'm staying locked in. I was always underrated, now I'm in the top 10, making big plays. I was going for the big stage, suited up, about to take it over. I'm going hard on a rampage, I'm back up on my grind. Y'all be on the grind, watching from the sideline while I'm steady getting mine. Even on the road, we've been on the winning streak. Every day and every week, I'm performing at my peak. You should know it's really sweet when I roll into the game. Poker face on, trying to get another ring. Against the world, I'ma show up in the club. Y'all ain't doing nothing much. Hold my team up like a crutch. We gon' eat them up for lunch. Check my appetite. I'm the perfect prototype. Even with the odds that against me, I'ma win the fight. Ready for whatever. My skin tougher than leather. I'm on the bigger endeavors. My game plan is too clever. Came to win, never will I lose. Long as I'm breathing, I'm ass up in the proof. Y'all can sink or swim, but I'ma make a move. Doing what it takes, I'ma always pay my dues. I just came to win, never will I lose. Long as I'm breathing, I'm ass up in the proof. Y'all can sink or swim, but I'ma make a move. Doing what it takes, I'ma always pay my dues. I just came to win.
Top blue on point. 7 AR. Alright, what's already close our side? Yeah, he's pushed out.
DJ weak. Stun. DJ, nice. They're blue.
Lane downhill. Absolute weekend. Absolute hill. One, you. Absolute. Nice. Oh my god! Step.
We got blue.
I'm hot blue. Oh my god!